英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the DPC. It's another wonderful evening full of Dota 2 action. We're going to start things off today in Division 2 with a sweet series. It's going to be Magma taking on Shenzhen. My name is rCryptic, and I'm joined by some incredibly handsome casters. We've got Neff and Black. Let's start it off with Neff today. How you feeling, man?
I am feeling wonderful. I had a great night's sleep last night. I had 2 days off. I worked today, and I have another 2 days off. Okay, I'm living the high life over here. I'm incredibly happy. I see you're wearing a very festive shirt yourself. I see you're also living the high life. Not as good as mine, but close. Black, I know that you were just at the gym.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How did that go?
Did you guys want the long story of my day or the short one?
The short one. We're here to talk about Dota, but people are also interested in you.
But the short one is like a minute long. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
On my way to the gym, and believe it or not, there was it's very common to have a maid here for Chinese families, right? So there was a maid and a Chinese mom, and the stroller was literally just starting to kind of roll down the street. So I ran there, I grabbed that one. I was like, "Yo, you guys better be careful. It's really dangerous." And they're like, "Oh, thank you." So I'm a hero. Then I went to the gym, instructed 2 classes. Okay, so I'm a Giga Chat at the gym plus a hero. And then I came home. I said, "Hey, Neo." He ran to the door. He was like, "Meow, meow, meow." So I'm a Giga Chat at the gym, a hero, and a cat enjoyer. My morning is wonderful.
That sounds
He's
like
got more than me.
Good day.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm uncomfortable with the fact that his life is better than mine.
It's okay. You can come over. I'll make your life a whole lot better too.
But
I love you.
Hopefully we'll be able to hang out again sometime soon. But before any of that, we can talk a little bit about our teams we got today. It is Shenzhen and Magma. I'm curious to see where I'd like to take a look at the standings if we can, see where things line up for both. I mean, we can take a look at Division 1 as well, but in terms of Division 2, Magma right now has been looking pretty good compared to some of these other Division 2 teams. Shenzhen has struggled a little bit. Neff, in terms of power rankings, do you think that is expected, or is this, based on the schedules of who they've already been playing?
I'd say Magma is kind of where we expect them. I mean, they'll probably move back up to Division 1. They've won most of their series. So why are you laughing, Black?
No, they always do.
They move up between Division 1 and 2. I mean, they've only lost to Team Fusion so far, but Fusion started to look shakier and shakier. The more we go on here, the honeymoon phase is over, Black. I know teams at first, they make things work, but, I imagine they've started pointing fingers at each other. That's why a team that has been together for as long as Magma can take advantage of that.
Yeah, because they don't point fingers anymore. They just say straight to the face, "Bro, what the hell was that? We have to talk about
like
that."
An old married couple.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they know confrontation is important, but when honeymoon phase is over, you avoid confrontation. That's my personal experience. And then you never get better, and the elephant in the room becomes bigger and bigger. And then eventually, it's too big, and you're done.
I thought we didn't talk about the elephant in the room since last season.
Wasn't that season 1, Neff?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one. But
Tour 1.
Yeah, we don't really talk about them anymore. That was a rough thing for a lot of those players' fans. But they're back, just on different teams now and having a lot more success, at least most of them. Speaking of success, though, CDEC is at the top here, 4-1 with 12 points.
For now.
Yeah, for now. They're looking very good. Now, IG also tying them, but Team Magma could be joining them at the top after the series if they manage to take it at that 4-1, 12 points. So we could be looking at kind of like a 3-way tie for the time being until we head into weeks 5. Now, do you think like, do you think CDEC can hold on, or do you think Magma has the ability to come after them and take that top spot alongside IG?
I think it's all up in the air at this point. I'm not sure which team. Fusion could potentially recover. CDEC, they could just lose 2 matches in a row. Where everybody sits currently leaves a lot up in the air. So I wouldn't say that any team is significantly stronger than the others. CDC has impressed us, though. I know Black didn't believe at first. He hates watching these Div 2 teams. I'm sorry, Black. Well, we've been kind of vocal about that, so it's not that much of a secret. But CDC's impressed you a little bit more than they had initially, but I still don't think that they're invincible compared to these other ones.
Yeah, but the interesting fact is actually that CDC lost to Magma and IG lost to CDC. And did IG play Magma yet?
I don't
they
believe
haven't. No, so that series is going to be very, very important for the standings, obviously. But right now, I do think CDC has, quote unquote, the easiest road ahead of them. Right? They already disposed of IG. They already lost to Magma, and I don't know what other teams can really challenge them, especially now with Fusion not looking too good.
Didn't they beat LBZS as well? I'd have to double check.
Wait, who beat LBZS?
CDEC.
They did. Yes,
so.
Yeah.
They did.
I thought they beat CDEC, which was like a pretty big win for them. So okay, that checks. Yeah, so that checks out. You're right. They do have a pretty good road ahead of them. I mean, they could be looking at the promotion slot as long as they can keep that momentum rolling. And I mean, dude, they've looked so good. We're not really here to talk about CDEC though. We're here to talk about Magma and Shenzhen, who are looking to chase CDC's coattails here, I say, in this Division 2. Take them down a notch.
Yeah, I have some interesting stats for you, by the way, since we don't have Nomad around. Did you know that Shenzhen, I believe, still have the longest game time on average out of every team in the DPC?
Over YBB?
Yes.
Oh my god.
46.4. Wow. Yeah. That is very long. I mean, that's not that surprising. A lot of the games I've watched from Shenzhen have gone a long duration, except for the ones I think they got blown out.
Wait, our production has these stats as well. What I said isn't cool anymore because production has it.
Yeah. I mean, they show this every time. But Shenzhen got blown out in one series, but all of their other games, especially the ones that they won, have all gone for a pretty substantial duration. I mean,
is this every game or just the ones they won?
Almost all of their games. Even like there's only one series I think that they were like quick games. But I think Shenzhen, for the most part, they're like 45 to 50-minute games almost every single time.
Oh, so the stat is for both losses and wins combined.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow, that is super long. That means they can also hold on for a long time, or they don't know when to GG out.
I didn't hear no bell.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, the shortest game is just under 35 minutes. 34 and 56 seconds.
That is, pretty long.
Oh, wait, no, they have a 30-minute game. Huh, okay, I'm crazy.
That's more acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the hero overlap here, though. We're seeing a lot of heroes kind of emerge into the meta. The Nyx Assassin has been getting picked a ton. Death Prophet, one of the most picked heroes currently in the CNDPC.
Just banned out all the time. Let's not lie to ourselves here. That hero is consistently banned. When it's not, it's picked up, though.
It's getting banned so that Dawnbreaker can make it through, though, right? That's the main thing, right? Like, people want to be able to first pick Dawnbreaker, and you have a really hard time doing that if the Nyx Assassin's available. So it is getting priority bans now, but... we'll see what ends up happening, as both teams tend to favor that as in these matchups. But Black, do you think we're going to see anything new coming out from the drafts today? Anything spicy from either of these teams?
Probably not. Like, you would be hard pressed to really. It's not my fault, man. You got one game per week. One game per week means trying out things is very risky. I personally would do it, but I'm a daredevil. They're not daredevils, probably. So they'll stick to what they know best. And then again, they always have like 1 week of scrims as well, right? Maybe they have like some new technology they want to show. I would be very happy to see that as well.
Yeah, they've been practicing a lot of these heroes in scrims. Who's who we were talking to? They're playing Earth Spirit mid lane. They only had like...
I like that a lot. Yeah, honestly, I like all these mid laners that are very active now. It's just like when your mid laner snowballs with early levels, it just makes the game so easy for your other cores.
Mm-hmm. And they'd only played like one other Earth Spirit game in their entire competitive history. They're like, yeah, we were just playing it in scrims. They had very few Earth Spirit games on his even in pubs as well. So these teams have been scrimming quite a bit. So just because we don't have much of a history of what they're playing in this DPC or the last one, or even what they're playing in their pubs, doesn't mean that they're not practiced on it. For every one pro game that they're playing in the DPC, I'm pretty sure they're playing like 20 scrims, maybe more.
Yeah. They're like, duh, obviously we're practicing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they might pull something out because of that. But Black, I'd also agree with him that they're going to be a little bit safe in DPC here. Not enough games to go for crazy, wacky stuff, especially since each game is so important.
Especially Magma, though, right? Especially Magma should be the safer one. Like, they will stick to their Medusas and whatnot, because on paper, they're probably the favorites when it just comes to how strong the teams are considered to be.
Mm-hmm.
That, and they have a lot to lose if they drop this series, right? Like, they need to get the win here to be in the contention for that promotional spot. So, yeah, they can't really afford it. They cannot afford to drop a series at this point. But I mean, in terms of the picks, like we just saw on the screen a moment ago, I think you guys are probably right. I don't think we're going to really see too much different. We might see the occasional like Pudge come out, maybe a Lycan or the Brewmasters, but for the most part, I think that Puck, the Dawnbreaker, the Tiny, Death Prophet, all those heroes are going to be like right on that first phase if possible.
Yeah.
What do you
would make a lot of sense?
Yeah. What do you think's got to change in order for to be able to deal with Puck? Because it seems like this hero is basically uncounterable at this point.
I mean, you just get hard lockdown for it. Instant disables, things with hexes, then silences. That's usually the way to go to deal with the hero, man. It doesn't feel invincible. What's even the win rate of it?
70%.
70% across all regions?
It's around 70% across. I'll double check across all regions. It has dropped to 60% on 160 games.
It's still very, very high.
Yeah,
ridiculously high. I mean, the problem is always, right, as soon as it gets Witchblade and Blink, those heroes that are supposed to lock you down, you just kill them.
Yeah, like the heroes that, like the shamans and stuff that would like to start the initiation, just die. But it's enough theory crafting. It's time to find out what's actually going to happen, as we do have a draft finally underway for our first series here, so we can kind of see what these teams are going to come up with. And wow, it's all the heroes we were just talking about.
That's cool. That is so cool. This meta is so diverse and interesting. Wow, Black, what are we going to see next year?
More teamfight probably for Magma. Apparently they love the big circles. So what are some other big circles? Monkey King.
Mars.
Great circle.
Mars.
So in all seriousness, I'm super surprised that Shenzhen did not first pick the Dawnbreaker. We just saw they picked it, I think, 5 times. They even first ban the Nyx, and they have first pick. I'm like, and go Marcy instead, and they give Dawnbreaker a free game, basically.
Yeah, the first picks, to me, seem to be Marcy, Dawnbreaker, and Tiny. These are the things that everyone wants to grab as the absolute first heroes. Puck seems to come a little bit after that as like the second pick, but I think they go for these things because they're so diverse as the first picks. Tiny's just first ban material now, which has been kind of crazy, but I guess because he's more of an issue than the Nyx Assassin, more of an issue than Dawnbreaker because it isn't countered by the Nyx Assassin like Dawnbreaker is. But that one's first banned by Shenzhen.
A quick question for you two, though. What happened to Masters Winner in China? Is it better now?
It was quite low, wasn't it?
It was super low. It was like 30%.
It's
40.7 now. Yeah.
In Division 2, it's 41.7.
It's 40.7 across all of the DPC.
And people still first pick it too. It's kind of crazy, honestly. Like, usually, you would do that if the win rate was pretty high, but if it's below or just 40, that's kind of interesting.
The thing that's really bizarre about it is, like, in all other regions, it has a well over 50% win rate.
Yeah, what is the problem with it?
It's just this region that is, like, really struggling with getting the wins under the Marcy. And we were watching one series recently. I think it was Lizard and I, we were casting. I think we kind of something kind of clicked in that game where we noticed that a lot of Marcys were like rotating out of lanes and like leaving their off laner or something, or leaving their safe lane and to like go help one of the other side lanes, and everything fell apart. Like the entire draft just like crumbled as soon as those rotations started happening. And so I'm not sure if that's like kind of related or not, but She's kind of needs to stay in the lane to dominate early, right? She has to be able to give that lead to your laner.
Mm-hmm. It's really weird because I feel personally when I play with Marcy and against Marcy, best performance is always when she like feeds on weakness, which means you're dominating your lane, you just park yourself there, and the offlaner gets nothing, and the +4's movement is super predictable. You can only gank the safe lane or the mid lane, and you can adjust accordingly. But as you said, they always leave lane. I'm not entirely sure why either.
I know why they leave lane. It's because it is such a good gap close in Disable. That you feel like, okay, I want to play this like the old Earth Spirit, where you make a rotation over the mid lane at like level 2. You always find a kill. But people seem to be punishing the offlaner a little bit more because they're not picking up offlanes that pair well with the Marcy, that are able to sit there independently and not be punished. So as good as the Marcy is, they're not picking heroes that play well around that strategy.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe this game they figure out something better. I mean, Marcy Puck, there's a lot of kill potential there, right? Maybe even some coil combo potential. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm always a bit afraid when I see Marcy in China right now. They just, as you said, don't really grasp it. Wait, Void Marcy? I mean, I guess. Doesn't strike me as the best Marcy partner. If you get bashes, it's pretty good.
You can pull people out of Chrono.
Yeah, but they don't want to because it's on your team.
I mean, you wouldn't want to do it in this case, but you can do it.
Yeah, I think we've seen Shenzhen take the Phoenix to the off lane actually in the 3 position a few times. So this might be like a 3 Phoenix with a 4 Marcy, and we could be waiting on a 5 pick for Shenzhen, which seems a little bit strange, but it could also just end up being the 5 Phoenix. They do have the DK for the mid Puck counter, which has been a staple, right? One of the few heroes that actually can punish Puck in the lane.
They do have a pretty big lack of damage right now, though. Like, you initiate on the Puck with Dragonite, then Dawnbreaker's going to start channeling ult, but the stun is not long enough, so Puck will just get an easy phase shift off. They need some burst damage.
Yeah, they do. They need something to follow up that Dragonite. The question is, what is it going to be? I mean, they already banned the Shaman. You could go for like a Mirana, but I don't know if that's good enough. She's decent enough at killing the egg. You could go for Snapfire here.
What about some good old Skywrath? It owns Phoenix and Void as well.
I want to see Snapfire against... Ricky, you were there when Nomad was quizzing us. The worst matchup in this game is Puck into Snapfire by the stats.
I mean, that doesn't tell me much, though, because Puck is just the best hero in Dota and beats everyone, right? Like,
beats Snapfire especially badly.
I blame the Snap. I don't know. I think Snapfire is still
You weren't paying attention to Nomad. You could admit it. He's British. He's not pleasant to listen to. He's got bad opinions. His hair isn't very nice. I get it.
Some opinions are good, though.
Of Nomad?
Like when he says Black is really good at Dota, and I'm like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's... yeah. You got a good point there, Black.
What's actually the win with Puck plus Snapfire in the same team? I always feel like that's like one of the most broken combos in Dota, and so easy to pull off.
Yeah,
same team. It's going to be fairly high.
Yeah, because honestly, Snapfire for Ascension here would be really good. They have Void for it. They have Puck for it.
It is actually a very good Snapfire game. Yeah. Then you just run Marcy, or I guess you just have to run Snapfire in the 5, I guess. But like Magma's banning offlaners here, which is probably the safest bet, I would suppose. Like, you don't really know exactly where these heroes on Shenzhen are going.
Well, you're running 3 strength melee heroes at the moment, so Timbersaw is just like really good against all of them.
Timbersaw is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I'm just a little afraid for Magma right now. Like, they initiate with Dragonite. If there's a supernova on top of that, like, I don't know how to kill the Puck, actually, because the initiation isn't the easiest afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to see Skywrath. I think Skywrath looks like super good for Magma. But now they have a Tidehunter, so it doesn't really make sense anymore.
I'm not crazy about that hero. I've gone on rant so many times about Skywrath.
Are you a Skywrath hater?
Yeah, I am. I think the hero's not good enough in the current meta, given how good BKB is. Completely can't diss the hero. And with what he offers in the early game now, with how people get TP scrolls for dying, and Skywrath, once he's out of all of his mana, needs to ferry out regen. He can't suicide to neutral creeps and come back anymore. He's just not as good as he used to be. It's not the same anymore.
But what does a Faces War do when he's silenced? He can't talk and he can't see.
He just presses the BKB button.
Then that's true.
And then he BKB'd for a Skyrath, though. Pangolier, probably going to be the offlaner here for Shenzhen. A pretty safe pick. Good team fight disruption as well, helping potentially find the Warlock. Or
the draft
even
is
the
scary,
Hunter.
honestly. Pretty scary.
Yeah. So the real question is, what can Magma pick here? It's got to be a 1 position, right?
Juggernaut. It's such a free jug game, actually.
Yeah, and then think they'll just run them over. Would you really need a Jug Warlock lane, though? Isn't that kind of overkill?
It is kind of overkill. I'm just looking at it like good heroes.
What about
Morphling?
That's the opposite of what I expected.
What the hell?
I agree.
I was just going to mention earlier that now in the sustain meta, Morphling is actually really strong because you create HP out of nothing. But I did not expect it in this game. Like when you're... Yeah, this is going to be tough. It's a tough morph game, I think.
Okay. They do have like the instant disable from Puck, from
There's so much team fight in this game.
Yeah. There's a lot that could just run them over with. I mean, they've got some save.
Yeah.
And it offers a little... Do you even have enough burst damage for the Puck with the Morphling anymore? I feel like you don't. You have to be able to kill them inside the Dragon Tail.
You don't.
Yeah,
But
and you don't have
I do have to say, though, like, I really like the ability to morph into the Void because the time dilation really owns Shenzhen's lineup.
That is a good point. I actually hadn't considered that. I was trying to sit here and think of like what could possibly be the answer for the Morphling here. Like the Aghanim Scepter doesn't make much sense this game. So yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe just time dilation or just turning into Puck and getting the Waning Rift and Orb to work with. You know, it's hard to say. If you can't pick potential. Puck, you might as well just be it. But yeah, I mean, interesting drafts from both teams. I think Shenzhen's got a little bit of an easier to execute lineup, but Neff, we'll start with you. What do you think? Who you leaning towards going into the first game of this series?
Am I allowed to cheat with my answer a little bit, or do I have to do?
No, absolutely not. Not even a little bit.
I can't cheat.
Nope,
okay.
No cheating.
Cheating is not allowed.
Okay, I prefer Shenzhen then, but I think Magma's the better team. I was going to cheat and say Magma, but you know, I'm Shenzhen now. Let's go Shenzhen.
Okay, Black. What are you feeling?
I'm gonna go with Magma.
You're cheating.
No, I'm not.
Why is that, Black?
Why is that? Honestly, I do believe that if he gets a chance to morph into the Void and get a time dilation on the Puck, they actually have a very, very good chance to kill him. Because you don't typically build into dispels. If your phase shift was on cooldown for like 10 seconds instead of 6, it's a big problem.
All right.
It's a cope.
All right. Logic, I enjoy it. And we're going to go ahead and jump into our first game, everyone. So I hope you are excited. It's going to be Shenzhen taking on Magma and bringing the action.
First Blood.
Well, it's just First Blood right there, right on the dome of Dolme. Goes the way of Kazi. And now officially handing this cast off to Neff and Black. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Thank you very much. Luckily, we did those predictions before the first one came off. Woo!
That's rough. That is very rough for me. Would you say that Dome got domed?
He got domed, bro. No, but seriously, like, did he just walk up that hill by himself?
I believe so. I was looking at
that is illegal.
I was staring into your beautiful eyes instead of the game. I was looking at the clean feed.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I very much enjoy your eyes as well.
Thank you. What color are they?
Probably blue. They're blue, right?
No.
No? Brown?
Good try. Yeah. So you guess the two most common colors you got out.
Is it a B or B, dude?
Yeah.
Do you know my eye color though?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. It's also unfair because I have two eye colors. It's green and blue.
Oh, so that was a trick question technically.
Yeah, exactly. So people always say blue. I'm like, no.
No.
Not. That's not the whole answer.
Super annoying about it. I got it. Okay. We got the super annoying mid lane. How's that for a segue back into the game, Black?
I love it.
Puck meets Dragonite. Yeah, thank you.
Who's more annoying though, Puck or Dragonite?
Dragonite, because you can't zone him out of lane. He just exists.
So Dragonite is more annoying initially, but then Puck becomes more annoying. I love the power relationship there.
Yeah, because you can never actually kill this guy. I mean, DK is one of the better solutions thanks to Dragon Tail. Why did he go in for that Dragon Tail there just to secure the last hit? Or the
No, he used it to kill Dolme actually for the first blood.
No, just now he committed.
Oh yeah. Because it does like so good damage now. 70 damage is no joke.
Yeah, it does almos as much as the Breathe Fire. Breathe Fire is
25.
Yeah.
Dude, if you got a last hit with a 25 damage spell, then you're god. I got all the last hits with it, by the way.
You can do it with Quill Spray. On occasion, Bristlebacks to do like a little bit more damage because it comes out instantly. That's pretty nice.
But it's physical, so it's always a bit more tricky.
Yeah, that is true.
Annoying armor. How are the side lanes looking though? Void, honestly, I really enjoy Void against Dawnbreaker personally. I think Dawn doesn't really like playing into Void. The Time Walk is just really good against you. And if you get bashed, can't really man-fight them in the mid-game.
Yeah.
So, in terms of that, I like that pick, but it's just... Where's the chrono damage gonna come from? It's all Phoenix or what?
It's mostly Phoenix, yeah. I mean, you can kind of put some damage into the puck and throw your abilities into it, Illusionary Orb plus Wing Rift, maybe click them with the Witchblade. But you're right, they do kind of lack damage on these heroes. And you're playing to a couple strength heroes as well. Like DK, Tide, and Dawnbreaker. You need a lot to get through these guys. So if puck doesn't pop off... Can I change my answer from Finjin over to Magma?
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not as mean as Ricky out loud.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ricky's a very mean guy. I certainly don't ever bully him to deserve this kind of meanness.
Of course not.
Yeah.
You're the greatest guy. You're super nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. You don't ever bully me either.
Right, totally didn't do that last time we were on.
No.
Okay, we talked about top lane. Over the opportunity, talked about bottom lane. One of the issues that you guys had was Marcy was leaving the lane too quickly. Well, she's level 2, she's still here. Here to stay, but you're never going to be able to find kills off in this Morphling Warlock lane. You got Sustain with the Shadow Word. He's can just actually been shifted over to Strength. All right, now YP's leaving. I'm a much bigger fan of this. He's rotating for the 3-minute rune. 100% what you should be doing is support when you're not being too useful in the lane. He's even clearing out the Observer Ward as he goes. Powerful moves here from YP.
But can he get the bounty rune or is Wall gonna outclick him? KZ versus YP? That's cheating. Come on, you gotta be a man about it. Okay, no, I lost all respect for this player.
Yeah, they should have had the click war there.
For sure.
Better player gets the bounty rune.
I never use stuns level 1 at runes. I just outclick them every time because I have 2 ping.
Not because you're faster, just because you have 2 ping. Do you have the repeated movement on?
No. Because it's actually slower than spamming.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh. If you right click it, it's like 1 click every 0.2 seconds. But when I spam, I machine gun.
Yeah. You click roughly 30 times a second, right?
Yeah, that's also my mouse sprouts every 2 months. But what can you do?
Yeah. Man's looking for a mouse sponsorship deal, by the way. You guys have one that lasts longer than 2 months. Hit up Black.
I would love it. Thank you very much. We didn't really speak about the synergy of Morph Warlock. It's one of the better carries, right? Because just morph down all the way, you heal full, and you're very happy.
Yep. You guys were mentioning before the game started the sustain game, but the fact that you've got the extra armor, you morph full agi, you're back up like greater HP afterwards. It is fairly good with the Warlock. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like the Jug here, because I feel like it'd be a bit overkill relying on both Healing Ward and Shadow Word.
Yeah, no, I was just looking for like easy answers to the
egg and the puck.
Yeah, egg scrambler. You don't really care about puck or Pangoli either. Hey, there's no time walk on the Void.
Yeah, he's gonna run down here, chasing the trees. Looks like they can't finish him off though. Not enough damage. Thankfully,
if he
a
had
bunch
one
of stick charges.
like value level and Gush there, he's dead 100%.
Yeah,
I'm a Gush lover.
Yeah, I guess he's gonna crack and shell as he's the core in this lane here.
Yeah.
Still 2 points into the Kraken Shell seems kind of excessive. It lets you trade pretty well, but a little bit unnecessary given that you're 40% slow for 4 seconds and the minus armor.
I mean, Gush is just broken, everyone. We all know it.
Yeah, always has been. Kaikyo, he's gonna be okay. Right. It's one of the real spells and has always been broken level 1. They've nerfed everything over the years. Like abilities that like Magic Missile and Stormbolt use just stunning for 2 seconds, all nerfed into the ground.
Wasn't Gush also stronger level 1 before?
I think it had like maybe 1 more minus armor or something?
Yeah, it had minus 4 armor, I think more damage to like 130 or 120 or something.
Yeah, it was one of the OGs for sure.
But the mana cost was also higher. I think they reduced that at some point.
Yeah. There was like a higher mana cost to it. Then you used to have to pay mana to use your Blink Dagger on the hero as well, so you would just like run out when you like...
How much was it back then? 75?
75, yeah.
Yeah.
You like run out of mana, you blink Ravage, and you like
pool,
couldn't
dude.
gush them.
Yeah. 75 mana is no joke on these heroes.
Yeah. I think every hero has like higher mana growth rate than it used to as well.
Yeah, they do. 100%. Why are you right? Stop right-clicking the Tide, boy. There's literally no point. You're just mad. He's dealing 10 damage per hit. I know the feeling, though. You know, it is really annoying when he just stands there.
Yeah, you feel like you have to do something, otherwise you're letting him do what he does unpunished, but he's relatively unpunished anyways. Maybe this is why he's gone for the Kraken Shell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike it. It's just, you know,
Less
holding a skill point I'm a big fan of. Or Morph actually morphed into the Marcy, and he gets to throw first. They get thrown. That's stupid. They were both hands up, but of course one hand is always faster than the other. Puck got stunned. Can he AWP out? Can. Need level 2 stun, so he can't do that.
He just fine. Didn't manage to grab the rune either. It ended up going the way of the Dragon Knight, and he got a little bit of chip damage in on this mid tower as well. It's down to what, 1100 out of 1800 now. This is one of the reasons why the DK is one of the few heroes that does well against the puck in lane. Every time he walks away, even if he's in the lane, you can punish him fairly well just by pushing in his buildings, and he doesn't do enough damage to the DK in order to stop him. What he's doing. He does have Elder Dragon form available again, by the way, but doesn't look like he's going to commit it for this wave.
Yeah, I don't like that he popped his Ido rune before he popped the Dragon form, to be honest. Like, those ranged dragons are really strong. Do you like the skill build also? With the bottle and everything? Because bottle on DK is not super common anymore.
I think that you need 2 sources of mana regen. Usually it's Soul Ring plus Magic Wand. But it looks like he's opted to ignore the Soul Ring and instead go for the bottle. So that's kind of acceptable.
Bottle, Magic Wand, of course, the value drops.
Yeah.
Dude, I hate it when people get raindrops. It's too good.
Yeah.
I like this Pangolier right now. I'd flame him if I was in his team.
From having no raindrops against the Morphling? Yeah, exactly.
Same with the puck. And I just actually think that item is broken. Raindrops has been for so long as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like buying like non-stop clarities, but also damage block as well. 0.8 mana regen is kind of crazy. Have you seen some of these carries have just started buying casual Ring of Basilius because of the 1.5 mana regen?
Oh
so
yeah,
it's kind of like raindrops,
really
but it's twice as expensive.
Twice as much
mana cost. Yeah,
and
but
can't be ruined.
Yeah. Well, you say ruined, but it's like useful sometimes. It blocks damage. It'll save you depending on certain matchups.
It depends. Like when I'm like an anti-mage after Battlefield, I just buy like a casual raindrop, and like and then I get Clockwork Rocket, and I'm like, bro, stop.
You got it. Yeah, it's my farming efficiency. I can't blink from camp to camp anymore.
Dude, that is such a slow game. Other than the first blood of the Pango walking up the hill, nothing happened.
Well, Dragon Knight slowly walked up the hill. He killed the mid tower with his Elder Dragon form, so that's something. They have a little bit more map control right now, but it has been very slow. Bottom lane, they go into YP, but he's just going to rebound away. Coil ends up coming out on the Morph lane.
He has 2k health, there's no way, right?
You'd think so. They can't break him out of the coil with the roll. They did try. They're maximizing these stuns off onto him.
Is there a stick?
Yeah. They're trying to hold him down as long as possible. It does end up getting the waveform off, and YP ends up going down there. So they can't bring him down. They can't do anything about this guy. This is ridiculous, man.
But why did they even try? Like, there was...
He was disabled for so long by hell. If there's a guy,
he also has 2,400 health.
Like, goes down there.
I can't believe they tried that. I looked at it from the beginning. I was like, no. Yeah.
It's like the Faceless Void, uselessly clicking the Tidehunter. You know, they gotta try.
Dude, like, it's always very sad when the first rotations are dead, though. But what do you want to do? You want to go to the Tidehunter instead? Like, that's the problem we spoke about, right? No damage.
They rebounded onto him, but they couldn't get that.
Oh, dude! I just realized they had absolute last pick on Shenzhen, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Dude, OD would have been an absolute killer this game. Also, chrono damage. Often OD destroys Morph.
Are you a fan of OD with the new Null Talismans?
Yes. I usually build 2 of them.
I think it's very busted.
Yeah, you get the 250 mana talent as well, so it increases even more. Then you get a Tumbler's Toy, and increases even more.
Yeah, at least it's not as bad as the Storm Spear, because Storm Spear was just invulnerable all the time, which is super annoying. You can at least kill him.
But it didn't hit you for 500 to hit.
He did when he was defending his base and rolling on you.
True. Base defense is always super annoying.
Yeah. Top lane. Dust coming up here. He's the Elder Dragon form pop. It's about to expire though, so it doesn't look like he's actually going to get much damage onto this tier 1 tower. Instead he's going to move back over to his triangle. So, very little action, even still black. Whose fault is this, would you say?
Probably both teams picking like super. Well, they're pretty defensive, but can be used offensively, right? But because they both have like very similar lineups, like they just can't kill each other. Like you need a Blink Dagger on DK before you can really make action happen. Probably same with the Tide Hunter, and they're all itemizing so defensively as well.
They just refuse to have things happen. Magma is coming out kind of ahead from this one. They're up 2k net worth right now.
I mean, Morphling is still going to be the ultimate late game carry this game, right? So I would probably give quite a bit of an edge to them, to be honest. Usually Morphling does not have such a good laning phase. But this time around, super easy for him.
Yeah, we had the Warlock alongside him to kind of mix up for some of his weaknesses, and they failed those ganks over to him as well.
Yeah. Already got a Dragonlance up, going into the Manta next.
Do you like this build that he's going for?
Yeah. As long as there's no Lincolns involved, I'm always happy. I hate Lincoln's Morphling.
I see that happen so often. Morphling has such an amazing start. And he goes for a Lincoln Sphere as the first item, then his farming speed just falls off.
Yeah. I like Dragonlance a lot, because also there's a Faceless Void in the game, so you can actually still hit people. Don't have to run into the Chrono. It gives you like good strength stats, right? So you just have overall more health all the time. His power threads are right now in the backpack. Not sure why.
He's fixing it.
No, they're not.
Yeah. Problem solved.
Yeah. But I like this item build. Just stats heavy in general is very nice. Unless it's Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, speaking of weird item builds, the Puck is not going for Witchblade, instead he's going for a Spirit Vessel. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty good this game, right? Dolme, pretty low, but can't get the finishing touch on him. I mean, it's a good Vessel game, it's just, if it doesn't work out instantly, you're gonna fall off massively. It's kind of like an all-in kind of move.
Foil ends up coming out. Dawnbreaker doesn't look like she's even a hammer out of this one. Chronosphere about to come off. Titan ends up grabbing off for several kills and catches the Faceless Void after he Chronosphere, so the damage isn't coming out. Puck
Rock,
or
the bash.
He doesn't get the rock off the bash, and ends up hitting him just in the middle of the cast animation for that. Puck is continuing to chase these people down. The DD on the Dragonite doesn't matter. He is crushed. Kaiko is a triple kill right now. Now he's running down TZY as well. Make it an ultra kill. Give it up to him. Come on. Puck, let him have it. Oh, it ends up going to Dome.
That fight was so close to being a disaster, I feel like, for Shenshin. If that rock comes out, plus the Fatal Bonds...
Yeah.
Completely dude, that bash, man. Did he have max bash at the time? No, it wasn't even maxed, man.
No.
That was like level 2 or level 3.
A very lucky bash coming out. Yeah, Warlock ended up doing 0 damage there. He dropped a Shadow Word to heal his teammates, but other than that, wasn't able to contribute anything to that one. Dawnbreaker didn't get the ult off either. There's a lot of things that didn't end up going their way. I was concerned when I saw Faceless Void caught on the edge of that Ravage, but Phoenix managed to get Illusionary Web off, and the heroes caught beside each other in the Chronosphere and didn't end up being so bad.
Yeah, but I like what Magma's doing here. They're very cool on the pennant, of course, on the Shenshin. So Morph just TP's top, gets the tower for free, and his game is still continuing to elevate. So in that sense, it's going very well for them. But yeah, they're gonna be much more careful how they approach these team fights.
Now, what's he got? Now he's at the top of the net worth. He's at 7k. Oh no! Just wait for him into the Puck and Dome up here. He's just gonna get run down. Dawnbreaker ultimate is gonna come in, but he's already has the Spirit Vessel. It's blocking a lot of his healing, both coming up from the Morph and the Dawnbreaker. Rock ends up coming out. He had it for this fight. Wait for him forward onto the Puck.
Gushin one.
Finish him off. It looks like he's gonna be able to get away from this one, but end up taking down the Morphling. Now Kazi getting run down by YP here. Oh
yeah, and
no,
Dawnbreaker also
Dawnbreaker too.
It's all snowball effect from the last fight, right? You get that vessel because you crushed that fight. Now you kill the Morphling because of it, and everything is kind of snowballing downhill. Like, they really gotta regroup and slow the game down. Like, Magma right now is playing at the wrong pace, and Shenshin is enjoying that a lot.
Yeah, that was a very rough setup. It ends up waveforming into an invisible Puck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Worst case scenario for sure.
Yeah, and the invisible Puck that literally just finished the vessel too.
Yeah. It blocked the majority of that healing that came out from them. Rough day to be.
Remember the first time Vessel came out? Was it like 70% reduction or something?
Yeah. Was it now? Yeah, now it's only
45 now?
45, yeah. Everyone had the aura as well. That was
the aura, yeah.
Yeah, healing reduction aura.
and then they moved to the Shivas.
Yeah, you just build it on like Ember Spirit.
Blink up on Phoenix.
Yep, they go on the puck and they finish him off. He ends up getting the phase shift out. Ravage ends up connecting with him. Certainly they finish him off here. They've Chronosphere, they do! Ends up connecting with almost everyone here. Phoenix comes in, the Egg ends up dropping as well. Dust, he ends up dropping. TZY, they're about to lose him as well. They can't get away from this one. Pulled back with the dispos. It doesn't even look like they can get Mercy out. Ends up going up to the high ground with the Celestial Hammer, but finished off there by the Faces Void and Hara.
Now, wouldn't you be a fool if you went from Shenzhen to Magma at the very beginning?
I don't recall ever changing my game.
I think we have VOD proof, I'm sorry. But
the
yeah.
clips are turned off, thankfully. Where was Ricky when I need him? Tell me no.
This is the problem we spoke about in the draft, right? DK initiates, where's your damage? Where's your follow-up? There's just nothing.
Yeah, it took way too long for them to be able to finish off this puck and getting off the majority of his abilities, and the other heroes coming as well. Like, yes, Tidehunter hits everyone with a Ravage, but who cares if there's no damage?
I think, honestly, one more time, a fight like this, and the game is just going to be Morphling versus the world. And usually when that's the case, Morph tends to just not win those scenarios. Coiled up.
Morph is against the world again. They
No vessel
don't
charge
snap
at
the
least.
Coil, yeah. Dawnbreaker coming in. There's a lot of disable onto this more, thankfully. Mercy. Looks like he's going to walk away after this one as well. They don't really have the damage to bring down this Dawnbreaker, not when she's got this Hooded Defiance completed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at least Morphling survived. Curtis,
They want to go back in. They have Blink Tag on the Dragon Knight as well. He's probably
Yeah, but
about
they have
to
no
blink
damage
into a
with
couple
this.
of heroes. Alright, they end up jumping them instead. Dragon Knight brought back, silenced up as well. Puck might just be able to finish him off before he can get off any abilities. In fact, he does. Sunray from Horror cleans him up. Now these other heroes running away. Dome doesn't
Remember
have
what I
anything to follow
said
up that.
like 2 minutes ago? They need to slow down the pace and regroup. They're literally just running at a wall over and over and over right now.
Opposite of what you're trying to tell them.
You have like no damage, and you keep what's that rotation? Warlock, Dawnbreaker, Dragon Knight? You can't kill anything, literally.
Yeah,
Like, do you need your Morphling there? And Casey's probably also just dead.
Yeah,
Oh, nice. Maybe gets the Phoenix. Nice one.
yeah. I mean, this happens while they find the kill onto Mercy.
Yeah. Morphling is really the last hope here. Close to the Manta style. But then you still have to worry about the Chronosphere, you have to worry about the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, here's my issue with this Morphling pick. Yes, you have the Manta style done soon. That'll break you out of the silence. You know, you can dodge a couple things. You can safely split push, but it doesn't increase your burst damage at all. You need to be able to bring down this puck in the Dragon Tail, and unfortunately, the Manta style doesn't help you do that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Morph is there when the stun happens, you're probably gonna get the kill because his damage output is still wild. It's a Morphling with full agi, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that also means he can't really be farming at all. You know, can't really be efficient around the map. Yeah, this Magma draft has very apparent weaknesses, and they're really showing right now.
They were trying to scout out an Observer Ward up in the Hell there, so it looked like they were grouping up to smoke them, thought better of it on the side of Shenzhen.
Yeah.
They have a lot of cooldowns available, though. Puck's just missing mana, which I think is a problem.
What do you think is the power spike of Magma, actually? Like, we spoke about this a lot already with Morphling. There don't really seem to be any power spikes, but...
It is the Aghanim Scepter
Where is he rolling?
on Tidehunter. Where
What's the
is he
Warlock?
rolling? I mean, not a very important kill, I'm gonna be real with you.
But they could get Roche off this, though.
It looks like it's exactly what they're going to do. Oh,
Faked it out. Lincoln's on the Void. They have no burst damage, he's just afraid of getting stunned. I'm actually getting unhappy here.
He's so angry he's shaking right now.
I am... What's the rationale behind this item? Why do so many people start building it? And then Saint Shasha next? No! It's like the freest BKB into max DPS game, no?
Yeah, I guess they figure, okay, Dragon Tail is something that's going to stun us and kill us. I want to get a counter to Dragon Tail. So they
If he gets BKB and just pure damage items, he chronos the Morph, no matter what happens, the Morph is dead. They have no save for him. We'll see if that item build actually is gonna impact their chances negatively later on, because you're still gonna get Ravaged as Void.
Yeah. You know, potentially they could always...
Oh, Mercy?
Yeah, Mercy
I've been
pulled back
begging
up.
you for mercy.
Can you get up? No. It's too high.
Nobody can get down. Dead, bro.
Got him.
Got him.
Nice one, bro.
Thanks, man. Been Been holding it in all day.
Okay,
I
what do
woke
they
up
do
at
from
7
here?
a.m., man. I had such an early morning.
I've got no idea how time works for you right now.
Me neither. I am.
It's like 9 p.m. for
Doctor
me.
Strange,
so-
dude. Oh, I didn't have the best morning. This morning is way better.
Yeah. You were a hero this morning, though. You saved a baby.
Well, I don't know. I saved it from rolling away. Who knows what would have happened, right?
I'm pretty sure the baby rolling away is not good under any circumstance.
Yeah, it's not good for sure. And I definitely scolded the mom. I was like, yo, what's happening here?
Please put brakes on this thing, please.
Yeah. Like, was literally rolling downhill on the street, man. You can't let arguments and anger shadow over what's really important, okay? Like this Warlock kill, for example.
Yeah, it is what's really important. Look at that. They've completed the Egg and Scepter on Tidehunter, though. Incredible. Unfortunately, he only has 2 points in Gush.
I mean, he spat at them. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And
This
deals
thing
like
is
100
actually
damage.
so... It's actually so good once you have the 2 Gush talents.
Dude, okay, like, what is up with this itemization here from everyone? Phoenix
don't
went
know, man.
Aeon Disc first. Everyone's so afraid of just getting Dragon Tailed or what?
Yeah. Like, we can't afford to give up even a
Aeon
single
Disc
kill
next
for
on the
MVP.
puck.
You know, I was
Lincoln's
concerned.
next on the on the Pangolier. What's happening?
All right, someone has convinced them that like the best offense is a good defense.
That is sometimes true, but only.
It is sometimes true.
I mean, when you're leading by a lot, I would probably agree with the sentiment, but it's only 2k lead. And we'll see. I guess if they have no damage, the best counter is make him not be able to deal that little damage.
If you were like 2 items up on everybody, I could see why you'd want to go defensive items to stop a gold swing from happening. But
Yeah.
with how things currently are, I think they're going in a bit much.
Free Roche? He has a Sanj, Lincoln's, on a Void. I just want
After
to
the
point it out.
Yep.
Sanj, on a Void.
Got the Sanyasha queued up next. That is an item that
They-
nobody built
We can be
anymore.
after, no!
He now
Tickle
has
monster.
the Aegis, and they're going to lose Mercy.
Yeah, good night. He's actually gonna be a tickle monster.
Suddenly he goes like Kevin's Halberd instead of the Yasha, right?
Dude, that would be the real deal.
It's
No,
actually
but
pretty good
seriously, I
against
think this
Morphling, though.
itemization on Dia could actually cost him the game down the line.
Alright. You think they're going to start to have the same problems that Magma has? It's just not going to have the damage because of the itemization.
Yeah, when the BKBs come out, who does anything?
True.
Like, Dragon has 100 of his, Morph, a little bit further away, but once he has his, like, I think this game could be very problematic still for the Dire.
Yeah, and one thing that this Gush does very well is clearing out creep waves and defending base. Like, being able
Yeah.
to use this every 7 seconds is actually incredible.
What's the cooldown reduction? Is it 4 seconds or 5?
The cooldown doesn't have a cooldown reduction anymore on the Gush.
No, it does. It used to be, I think without, wait, let me just check real quick. It is 5 seconds reduction. It is massive. It's almost.
Oh, you mean with the? I thought you meant the talent.
Oh no. Yeah,
There's not a
sorry.
talent for
I meant
that,
the
yeah.
axe upgrade.
Yeah.
5 seconds reduction is such like everything it gives is just too good actually.
Yeah. Look, he's got the damage talent, plus 120 Gush damage, 50% slow. It'll have 380 damage each time he uses it. So it'll always clear out range creeps when he presses it.
He just DPs to the bot now and
Yeah.
stands
He's just
there.
gonna Gush the wave. Yeah.
Another
Look, you see
problem
these
with
two-
this item build is
Look at these
you
two
have no tower
range
damage.
creeps down here. They,
Ah,
wait, no, they're not
they
dead. He
live.
doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have
Because
the,
level
the
3
max
Gush.
level. Yeah. In the third.
Scrap.
Uh-oh. Alright. Coil comes out onto the Dawnbreaker, needs to hammer away. Is he going to be able to make it up the hill? No, he just ends up getting bashed. The hammer comes back to him and he's
Wait,
leashed off on the
can
big
you hammer
sword.
away when you're leashed? Does it work?
Can you?
Because you didn't even try. If you can.
I actually don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, looked like you
You?
can. They're looking for the Morph. You can't die here. That's no. Oh my god, he's gonna get chronoed. Yeah.
He absolutely got chrono. He can't reach him though. He's stuck in the trees. Yeah, look at him. We're walking in place. It's not going to matter though. Dome is on top of him.
That is a very rough pickoff. Like your Dawnbreaker died there. You have no business dying there.
Yep. You knew that they were coming.
Yeah, you definitely knew. But still, I would say in the current position, I still favor Magma actually. This is literally purely based off the itemization.
Okay, so the itemization Shenzhen is so unimpressive to you that you think there's absolutely no way they're
Look at Puck! Blink Aeon Disc now too. Like,
Yeah, and now he's going to
does anyone have any aggro item? Lincoln Sphere next on the Pangolier.
They refuse to build damage. They're pacifists.
And Marcy's building more damage than the Void.
Yeah, BKB.
Look, the Void can't even clear the Ancient Camp properly.
Yeah, this is pretty slow. For level 19 Faces Void.
Yeah, they're looking for Dragon Knight next. They're just getting picked off all over the map, man.
Dispose. Time dilation. He's gonna BKB. There's no way he survives.
Oh, the Lincoln's blocked the stun.
Was he hoping to like stun him and TP out there?
Probably.
Look at that. Not possible without the Lincoln Sphere Black. This Kaikyo, he's like Doctor Strange. He looked forward to like 18 million different possibilities of what was going to happen in this game. Saw that play, and it's like, I need to build a Lincoln Sphere right now. Or to get the kill on the DK at 26 minutes.
Why is DK there to begin with? Is my question. Like, you wouldn't
well, we have to
do
ask
any...
Kaikyo that.
Yeah, but you don't need any cute plays if you're just in position. Feels like Magma this game, there's really no, how do I word it, sense of urgency at all. Kind of just pushing out the lanes, like, yeah, we got this.
And they seem to think so. Okay, aggressive jump forward. I mean, he's still got the Aegis for another minute. They know the DK is dead, so he probably feels relatively safe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Aegis for 1 minute.
So annoying. It actually does a lot of damage.
They don't really have save for the Void though. Like, if he gets Blink Ravaged, I think they can burst him very easily.
I mean, not for another 38 seconds are they going to go on in.
Yeah. They still have a Glyph too. They could potentially commit to this tower defense if they Glyph now. I don't know if they want to though.
Clear out this way, wait for the next one to come in, buy themselves a little bit more time. Yeah.
Looks like it's gone.
But if they blow the Glyph here, they could just walk up high.
Oh, they do it anyway now. Very late.
Okay. Yeah, this took them a while. The question is if they try to defend... They can't blink forward on the Tidehunter right now. They disabled the blink dagger with that time dilation.
Yeah. Yeah. They were actually looking to set up something, but yeah. They are a little bit late to the party. Morphling has the waveform attacks target talent now, so if they get a good Ravage off and he waves over them, there's a lot of potential damage now.
Yeah, it'll get even worse once he completes his DLS. I like this itemization. I think, more burst damage is absolutely the thing they should be doing.
I would have absolutely hated it if he went for Skadi this game. There's no need at all for Skadi.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah, we don't...
There's a trend with, like, quote-unquote lesser teams. The itemization oftentimes is really not on point. And that's, like, one of the biggest differences.
They go for things more defensive than they should be, or what?
Yeah, I mean... Just to highlight again, Sans Jasha, Lincolns, and now BKB next on the Void. That is way too excessive. Look at his net worth.
What do you think this itemization decision comes from? Do you think they go over replays and they go, okay, what's wrong here is you didn't have enough strategies, you didn't build defensive enough? Do you think that's what happens?
I really don't know. Maybe he wants to be like a frontliner for his team. But again, you're really the only damage source the team has. Once BKBs are popped.
Oh, the smoke. The Ravagers are coming forward onto 2 here. They end up going onto the Marcy instead of the Puck, whose Aeon just ends up proccing. Would have been the decision why. So they end up getting YP. Puck's Aeon just on cooldown for 100 seconds yet, but they've got no Ravage now.
Yeah.
Was that the play?
It's always hard to justify blowing a Ravage for a support kill like that. Like at this game stage, but... I mean, if their goal is to just farm and scale a little bit further, then I guess it's understandable. Just sit tight and sit defensively. But Senshin is definitely going to look for something once the Marcy's back up.
Yeah. And they will have, like 60 seconds to do so when they have Marcy and they don't have Ravage.
Yeah.
He's going for the Refresher Orb as the next item. You know what the tech is on Tidehunter? He goes Phase Boots instead of the Arcane Boots. And you end up building a Null Talisman before your Refresher Orb. Or as soon as you get your Refresher Orbs, then you have mana for the double Ravage. It actually gives you so much mana going for Null at 25 minutes.
Yeah, you do. But our Phase Boot is really like important for Titan. They're nice, but...
In some games, maybe I should clarify that.
How about you just go Travels with the axe and just push out lanes mega hard?
Then you're grieving your team, you're just taking all the farms like the +3.
Like a real Chad. Yeah.
Yeah. I do like that though.
Look at him. He's like, yep, my wave.
My game. If we win, it's going to be because of me with my gushes and my ravages. I will admit it is an issue once he has double ravage available.
Yeah, it will get pretty tough.
I mean,
how's
thankfully
Morphin
they've got
looking?
neon discs and Lincoln spheres and BKBs on Shenzhen.
Yeah, on everyone, virtually.
So on one hand, you can kind of deal with the double ravages, but you've also let him get to the double ravages by itemizing like this.
Yeah.
Do they know that the people are here?
I mean, he's gonna run into them.
Yeah. He's another 13 sectilions ravage available. He's going to try to walk away. But they chase him down. Do they drop the Cronus around this one? Instead, they just stay on top of him. Yeah, they end up going down.
It just takes so long. He has 0 armor items or anything. It just takes him like 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's Kraken show for you.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Marcy dealt like the most damage in that kill.
We can look.
Or close. Same as the Void, pretty much.
Yeah. Actually, didn't
Puck
deal too-
whooping 200.
I mean, you said it yourself. He doesn't have damage items. Even if he drops the Spirit Vessel, it'll just instantly get popped because of the Kraken shell.
Yeah.
Wait, did he commit the Spirit Vessel there? He didn't. No, he knew better. That'd be a waste.
No, he did.
Did he?
Yeah. But I
He's
got
doing the fire.
instantly
Oh, yeah, he
crashed
did.
off.
Instant, literally instant. It didn't even show up on his death summary.
Yep. No tick.
Yeah, I do see it as like items used in the fight recap. My bad.
Oh, one Stormbreaker finishes his axe with the 60% evasion in the chrono. I don't know. They won't be able to touch anything.
Yeah.
Instead of that butterfly, he needs an MKB. I hope he recognizes that too.
Yeah, there's the Daedalus.
Under attack.
Yeah. They have Ravage now again.
Yeah. So now they get to control the map. They're going to the Roche
Roche is
pit
up there.
right
It's a
now.
very early Roche.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they know. It's smoke up straight away. The lanes are all pushed indoors, so the smoke is very obvious. Are they in
They can't
time?
even get here in time. I don't think they can. It's going to be close.
And this Marcy hero deals so much damage for no reason.
Yeah, Puck is going to block them by jumping in on them. It's silence off onto several, so Tidra not able to blink forward and Ravage. Rock ends up coming down to several heroes. Kaiko backs back out. But
Wait,
Dome
what's the
continues
Morph went
forward.
in alone?
Yeah, he did. Where is he? He's just trying to run down these heroes. Dolmen's going to kill Nakazi on the back line now. Morphling getting run on by Kaiko. He's got the Aegis available. Dawnbreaker Ultimate coming out, trying to heal him back up, but the Spirit Vessel on him stops the majority of this healing. They can't deal with the Phoenix Egg either. Ends up popping off onto Mercy. Ends up going down. They're just losing everybody.
What?
And that's it. They call GG.
Ah,
Whoa.
really?
That's it.
It was so half-hearted. The Morph just waves in to the back by himself. They didn't even use Ravage. You just give up like this?
I guess so. I mean, not enough healing is able to come out onto him. He ends up just melting as soon as the BKB expires. No way to fight into it, despite the lack of damage.
I
It's
am-
really.
This game is so confusing to me. Like, everything about it. That GG out decision, like, I'm a big fan of GGing out when you should, but this game was nowhere near over.
Yeah. I am surprised that they managed to defend for as long as they did there, and then just kind of fell apart in that team fight. They rushed that one. Puck ends up blocking them coming into the pit, but maybe they shouldn't have even made that decision to begin with if it was going to turn out like that.
Dude, I think you said it right, man. This was just like a bizarre game, kind of like almost played from both sides, right? Like one team was just like, yeah, we're going to itemize to never take damage. The other team just never fought. So you just have like, it seems like a very disconnected game plan almost. It was very bizarre, but ends up going the way of Shenzhen. Neff definitely didn't predict, unfortunately.
Yeah, he went the way of Mama. What can you say, man? You know?
Where were you when I needed you, Ricky, to
Yeah.
block me from being able to change my
I
answer?
told you I'm going to be nice. I let you switch. Like, I didn't force anything on you. I just want to say that.
You said you
I
could switch.
was a nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are allowed to switch. You said, okay, I want to do it. I'm like, all right. Be my
You're an
guest.
adult, Neff. You can make your own choices.
You can be
Obviously
wrong
not.
with me.
I don't know, man. Like what? It's really hard to break down a game like this. Like, what did Magma need to do to? Like you said, it didn't feel like the game was really over, but like, what needed to change this game for them to like really take control? Was it
Okay,
just
Neff.
the draft, or was it something else?
I'm going to lay the foundation here, and then you can build the blocks if you want.
Mhm.
For me, Magma this game, as I also told Neff, zero sense of urgency, nothing. They just push out lanes, die, push out lane, die, push out lane, die. It was like no game plan, no real anything, and the GG out at the end is just a cherry on top. It just screams, what the hell is happening in this game? You know, they surely didn't even know that they were just like 10k behind. They probably thought they were like 30k behind or something by the reaction they've had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they couldn't take fights. They saw the enemies building nothing but defensive items. They probably figured that the game was a lot harder than it was. Usually teams have a pretty good sense of how far behind they are, though. I feel like these days especially, they can kind of guess, and they're usually within like 2-3k net worth of how far behind they are.
I just want to highlight, they GG'd out without even using their Ravage, which is insane to me. Like, Morph just waves to the back by himself, pops BKB, right-clicks like a Marcy that's running away, dies, and calls GG. Like, was that tilt? Was that what? I don't know what happened there, but it's not a GG moment for sure.
Did you guys feel like the Morphling like did anything this game? Like, it just seems so underwhelming. Like, this is just another game where we see a Morphling pick and it's like, yeah, you know, like, it is really good in the lane. He had top net worth. He was chilling. And then he like shows up to one fight, dies, shows up to another fight, dies. And like, I just didn't feel like this hero like offered much.
Yeah, kind of. I really don't like this hero right now. I've gone on rants about it again and again, especially given that it doesn't have like the E-Blade like shotgun build anymore because they changed the item around. I think Morphling's in a very weird place where people want to farm up on him, but he's a right clicker, and I think a worse one than a lot of other heroes at the moment as well. So yes, he kind of feels underwhelming, but I think that's because he is, and teams haven't really figured him out and way that he's supposed to be played yet.
Yeah. Feels like Morphling honestly just like a mega late game carry now, right? Like one of the ultra late game carries. You get this like double wave from talent, you wave in, wave out, and deal like 2k plus damage with it. But if you're really playing for that, you could probably just pick a Klings and be way happier.
A different hero.
Yeah, like Morphling, the thing that's so weird is like this is a patch in which we don't see games go late. Like, right? Like this is a patch where it can sometimes be decided at 25 minutes, and then usually the only reason it takes a while to end the game is because going high ground in this patch is so difficult. So it usually is teams amassing like 15, 20, even 30,000 gold advantages before they even attempt to go to the high ground.
Yeah. So to see them GG out at just like a 13k net worth they did when they still had Ravage available, potentially turn things around, it was very, very bizarre to see. But again, maybe they just feel like, okay, we're in this unwinnable position. If we weren't able to take the fight here, I don't see how we're going to be able to close this game out. They don't want to play against like a refresher faceless board in the late game or something like that. And that was that.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried and surprised that it came out of Magma, out of any team, to be honest. Because, believe it or not, like they do have a ton of experience at this point, right? For them to GG out like this, I did not expect that.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a like you said. There's probably some level of tilt happening in that game, and a little bit of frustration coming out. People might not be playing heroes that they wanted to play. It's definitely difficult to say, but yeah, that was not the Magma that we're used to seeing. Like this team has looked so strong in the DPC so far, and that was just that was a rough one for them. Shenzhen just completely bodied them. It felt like.
Kaiku MVP, less than 1 damage per gold, by the way. Just saying.
You're not a fan.
No, but they still won, so a win's a win, you know? Maybe if they win, we get a chance to talk to him. I definitely want to probe his mind on what, like, if there was like a team communication going on about it, because they all went mega defensive.
Yeah, maybe this is just something they've decided to do, or they've realized it works fairly well against Magma, but we'll have to see. I think it's super bizarre. I think when you're winning like this one and the enemies aren't able to just like burst you down, and the only thing you're worried about is the Dragon Tail, I think that you do want to go for more damage items or continue to farm faster, things like that. But if it works, it works, maybe. If it works, it works.
If it works, it works, exactly. And just coming back to a point again where Ricky was like, did you really feel Morph in this game? I'm going to throw the question back at you. Did you really feel anyone this game? Like, Magma just looked so deflated. All of them. I haven't seen a good Warlock Rock. Dawnbreaker also very underwhelming. The Ravages were kind of meh.
You know what? I think this comes back to something that we pointed out at the very beginning in the draft, was that the Dragon Knight felt very weird. And it's like, it's
whoa, what do you mean we? What do you mean we? You were saying, oh, Dragon Knight, one of the few heroes that can punish Puck in the mid lane here.
Absolutely.
Oh, he said that, Black? Call him out on this.
No, stop gaslighting me, Neff. I agreed. I did say that because it is true. He is one of the few heroes that win out of the mid lane.
Stop gaslighting me. What you just said is true, but stop gaslighting. No, that's not how this
All right. I'm going to slap you next time I see you. It is true. It beats Puck in lane, but one of the things we said is there is absolutely no one to follow up Dragon Knight this game. There's not a single hero that can follow Dragon Knight up in a fight or start a fight with him. And it leaves you with these weird disconnected fights where it's like, who's your initiator and who's going to do the damage? And I think that's where things just get a little lost in the sauce. It's like this Tidehunter DK picks just did not work. Like, they don't work together in this draft for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, I know Neff is a Sky hater. I'm just going to say Skyraft this game, perfect combo with Dragon Knight. Dawnbreaker Skyraft can actually threaten a Void. The level 1 silence with all the Dawnbreaker burst can actually kill him. And it would have definitely looked way better than this Tidehunter pick. I'm just going to say that. Like,
yeah.
At least it makes sense, you know? Just the logic behind it is way better.
Yeah, it was an interesting game, but I'm going to sneeze. Neff, take it away real quick.
All right, fellas. It looks like we're going to be...
Stopped it. We're good. Go ahead. You can continue talking, though.
Okay, cool. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a delay before we get into the next game. There was a client update between when we host the lobby and now. So it will be just a minute. I do believe that they're like just launching a test lobby to make sure everything works. And then they'll get this thing started. So as long as everyone gets back to the lobby fairly quickly, we can get this next game on the way. But a little bit surprised to see Shenzhen take this first game off of Magma. I mean, Magma were the clear favorites coming this one. We're expecting them to continue to rotate between Division 1 and 2, like Black was talking about at the beginning. Do you think that Shenzhen could potentially take the series off of the mental damage they just inflicted there, Black?
I mean, honestly, as I said, like Magma just looked like they were not even in the game. So if they show up like that again in game 2, they have no chance. Like I seriously don't understand what happened. Like none of them did anything, literally. Like they were just there, farming lanes, pushing out lanes. Like, okay, yeah, we're here in the game. We're trying. But were you really trying? Didn't feel like that to me.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they come back to the drawing board with a much stronger game number 2. So we are going to send it to a quick break, everyone. And we'll be back with our second game here of Shenzhen versus Magma. Don't go anywhere here on the CNDPC. We'll see you in a bit.
Woo!
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hey there, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your short little break. My name is Cryptic here with Neff and Black, of course, the regular crew, as we are getting ready to jump into game number 2 of Shenzhen versus Magma. A somewhat anticlimactic game number 1. I mean, we were expecting, some big high ground holds, and I guess Magma just wanted to run it back and go right into game 2. So that's what we're going to end up doing here instead. Now, we talked a lot about this before the break. I just want to hear from you, Black. What, if you're Magma, what is the key difference going into game number 2 here? Is it a mental attitude shift? Is it a draft shift? Execution? What needs to change?
It's definitely like a complete overhaul because like their draft wasn't great. The execution was very lackluster. And as you saw, like whatever happened then with the mental state, it's just not acceptable for a team at the pro level, right? So they need a complete overhaul, and whatever happened in the break, hopefully they had a good talk because this is not okay. Like I'm just going to say it. I don't think it's acceptable to be like that in a pro game.
All right, Coach
Black.
Like
yes,
Coach Black, how do they recover from this? What do you say to your team? This was unacceptable behavior. Is that what you say to them, or do you motivate them somehow?
I mean, I think that is the best motivation you can give them, to be honest. Like, if they thought anything like that was okay, they have no business getting to Division 1. I'm just going to be very blunt about it. So, they're just going to realize, like, urgency and showing up is mega important. You have one series a week, you can't show up like this. You just can't. Like,
all right.
like imagine, Neff, you and I, we have a boxing fight, a super boxing fight, and you come, like, super out of shape. And I beat the crap out of you, and I win super easily. You would be like, "Oh my god, why did I?"
Well, this is an unlikely scenario that totally wouldn't happen.
Like, imagine that's kind of what Magma did here. They were not ready at all, prepared, zero preparation. So game 2 can only get better. That's the good news.
Yes. Yeah.
That is good news, and something for us to definitely look forward to. Because that. Like I said, a little anticlimactic. Not a lot that happened in that game, unfortunately. I mean, in the side of Shenzhen, I mean, they played a game of Dota. I think might have been a little confused as we were. It's just like kind of wondering, where Magma was most of the game. But I mean, they just got to play their own Dota, I suppose. But Neff, if you, I mean, if you're Shenzhen, you're not going to be sleeping here, right? You know what Magma is capable of. So how do you prepare for game number 2?
Okay, I think you go back to the drawing board. If it was Shenzhen, what do we do for game number 2?
How do you prepare for game 2 here?
If you're Shenzhen, I'd say that a lot of what you did ended up working. Maybe don't go so defensive on the items on some of these heroes. Like maybe Puck doesn't necessarily have to go for like, was it Spirit Vessel into Lincolns into Aeon because they might have been able to just
blink Aeon Disc,
yeah, they might have just been able to win the game faster if they'd gone for different items and started accelerating quicker, found more kills off into the Magma heroes. But I think you're pretty happy with the result because Magma is obviously the favorite coming into this one. But if they're going to go for these sort of like tanky heroes they did the previous game, then go for items that do bigger damage and can allow you to snowball more effectively out of these team fights. I think maybe Magma will see what they did with their itemization this game and pick heroes that do better when the game is drawn out or that can do percentage-based damage and punish them for going for these tanky items. But we'll see if Magma pick up on that or Shenzhen just go, okay, we're going to do a complete 180 instead of letting you counter what we did.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense to me. I don't know. I'm just hoping for a more competitive game number 2 here. Something that kind of does showcase what these teams are capable of. As we know, obviously Magma has had a pretty solid season so far. So this is like a kind of an anomaly for me in terms of like their performance. So really hoping that they do bounce back. They hit their stride and we maybe take it to 3 games here. I don't know. It seems a little rough. It's a weird one for sure.
Who do you think is the most capable player here, by the way, Ricky? If you had to pick one.
Like on both teams?
Yes.
I mean, Kaikyo has like had some pretty solid performances, but it's like I feel like he's been a little bit hit or miss. So it's probably just going to be the support. I would say normally the support duos of Magma are probably the most stable, in my opinion.
What about you, Black?
I like Dust a lot, personally. Like, I think his ceiling is very high, but he also has pretty like low lows. But when he has a good game, like he can beat even those like tier 1 mid laners that I have in Division 1, no problem. He has shown it in the past that he can go toe to toe with them if he has a good day. And I feel like for Sensen, it's got to be Dolme. Like, whenever he has a good game, it just feels like the team overall is doing a lot better. Like, he plays his initiation heroes. He always builds pretty good items. He itemizes well. And the way he initiates, I like it a lot. He's pretty fearless when he plays.
Yeah.
Okay, so off of Dust, Magma will win game number 2 if he's got the confidence and the skill today.
I hope so. Like, Dust, honestly, it's always really sad to see players with so much potential just not show up. You're always like, what's happening? Like, is he just not being enabled, or is he feeling like bad today? Like, you have one game per week. Honestly, your mood and attitude and whatnot, they can play a very big role. Can you stay motivated for one game a week? It's not easy.
Do you think that it limits his potential when he's able to do in a game if you put him on a hero like Dragon Knight?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a Somnus to me, where you put him on these heroes because you think he's like really, really good. But if you do that, you gotta be able to enable him in different ways, which means if he finds a good initiation, you gotta be able to kill that hero. Because otherwise, he will be afraid to initiate. Next time, he's like, oh my god, my initiation didn't work, I'm gonna be more careful. Happens one more time, and you're completely out of the game.
Yeah. I mean, we saw what happened like last time. Like, he is off to a decent start on the Dragon Knight, but yeah, like you said, without follow-up, he kind of just doesn't do much. He doesn't really showcase. Like, he's not Dragon Knight's definitely not a hero that finds solo pickoffs. He always needs that follow-up. So I don't know. Hopefully they do draft him something a little bit more, I would say, with flair, or a little bit more that he can showcase himself. Maybe get the puck into his hands as opposed to being on the other team. That's always like a strong possibility.
Do you think the puck will be banned this game?
That's what I was going to ask. Do you guys think puck will make it through even, or are we going to be seeing pretty much the same bans? Because otherwise it's basically Death Prophet, Nyx Assassin, Tiny, those types of heroes are going to be banned out.
I'm tired of puck. Like,
You want him to be banned then?
Yeah, for sure. I just feel the game with puck is always so one-dimensional. Like, it's always a cat and mouse game. Can you catch him? Can you not catch him? If you can't catch him, he just split pushes all lanes. You have a super hard time getting out on the map. It's always like a little... Like, the hero itself is super exciting, obviously. There's so much skill that you can showcase. It's just like, the better the puck player is, the more boring the game gets, it feels like, if that makes sense. Because
he's too high skill, he's too good. I hate this.
Like he's just running circles around you, and you're like, we're gonna catch him. Can't catch him while his entire team is just farming. It is 10k gold down suddenly.
Very annoying to play against a good puck or a good void spirit. There's heroes that have so many like abilities that like get you either towards you or away from you, and they're invulnerable part of the time. It is so frustrating playing against those. I lose my mind when I do it.
I mean, there's like different levels, right?
Yeah.
You have like the standard puck. Wave pushes to the tower. He blinks in, does his 2 spells, orbs out. Then there's like the next level puck that is literally just in front of your base and cuts the wave right there. And the entire team is just like,
he's in your head. He's like in your base, in your head.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that is so obnoxious. Because then you got to run all the way back. Where is he now? And then he's suddenly middle again. You're like, oh my god, he was just there. I hate you.
I've wasted all my time walking back here, and he's been farming while I've been doing this.
It feels so bad chasing pucks around the map, dude. It's like, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, because he's just going to cut 2 waves every 30 seconds, and then you can't push. But if you just don't chase, like, so you kind of have to chase him. But then when you do chase him, you spend like 2 minutes and you never get the kill anyway, because you just eventually blink, TP's out.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, I mean, puck just does way too much. This hero is ridiculous. Granted, even though he has like one of the worst Aghanim Scepters in the entire game, like bottom 5 Aghanim Scepters in my opinion. in all of Dota, and yet he's still so strong. Like it is that is an accomplishment.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, honestly, I think the hero will fall once. I still hope it happens someday that status resistance gets removed, because a hero
Me
like Puck,
too.
Kaya Sanj makes this hero just that much more annoying. Oh, the stun expired 20% faster. Oh, he phase shifted. He's out. Whoa. I'm so happy. I'm not happy at all, if you couldn't tell.
I had a hot take recently that I think status resistance and all itemized forms of damage reduction should be removed from the game.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing.
Damage reduction is percentage-wise, or what?
Yeah, all percentage-based.
So like Wraith Pact and whatnot.
Wraith Pact, Pugna Ward, Howl from like all those
What
different
about Dispersion?
Forms. No, because it's a single. It's like just like on the hero is like it's a little bit different. Like Dispersion works and it's like
broken
his part
his
of the hero.
entire political stance.
Okay. Now, before we give Neff any more time to speak, we're going to go ahead and talk about the draft here. We've got Team Magma taking on the Shenzhen. Pretty much the similar openers, the same bands. Again, we're going to see the Razor, Nyx, Tiny, Death Prophet taken out first. They get themselves the Marcy right out of the gate. And Magma respond this time with the Shadow Shaman and the Dawnbreaker. Surprisingly, Puck is available. Someone explain this to me. Actually, Black, you explain this to me. Neff, don't open your mouth.
They're probably just afraid of the instant hex, instant initiation, right? Which just to me screams that you're not a super comfortable or confident Puck player. Because like a player like Abed or something, they wouldn't mind playing into the Shaman. Because we spoke about it before, it can so easily go Puck's way.
Yeah, it can very easily go Puck. But I'm going to talk anyways, regardless of Ricky banning me.
Okay, do it. Show him how.
No, do it. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, so Shadow Shaman, like you mentioned, Shenzhen obviously not that comfortable playing it into that instant disable, and they probably felt like they wanted to open with the Dawnbreaker alongside the Shadow Shaman together because the Dawnbreaker is so good. Or maybe they're just super confident about their ability to fight into the Puck once they have the Shadow Shaman picked. Either way, the next pick does come out here for the side of Magma, and it looks like Shenzhen wanted to ban that one out and not give it up in the second phase here, which kind of makes sense. I do like the Beastmaster pick a lot more than what I liked previously from Shenzhen, even though I liked their last draft. I think this hero is kind of undervalued right now in China. It ends up taking down towers so quickly, which pairs quite nicely with Marzi that likes playing fast, and for the early game, you can find lots of things. It also gets on top of heroes very easily and sets up for like the Boars or your Helm Dom creep being able to do damage to heroes. So I very much like the opening here from Shenzhen as well. I think pick enchanters in response to it. Okay, this is something we haven't been seeing as much. Like the enchanters up against the Beastmaster, you just get like the Boars plus extra damage when you enchant them.
Yeah, you guys want to hear a fun stat?
Okay,
sure.
About Beastmaster specifically. So Beastmaster is the highest variance in terms of pick bans between China and every other region, meaning that it is so undervalued in China that it has only been picked 8 times, but the rest of the DPC has picked it 110 times.
Honestly, not. I mean, it is surprising in a way, but China has always been pretty slow on these like summon sort of heroes. Like when I watched Tundra especially play Lycan and Beastmaster, I was just like, all right, these heroes are not balanced. And ever since that happened, like other teams, other regions started picking it up too, right? So hopefully China will also get up, and
okay, but why do you think that is?
Heroes.
Do you think they deal with the summon units too well, and so they don't feel like they're that powerful because of it, or do you think that they're just not good at using the summon units? Which side is it on?
That's a tough question, honestly, because we have some really good micro players in China. We do.
Yes.
I'm not sure why they're so hesitant. Like they really only pick it when it's like a super free game. Like ViCi for Yang, they pick a Lycan last pick when it's like a super free Lycan game. But if you like look at Europe, for example, they first to it. They don't care.
You want to hear the next kind of shocking part of the Beastmaster statistic?
Okay.
So it's been picked 110 extra times, right? The win rate is fantastic. The hero across all DPC regions is spouting about a 57% win rate. but it has been contested in 300 additional matches in the DPC outside of China.
Which means it was just banned all the time?
It is picked banned in it's picked banned in 70% of games, and like less than 50 in China.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by how contested it is, but yeah, again, that China is so slow on picking up that ball, that is a little surprising, because oftentimes they're actually the trendsetters. So hopefully they realize it soon enough. And hopefully this match will just showcase it.
Yeah. I mean, I like the hero. We've seen some interesting picks with Enchantress in some other regions lately, but I think this one's likely to just be that casual 5-position Enchantress up into that Beastmaster lane like Neff was talking about. Pretty dang strong. That being said, we've seen a lot of Beasters go for multiple points in axes early and just skip the board.
Beasters? I like that.
What?
Yeah, Beasters.
Beasters.
Beasters, yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of Beastmasters go for like multiple points in the wild axes. Jeez, to just kind of like ignore like going for the boar early, and so they just kind of open the lane like 2-0-2, and then eventually go back for it. But yeah, it's actually not a bad idea against the Enchantress now that Magma have picked up. So we'll be curious to see what he goes for. How do you guys feel, or Neff rather? How do you feel about this Terrorblade pick alongside the Phoenix?
I see the logic here. It blows up heroes fairly quickly. Shadow Shaman obviously hates dealing with illusion heroes, as it disables all single target. Dawnbreaker doesn't completely destroy it, because once you get a couple levels on TB, actually just in general, you do fairly well with the Starbreaker because you have so much armor. It's all physical damage that comes out from her. So I like it for those reasons. Yeah, you know what? It's solid enough. I like the TB pick here for quite a bit. Your only issue is that, your illusions do get cleared by the Shadow Shaman W or Enchanted. Just like the Beastmaster boars are going to get controlled up. But outside of that, I think it is one of the better carries they could have picked here.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. And I'm also a little bit worried that I've seen this Eng Beastmaster matchup quite a lot of times, and usually it goes Beastmaster's way, to be honest. Like, he just starts maxing axes instead, as we already said. And sure, you have the sustain of your Nature's Attendants, but if you can't comfortably win the lane, then that pick might kind of just be wasted, because you have good ways of dealing with it, right? You already got the Marcy, you got the attack speed aura, Terrorblade shoot through you, like no problem. We're probably going to see a Vessel also on the Phoenix. I just hope this Eng pick is not wasted completely. Oh, the Beastmaster Coddle lane. I was just going to talk about it. I've just literally seen it yesterday from Tundra, or the day before that maybe. And it's so obnoxious. X, Chakra, X, Wave, X. No carry can sustain that. It's impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is going to round out that draft very nicely. But now begs the question. Who is the mid laner for Shenzhen? Is it going to be the Coddle, or is it the Marcy, which you and I, we talked about this before the stream started. We both firmly believe that Marcy is a better core than she is support, specifically mid lane or off lane. So this could potentially be the Marcy mid. I think it's been played only a handful of times in the DPC in the mid lane. Most recently was Gunner, I believe, over on Team Nouns. And they did win with that one. But yeah, I mean, Shenzhen, I would love to see it, make it happen. But Team Magma, what do you think they need here for this last pick? Obviously, a carry, something that matches up into the Terrorblade. What is left? Or are they going the safe lane Enchantress, which has also been a little bit of a pick here and there?
That's been picked up by Nouns in their most recent match.
Did it win?
Which, no, absolutely not. They lost 0-2. They picked it twice in a row.
What a surprise. No, I honestly think, though, that Phantom Lancer could be quite strong if he hits his item timings. Other than that, they're expecting a carry Ember Spirit, actually, banning mid laners on Shenzhen.
Or carry Dawnbreaker, right? Could be offlane Pango, maybe, as well.
Could be. Morphling again.
Uh-oh.
Dude, Morphling hates playing against spam lanes.
Uh-oh. What's Morphling's win rate right now? Can you pull it up for me, Ricky? That's something. Do we have the technology to do something like that?
I do have the technology. You want to take a guess?
Even the games Morphling wins, it looks like a loss.
My guess is 36%.
My guess is
so
25.
it has a 40% win. Actually, no, it has dropped. It was previously picked 5 times at 2 and 3. It is now picked 6 times at 2 and 4. So not good. Globally, though, it has an exact 50% win rate.
Okay. That's higher than I
Like
would have
50.
expected.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, in China though, this hero has not looked good. Even in the games that it won, it didn't even feel like it was like really a main factor in that victory anyway. But maybe they can make something work. I actually also really liked the idea of the Phantom Lancer here. It looked like a super free PL game, but they go back for the Morphling and they want to see if they can make this one work. Black, is this enough for you? Do you think Magma can tie up the series, or are you looking at a Shenzhen 2-0?
I mean, I saw what players are playing what heroes, so I cheated a little bit. It's a Coddle mid, so I don't like it nearly as much as the Marcy mid, and then you have to spam Beast Lane. I just can't believe Magma's going to go down 2-0 against Shenzhen, so I'm going to go with them.
What do you mean them?
Yeah.
Who's them?
Magma.
Okay.
All right,
But the
Neff,
draft
quickly,
is really not that good.
what do you think?
Can I guess after I see what the beast exercise skill in lane or no?
No, because they can still. Your chat's holding you accountable right now. We're looking at your face. You need to give us an answer.
All right, I'm going to go with Shenzhen game 2. I believe in Dome.
All right. Well, that being said, around, we are going to go right into game number 2. Hopefully, just in time for another first blood. We'll see. But it is going to be Neff and Black bringing you the action here for Shenzhen. Maybe they can take it over Magma, but hopefully we get a game 3. We'll see. Take it away, guys.
All right, let's get the show on the road here, Black. I set the predictions in the channel. The chat is absolutely going crazy right now. The biggest match in the CNDPC.
In the history of Dota, some might
In
even
the
say.
history of Dota. Incredible stuff. All right. Are we going to see action here at the beginning of the game at the Rune? It's possible. TZY, Kazi, Mercy, look at them walking up into the enemy territory, T-posing on them if you would.
Yeah, he's definitely asserting dominance. As they should, honestly. Like, Magma has to be mad after the last game. If they're not mad, something is wrong. So, yeah. I'm gonna look for them to really just open up this game in a very stylish fashion, hopefully. I want them to run over Shenzhen, make them believe, yeah, we're still in the house, we're still Team Magma, we still got what it takes. Because honestly, it's very easy to also be complacent. Or what are they doing? Double blocking it?
They're
But
blocking
they messed up
the enemy team's creeps.
Yeah, but they didn't.
They messed it up, yeah. Why do they do this? Explain this one to me.
Because then the creeps
They
run
want
to
to
the
go to the
tower. And exactly, and then the creep equilibrium is much closer to the Dire tower, which is where you want to be.
Yeah. Oh my god,
It's good
that's a lot
access.
of damage. Yeah. And the correct build, Enchantress hasn't put a skill point into anything yet in the meantime, so...
What are you doing? Just impetus, right?
Impetus, yeah. Look at that, plus 72 pure damage there. That's actually kind of busted. Oh, the tossing Enchantress back
He doesn't
into
get
them.
busted, though.
Yeah, 278 movements because of this Orb of Venom. Right. But you're at this point wishing that you had Nature's Attendance instead?
I mean, you definitely gotta be very careful with the positioning when you play like this, right? So, I like it quite a bit if you can get away with it, meaning you don't need the attendance to heal your morph or yourself. But why do you think Beastmaster is actually so successful and likened to?
He obviously works out a strict diet as well. But if we're talking about, in Dota, I would say because how quickly it punishes heroes that rotate out of lane, how quickly it takes towers. It's one of the fastest tower takers inside the game. And the reason they ended up removing Necronomicon is because this is something that just ended up pushing too fast and was too good.
Yeah, and then they add other push items instead,
Yeah.
which is literally the same.
Do you want Necronomicon back?
Instead of Helm of Overlord, yeah, any day. Imagine you had both, though.
I mean, you're a carry player. You had to play against these Necronomicons quite often. So I guess it wasn't so bad because they didn't have it until after the laning phase, right?
Yeah, and Necros could also be dealt with, like, cause they were not super tanky or anything, but this Helm of the Overlord actually hits you for like 200 damage a hit.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous at times.
Yeah, it's very tanky.
Man, Terrible has 9 denies. He literally denied 2.5 waves. What the hell?
Yeah, they're really struggling here. I'm surprised that he is doing so well. I guess once you get level 3 on Dawnbreaker, it'll be a little bit easier, but I did mention at the start, you don't actually do that much damage to the TB with this Starbreaker. When you're beside the tower especially, you're sitting on 12 points of armor on Kaikyo here. Even at the moment, it's 37% physical damage resistance, which is 9 armor that he has right now. His only stat item is this wand.
Yeah,
right, he's got 10 armor now.
worried. When Terrible is free farming, it's always very, very... Yeah, the game always just kind of feels like it's over because TB just farms so fast. Like, he's a hero that's supposed to lose lane and then recover in the jungle, but if you free farm a lane...
Yeah,
might even
Messi
get a
is
first
getting run
here.
down. Yeah, he might just die. They're going to try to slow him down. Doesn't get that last auto attack because of the stun there on the Starbreaker. Big plays. Going to try to run
He'll
down
continue
TC.
his free farm reign, though.
Yeah.
12 denies at this point. I mean... this looks rough. He still has a spare healing salve, too, so he's ready for incoming pressure, too.
Yeah. He knows once like TZY and Mercy try to go on him once, and if they don't find the kill, he just pops himself and he's going to be fairly safe in the lane, able to play aggressive.
Yeah.
Tries to go on TZY one last time there with the last Metamorphosis. Does a little bit of damage, but I think TZY is also going to be fairly fine here. Kazi, not
One
so
more
lucky
access?
though.
Yeah.
You'll love to see
Again,
it.
that's sort of what I alluded to in the draft. Like, Ench is not that great against Beastmaster when you skill like this, and yeah, it could be potentially a wasted hero in this game. Or I actually get Hara.
Yeah.
And Dolme is dropping pretty low too. He's out of region as well. Got his helm in the courier at least, but yeah, he's got to be careful too. You don't want to be feeding away any kills.
Looks like he's going to walk all the way back to base, which is pretty slow, but he can TP back at the very least.
Yeah, and his Marcy's there to soak some experience.
Yeah. The wave is in such a place right now. Okay, never mind. Dust is doing a good job at cleaning up the range creeps, aggroed them onto them there. I was going to say the wave will push in, so Beastmaster will be kind of fine, but they're going to be able to deny a little bit of farm to the Marcy and the BM. Unless
Kaikyo. Shaq killed up.
I don't think they can finish him, though. Maybe. He's got the Fairy Fire. Doesn't get it off.
I don't think he expected another shock. Or either shock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he should have died there, but...
I think that did just enough damage to kill him.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty damn level 1 nuke.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage.
I agree, though. Didn't expect to go down there. The Fairy Fire, I think it goes off. He survives the Ether Shock, then maybe one more right click, and then he definitely has enough movement speed in order to walk away from them. So, unfortunate that he ends up going down. His salve, we don't end up getting a use, man.
Yet. Maybe he'll
Yet.
get another opportunity soon. When
Yeah.
he farms like an ancient stack or something.
Yeah, bottom lane, Phoenix making a rotation here.
They know he's there though.
Yeah.
He was under ward.
Oh, they pull him back into the Illuminate, and they push him back one more time. He actually doesn't have mana in order to get his skills off, so he's going to try to TP out. I don't think they're going to be able to finish him either. No, so rotation down here by Phoenix, kind of wasted.
Yeah, nice observer ward scouting him out. They were more than ready for this.
Yep.
He almost has his vessel completed already on Phoenix. But of course, if you don't get any charges, then it's not the greatest item.
Yep.
He's still sticking around down here. You like that?
Surprising. I mean, they've got the catapult with them, but they're fighting now into a centaur with 1400 HP. And this is going to take the creeps off the tower. So
Yeah,
it's
while
actually
Terrible
block
is
a
getting
lot of
pressured
damage.
by the Ember, and he's dead.
Yeah. And Hara just forced to run away here. Yeah, I'm not... This is going to be a very slow taking of this build. Look what they're doing with the centaur here. They keep continuing to just keep these creeps off the building here. Kazi, they couldn't connect the Illuminate onto him. He's been a very long time alive. They do finally finish him off. You're going to need to rotate somebody down here in order to deal with this one. Actually, no, they're just going to dive Hara up here in the top lane. He's taking a lot of damage. He's already used his dive. Ember Spirit, his Flame Guard comes back up in 2 seconds. Now
Careful,
it's the
TZY,
amount of
you're
running
burning
down.
too.
Yeah.
Uh,
TZY is going to TP back home. They've spent a lot of time down in the bottom lane. Dust.
That's a free tower up as well.
Yep. So they take this tower down up here in the top lane. The Centaur managed to stall for long enough that they don't take this tier 1 despite the amount of time that Phoenix committed down there.
I just realized also they switched positions. Dust is in the carry now, and Wow,
Yes.
why did they do that?
Probably just player specialty. They wanted to go.
Comfort?
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
I mean, it's working out
player specialty.
well right now. Like this Ember Spirit's rotation was way more effective than Coddle's.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, I mean, they found kills. They managed to take that tower. Nothing
As a
happened
vessel now,
on the
though.
bottom lane.
This Morph is not safe anymore.
True. Only one charge on it though, so they'd have to.
But Coddle is still down here. Your towers are getting pressured all over. Now he finally TPs to the mid lane, but Ember's already waiting for him.
Yep, he's wrapping behind. Gets the root off. Now Dawnbreaker gonna come in. Doesn't end up connecting with the stun, unfortunately. Not nearly fast enough for that
pretty
one.
tanky with that
runs
Vessel.
in. Double Ribbon forward. There it is. Is it find the kill? But now disposed back in the tower, and unfortunately he used all of his remnants already. You're gonna do a decent chunk of damage, as is the tower. Trying to burn him down with the Sun Ray, but the Flame Guard is blocking the majority of his damage. And they're gonna be able to walk away.
Yeah, that's more of the map that I like to watch. Like they're really aggressive, in your face. That's always been their style. I don't know why they were so timid last game, but looks like they're in a completely different mindset this time around.
A different grind set this time.
Yeah, makes me wonder still what happened in game 1 though. Like because really, like in a BO3, if you have an off game like that, it is especially against some more punishing teams like in Division 1. Like you are done.
tower has fallen.
Which is maybe also why they keep making the little juggle up and down.
Just the nature of Magma to not be stable enough against some of these teams. Oh, they have good
Maybe.
days and bad days.
Or maybe they're actually like super good, they're just like too lazy, you know, they're like, I don't really want to play right now.
Like Shikamaru.
Exactly, but when they turn up, they're like, so easy.
Yeah, that's why he got his own arc, right?
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Well, the real ones will respect that one. Alright, they're finally putting some pressure down in the bottom lane, tier 1. This one's going to be taken by Beastmaster along with the Wildkin that he just got. I think this Helm Dom.
Pretty wild.
Bottom tower
Yeah.
has fallen.
Nice one.
Thank you.
You know, the Hurricane can actually target the Wildwing Ripper itself.
Yeah, it can. It looks really silly.
Yeah, it does.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As silly
Oh,
as that,
that also looked pretty silly. They killed him without a stun. And
Yeah.
slow.
it did
How
look
did they
quite
kill him?
silly.
They had no solar bind. Oh, they're diving. Coddle again. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Keeper of the
Bye,
Light. Are they going to
bye.
be able to finish him off? You'd think so. Alright,
Don't
Solar
bye-bye.
Bind. Yeah, he's going to survive this one. He has enough HP thanks to how tanky he is with the Spirit Vessel. In
Yeah,
fact,
500
Ember
movement
Spirit
speed.
ended up taking a lot of damage. Jump in,
Illumina
I'll
coming
try to
in.
go on to YP. He's got
big
disposed
one.
of
Oh!
though. There it is! Up and a waiting to finish him off! The Dawnbreaker healed him up just a little bit, but the Spirit
Oh
Vessel's
my
on him.
God,
YP can kill onto him.
And
Now
YP
he's
just runs
running
away.
There's
High
no
five.
way he gets away with this. Alright, Wildwing Ripper pulls him back, and he gets another
It's vessel
disposal.
too.
He's
Ah!
gonna die to this as well. He's down. They're all down. These heroes on Magma, they're crumbling.
Well, that's the power of Coddle that we...
Call an ambulance, but not for him.
Do we love it or do we hate it?
I hate this. Oh no.
Looked kind of funny though. Heroes dropping half HP with on Illuminate.
Dire's top tower.
Dude, Vessel plus Solar Bind deals way too much damage.
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
That is... Like, it should not be magic damage on the Vessel, honestly. It should just be HP removal.
Isn't that worse?
Not for Coddle. I hate
No,
Coddle.
not. That sounds like a pretty extreme change to make just to nerf Coddle.
Well, I'm a pretty extreme guy, as you know.
Yeah.
Saving babies and strollers and stuff, you know? It's,
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy.
It changed to HP removal, then everybody builds a Spirit Vessel except for Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
I mean,
he'll
he just-
probably still build it. But
Yeah, he'll still build it. It's very good on because it stops like blink daggers and things like that as well. When illuminates aren't hitting him, it lets him just like run back and forth. That people
you know
take
what
down.
buff Coddle needs? Like, a Rave Pact aura around him when he has ult activated. But like, instead of like demonic, it's like light, you know?
Yeah.
Light shelters him.
Mm,
Look at
yeah,
Ember,
yeah,
100 movement speed. Oh, very balanced. Cool.
So instead of like a damage removal, it's like a buff to your teammate. You do less damage to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Like,
old
like a
Nullfield.
paladin kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, holy shield.
Yeah. I like it.
Ah, screw that. Just make him become invulnerable.
Yeah. Old
What are they doing
Repel.
Roche? I didn't actually notice that. It's already down.
Yeah.
Wow, man, we're really good at our job today.
Look, man, details not that important. What's important is the fact that Aegis is picked up. All right, what is this going to change for the people, Black?
I mean, Ember will be able to play a lot more aggressive. I'm just worried again that Morphling, just like in every other game, he's not really a factor.
Useful. All right, well, you're not going to be happy when you see his next item that he has queued up.
Hey, first Manta at least. There's still a lot of time for him to change his mind, you know? That's,
Yeah.
like, that's why I like it when Lincoln is queued up second. There's always time for it to change.
Yeah.
Most of the time it doesn't though. Like, is there any item that feels more comfortable than Lincoln's? It gives stats, it gives regen, blocks spells, gives you like a false sense of security.
Very few. If you're not sure what to build, then it always feels fairly good. I mean, people just used to build perseverances in Dota
Yeah,
1.
when it still gave damage, Lincoln's was built on every hero.
Yeah.
That was great, that patch. I love that.
The good old days.
I was a Lincoln's enjoyer at that time too.
Now it's not enough for you anymore. The damage
I'm a Lincoln's
numbers.
hater. Honestly,
Okay.
I'm a Perseverance hater in general.
Yeah, that item, I mean, it used to be way too good. Now it's just underwhelming. It builds into a lot of things that are very useful now, though.
Yeah. That's why I never built them, and then I grief my team. And they get mad.
And they say, why didn't you build Lincoln's or Refresher or Lotus?
And I'm
or...
like, because I don't feel like it, bro. Oh, okay.
That's not a good answer. It didn't feel like winning today.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow, though.
Yeah. Okay. It is an important item this game, though. Once you take the Spirit Vessel and the Solar Bind off of him, Keeper of the Light gets his hands onto him. The Keeper of the Light ever gets his hands onto him.
Oh, they're looking for the Beastmaster, but they already sort of scouted out. There's a lot of body blocking going on. The boss are losing to the Dark Troll, as they should.
Yeah.
Terrorblade knows, of course, that they're up there, so he is dodging the gang. Very nice items from him too. Basilisk plus infused raindrops. Exactly what I want
All
to
the
see.
mana regen that you need. Everyone should be doing this. 1.5 mana regen for 475 build. Okay, bottom lane disposed back into the tower there. Kazi ended up overstepping himself.
They got Kazid. Ding ding. Woo, 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 woo.
Alright, focus up, Black. These people, you know, they come to you for expert level analysis and coaching.
Yeah,
right?
they're getting both entertainment and analysis. Like, what more do you want?
Alright, fair enough.
Let me think of something smart. Nah.
No, I couldn't think of anything smart there, no. The game's been too slow for that. My almonds definitely are not activated. Okay. How about
Okay,
the Overlord?
what do you think, though? Okay, I'm asking the hard-hitting questions today. What do you think about these drums first on Ember? It's super old school. Is it good?
I don't like it. I think they were trying to play fast, but they're better off going for a BKB if you want to play fast.
Yeah, physically they were trying to play fast, but then Shenshin put up like one of those street ropes, you know, that tighten on two trees, and they're like, and it fell over. And now it's
Yeah.
now they can't really play fast anymore. They still have that Aegis at least, but oh, Morphling, careful! Lost half your health already. Woo, great hero.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Did he just have to run away? Oh my god.
Oh,
He
lost even more.
blasted again. Losing raindrop charges as well.
Always reminds me of the meme. But anyway, I started blasting Hara. That's
Yeah,
what
Super
drums are
Duper
good
comes up.
for.
They're just gonna walk onto this. Yeah, they cleared out so fast with the drums.
More blasts though. They're gonna get the too tough.
Oh,
Are
you
they?
think so? But Mercy ends up coming in. Mercy ends up dropping right away as well. Something up here. They're gonna reinitiate this one. They're just clearing out these Serpent Wards right now.
Yeah, the Ember is a
think that's
god
it.
though. He still has Aegis.
Yeah.
And there's Maelstrom, so there's a lot of damage potential. Wait, Beast is actually looking for who? TZY?
TZY, yeah. Dispose off onto him to finish him off pretty quickly.
Except for Raw.
Overlord creep. Yeah, we're off in the
an
Ember
edge,
Spirit.
though.
He does. He also has a Remnant out, so we could just jump over to that.
Ah!
He doesn't. Where's his Remnant? He's coming back up. He's gonna leap over.
it's
But
super
they actually found him there and keep
fast.
his life, but they're just gonna commit onto him. He finds Dome on the backside here. Remnant 4. One more finish him
What
off.
a
But
heal!
then he's connecting.
What is that now?
He's all out of Remnants.
There's no remnants! There's no remnants! Oh no!
Oh, that is a
blast.
disaster.
They have more
He's
vessels.
gonna have Solar Bind in
Wave in
another couple
one.
seconds. Yeah, they're gonna turn on him. Now he has Solar Bind available again. If he can get back on top of these heroes, he's a lot of movement speed. He might try to run down Kazi. No, they're going to turn around. Don't want to overstep themselves like they saw Ember Spirit just do.
It reminds me of that song. Why does it feel so good but hurt so bad?
I actually don't know that one.
I can't believe that someone won this fight. Despite the Ember having an Aegis, it was popped with like 5 seconds left on the timer too. Like, best case scenario, there was a Remnant like literally right in the path of the Dire to cut them off. But he gave him a Sunder target. Then you go Sundered, Neff. And if you get Sundered, you're
Lose a
dead.
team fight.
Yeah. You remember when Sunder went through BKB? Oof, that was good times.
Didn't it have like an even better damage threshold than it does now?
Yeah, but damage threshold, less range though. They gave it more range when they made it not pierce spell immunity.
Oh yeah. What is pierce spell? It used to mini stun as well.
I've been begging you for mercy, but they've not been given
You can
any.
interrupt TPs with Sunder, right?
Yeah. Dude, you can't believe how many teams actually lost fights because like full Terrorblade is like stopping a TP and then he dies. Full HP Terrorblade, Sun does the Shadow Shaman. Zeus ult bang.
We've come a long way.
Rune of invisibility.
Yeah. 100 gold for the BKB on Dawnbreaker. But even then, how comfortable do you really
They
feel in
found
those
the-
fights? They found him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nice TP out.
Yeah.
That
Game of
Terrorblade plus
senses.
Beast combination is way too much single target damage.
Yep. They find you, you absolutely die. You end up going
At
for the
least
Aghanim
morphing
Shard.
almost as a
by the way.
Linken's. That's
Yeah.
pretty good. He could still change his mind. Could be a Battle Fury.
What else is he sharing too? Refresher Orb, double waveform, quad waveform, eventually.
Yeah. Did they fix the bug already? Yeah, it's just 2 waveform charges. Mercy again? Wow, you're so deep all by yourself. What?
Explain. Why was he there?
I'm gonna say, wow, the Eng 2. No Unleash though.
Yeah.
Nice
He's
slow
gonna-
up. Push.
Yeah.
Oh, the roar committed.
Roar up
Okay.
onto him for this. I feel like that was unnecessary.
Roche is about to respawn potentially. If they don't have Raw because of that, Dolme is going to dull his meh.
Good one, man.
Fire today.
You're just built different.
Yeah.
Simply built different.
How do you think I cracked my eggs in the morning?
Okay.
Guessed it.
How do you do it?
Wait, he just unleashed for a creep wave? And
I
the
mean-
Metamorphosis too? Oh, they were looking for TCY, never mind.
Yeah.
Couldn't get the kill though. Wait, now there's Meta down too. Do you guys know that Roshan has respawn? They're so lucky that it's a decently long Roche respawn. Like,
Yeah.
they didn't pay attention to it at all.
There will be a 30-second window they have where Metamorphosis isn't going to be up and Roshan is. So they
That's
can
like
potentially
perfect
make
case
it.
scenario, right? Like, they're in the pit as it respawns, and probably more realistic, like what, 15, 10 seconds?
Yeah. And they're going to be fairly aware of it. I mean, they know that Roshan is just spawned inside of Shenzhen. You can already see Hawk scouting this one out. They have the Harpy scout on the Enchantress, by the way. But this thing was heavily nerfed.
Yeah, luckily.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scattered.
It was so stupid.
And they significantly cut its... they increased the max mana per second, right? And they cut its vision, right?
Yeah. It was just way too good. Literally flying observer ward. Oh, KZ again?
Yeah, dispose.
If Raw again? Do you want to commit it one more time?
Rights are with
They do have Roar
Oh, wow, the
available again.
tornado!
Ember Spirit. He's not going to commit 4. They blast them back.
Wait, he still has no BKB. Courtesy of the drums.
Yeah. They are going to dispose him.
threw
They
him in.
roll
Oh
him
my
as
God,
well.
he's
He is dead.
And they're not all dead, there's just one dead actually.
Yeah, this is a single person dead. All right,
KZ now
Kazi might go
too. Maybe
down.
they are all dead.
Yeah, they could dispose me in a second, but he's looking for more targets instead of turning back on Gazy there. And Roshan going to respond in 5 seconds.
Oh my god, it's perfect
as long as they
timing
throw
for
a
them now.
hawk. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I
There it
cannot
is.
believe what's happening to Magma. They're crumbling once more. Also, did you know that Hurricane cancels channeling abilities? I didn't know that.
Does it really?
Yeah, it just cancelled the Sunray or Dive or something, I think. If I saw it correctly.
Huh. I actually don't know that much about Hurricane. Apparently, you can Hurricane
neither.
it's out of Chrono.
What? No mercy! They need to
Yeah.
stop! This reminds me so much of Game 1 right now. Now
Yeah,
they have a
it's-
chance to fight, maybe?
Do they though?
Do they know?
They have BKB completed on the TV now. I feel like he could just be able to stand his ground.
No,
Stand up right now.
No, not again!
He's taken down before he can heal him up with Dawnbreaker. Now Dawnbreaker just getting run down. He pops the BKB. All he can do is run away though, but he's taking so much damage from the TV.
And
Dawn
Dust
is back
can't
on
fight
top
either
of him
because there's no
as well.
BKB.
Yeah, Dust taking a lot of damage from the Spirit Vessel too.
Gets
Disposed
tossed back again.
up. Yeah,
Now that's the master we know that's broken. And
yeah.
Solar Bind also on KZ. KZ dead as well. Alright, this game looks done and dusted.
Oh, you. Oh no, it was a disaster there again for Megaman. They went off to a much better start at the beginning of this game.
He almost has Hex completed on Cuddle. This Morphling is not itemizing into BKB just yet. In fact, he's itemizing into 0 damage items.
He needs to change from this. He needs to change from this. I've Scotty the get up next to a BKB.
100% BKB Daedalus. He needs it. That's why this Lincoln's is terrible. You need damage and survivability.
Yep. You're gonna hit this very awkward timing all of a sudden when you don't have your next item done on the Morphling. This BKB that you absolutely need, and you will have the Eye of Scotty on the Terrorblade.
It's like every game we see Morphling. This is like the case. You finish one item. Yeah, I kind of want to get another one. Then you want to get another one. You want to get another one. 1-0-0.
And at that point, it's like you mentioned. At that point, you might as well pick Clinks because Burning Barrage is going to be able to do way more burst damage, and you're going to be able to do like waveforming in.
Yeah, the Terrorblade is so close to Scotty. I mean, like all these heals will mean nothing. And this Ember Drums of Endurance look cute for one fight, but really, all it did was delay his BKB by so much. How expensive is Drums? 1,700 gold.
Yeah, in this economy, no way.
I mean, not only did it delay his Drums, it also delayed his Maelstrom, which would accelerate him even faster, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Magma, if they lose this game, I really just don't know what's happening today. Like a mega off day.
YP tried to jump forward into these heroes, but ends up getting away.
YP has been playing out of his mind on his Marcy this time around.
Yeah. Finally impressed by the Marcy?
Yeah, if it's played like this, that's what I've been waiting for all the time. KZ down there is tipping out this time, but giving up more and more map.
Yeah, they'll lose this tier 2, and off of this one, they're going to lose their outpost, and then they can start falling further and further behind. There's no way they fight in this Aegis. Not with the Eye of Scotty completed on Kaiko. Now it's getting healed back up to near full thanks to the Sunray.
Do you think they could just threaten high ground? I don't think they can defend against this Metamorphosis.
Yeah, they
have
just
no good lead
fortified.
push. Yeah, this Fortify was probably a very big mistake as well.
Yeah, they're just going to walk high ground with this one. They're
not ready. Where are the teammates? Hey, to be back!
They have TPs available. Morphling's not up for another 4 seconds. They're smoking up on these heroes. I think they're going to try to wrap around on them, but by then, they've lost their tower. They might even lose their racks before then. Kaiko's just going to walk up to the high ground, as is this Ancient Granite Golem, man.
Look at this. Yeah, this damage as well, from the aura, everything.
I mean, they're
Sidekick
coming
damage.
in. They're going to get on horror on the backside here. Mercy is coming in.
Oh,
It jumps
it's
forward.
such a good egg.
Beastmaster instead.
The egg!
ends up coming off. The Sunray off of these heroes as well. They did end up losing the Beastmaster. YP ends up getting out. He gets stunned up on Ember Spear by the Phoenix, even though he's BKB'd.
He
Look
runs
at
in.
drop he does. The BKB gets completed in his first 9-second one, but he ends up dropping so fast anyway. No one can stand up to this Terrorblade. He's still got Aegis for another 2 minutes as well. They lost their
Metamorphosis
melee rack
expired,
here, making
though.
that happen as well.
Oh, Das gets thrown back in.
Metamorphosis is finally
Hex
ended
as
up
well, he's
expiring,
dead.
but he's stuck in place. There is nothing and this guy is able to do. He
Oh,
runs the trees, gonna
to
try
get out?
to TP out, but can he
No.
get out? He can't. He ends up dropping too. Oh, where is your morale right now, Black?
Dude, I cannot believe they let this happen. Like, you glyph that tower, 100% they're thinking about going high ground. Your
Yeah.
Ember Spirit needs to be there ASAP and start spamming Slides of Fist. That is your best deep push you have. But they were just so unprepared for that.
I mean,
Like, they make a
knew-
smoke move, but it's so late.
Yeah, I mean, they were so far away. I think once they ended up committing the glyph there, they needed to TP back. Oh no. It just keeps getting
Goodbye,
worse.
Casey.
Yeah, I think they knew that they needed to just TP back, but instead they go, okay, we need to take a favorable team fight. But they did so much damage to those buildings that the wraparound was too late, way too late.
Yeah, now also Etherland's done on the Cardinal, so his cast range is 2 screens instead of 1. Give him a Psychic Headband as well, why not? Yeah, nice.
Yeah, cool.
is under
Good, good.
Very awesome stuff. Thank you.
When it what's the saying? When it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
Yeah. It pours cuddle waves, man, and a lot of light.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I definitely cite the Vice from like what? Base
That's
800
literally full
range.
screen, if not longer.
Remember when this guy had a 400 cast range talent?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, cool stuff.
Look at how fast the buildings die. He still has ages for another 30 seconds. They don't even have to end the game right now if they don't want to.
No, I mean, they can just let the enemy sit on top of their high ground and build an even bigger net worth advantage. They're already they queued up Satanic right now on this Terrorblade. They're grabbing their next set of neutral items as we've hit 27 minutes.
Now, generally, if your mid laner is itemizing like this, I would prefer more damage, a bit more, like Daedalus straight up, because then they really just can't walk into you anymore, and there's no way to burst down a Terrorblade either. So Satanic, I think, again, a little bit overkill. And if the game was a little bit more contested, I think that could potentially be a really big problem. But when the game state is like this, it probably won't matter too much.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I still have to say though, like if you
Dire's bottom
somehow
tower is
make it to
under
Div 1 Ascension, these itemization, quote-unquote, mistakes, they will matter a lot more.
What do you think their biggest itemization mistakes in Shenzhen have been this
I
game?
think it's just the mindset is too defensive most of the time.
They're
Especially
not
from
resembling
Kaiko. I've seen a lot of his
lane.
games. He really likes like, wow, just bring down the Ember like that. Super easy. Easy way blinked away. No follow-up there.
Yeah. Couldn't get with the dispose. That's why the map Dome and Mercy end up finding. Dome ends up going down to Dust and Mercy.
Well, he initiated on the beast, right? Yeah. Must have. Almost gets killed by the summons though during his shackle.
Yeah. Which is an issue, playing the Shadow Shaman against these like summoned units, both the TB illusions and what Beastmaster has is a problem.
Yeah. Do you like that illusions deal full damage to wards?
Do they? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they do.
It should be like a
Zero
quarter,
ones?
like a creep, I feel like. Like playing PL against Shaman feels so good.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I think more counters should exist in Dota
Alright,
instead of everything being fairly neutral.
fair enough. Fair enough, Mr.
I think we've made the game. Oh come on, we've made the game too neutral. I think it's boring when there's nothing that's like broken against something else.
Maybe because of the neutral items?
I hate neutral items.
Same.
I also
There's-
don't like TP slot. I think
Man, they create
actually-
these like really superficial timings that you would never have otherwise.
Yeah, I think TP slots are a fun choice. But I
Yeah,
don't
they should give you ward spots too, to be honest.
Interesting.
Well, this should just be a 5-man commitment on the high ground. This Titanic. He has 3.8k health with that golem behind him. Well, good luck stopping him,
There's a
guys.
lot of
What's your plan here?
They're gonna slowly convert them all with enchant.
Oh, so many illusions, man. Did you find an Illu rune? Must
yes.
have.
Yeah, he did.
Well, that tower's gone. Kaiko just goes high ground, gets healed from the Sunray, hits the creep
Yeah.
once or twice. But yeah, full
Right,
initiate.
they end up jumping forward. Yeah.
They get forced
They
there.
gave his leg off this one. Yeah, Supernova comes out. Mercy ends up dropping so quickly. Kaiko
Panic?
is pretty low. He's gonna need to find something to sunder here. There it is. He ends up taking it from YP and then walks
YP,
away.
give
I
me your
mean,
life.
They didn't end up finishing off his melee racks though.
Hey,
Now
Das,
they turn back around. Yeah. Dive bomb ends up going off the Kazi, but they can't finish him off. Dust up on the high
No
ground.
BKB on
They're
Das.
trying to chase him. Yeah.
Throw him.
YP gonna try to get him, but they can't. They turn it around instead. Shackles come up on a YP and he ends up going down.
Okay, not a bad hold. They smoke up immediately. Your Morph is not ready to fight though. Like at all.
Looks like they're just walking away now.
For Phoenix, like, there's a gem on him. He has air on this though.
They're turning this one
They might have
around.
overchased.
Yeah, jumping forward in a heart, but he's got the Aeon Disc. It ends up stopping a lot of the damage here.
Ah,
Heart
the
that can't
blast!
quite finish him off. The blast ends up finishing Mercy off, who is dead without buyback now.
So anyway, I started blasting.
We need more than one joke. Repetition's funny, but, eventually people will catch on.
It's Twitch shit though, don't give him too much credit.
That is true.
They'll just be foreheading anyway.
Yeah.
That's what they do best. You gotta give people. You know, that's so good about me. Like, I create environments that empowers other people. I'm empowering Twitch chat by giving them a chance to spam forehead.
I don't even know what that means.
Which the forehead part?
Yeah.
Okay, so getting hex. Oh, that was so close. Oh, hex wasn't cooldown. I was wondering where the full screen hex was.
What do you used hex on?
Maybe I think it was an enchanted illusion.
Oh, okay. Instantly cleared it then.
Because we all know if you get hexed while you're enchanted, you're not so blissful anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Hilt for Berserker. He could potentially be the MVP this game. As you get scorched.
Radiant's top tower
Reminds me of Endgame, where I'm sure everybody has seen it at this point, where Thor takes on the Glaive and he goes like, It burns.
Spoilers, dude. Come on.
Bro, it's like 10 years old.
I've actually watched like about 4 or 5. I'm so many movies behind.
Yeah.
I did watch that one.
That's not the only thing you're behind on, though. That's fine.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. So this row should be pretty free, uncontested, right? What's in it? All the eggs.
Yeah.
Terror
Who
Wave?
does this get handed to? Terror? Right,
Yeah, I
okay.
think Terror Wave is very strong.
They're gonna smoke in, alright.
you wanna fight this?
Start a
Well,
sleight
it's
of
too
business, they
late.
don't end up connecting on anything. Now they need to start running away. I'm pretty sure they try to... No, Dom decides not to blink on them.
Now, I'm just gonna say, this kind of reflects Kaiku's mindset in general. Like, he super preemptively BKB'd without any danger. No? Like, that's always the mindset he has in pretty much every game.
Yep. Do you disagree with this?
Yes,
This move?
I'm a very aggressive guy.
Yep. When did they change... Remember when items in your backpack, their cooldowns went slower?
Yeah, it's still the same thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, but like, I did it for TPs as well. It's not the case for TPs anymore.
No, for
so I
TPs
don't
it's not,
refer you.
because you have a slot. Yep. Always keep the
We're
refresher
down-
option in inventory, boys.
Yeah.
Don't want to have that like 3-minute cooldown on it. Oh, actually, how long would it be if you have it in a backpack?
It goes 1.5 times slower.
340 seconds, so a good 5.5 minutes. Nice.
Right? I thought it went 1.5 times slower, not 2 times slower.
Is it 1.5? I actually don't know, because I'm so efficient. I never have cooldown items in my backpack.
Right. You always swap those back in.
Yeah, exactly. And just as the fight starts in 5 seconds, I have it perfectly in my slot if I need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big. What's the game called again? Factorio guy. Everything is efficient.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Also, I'm German. German efficiency. It's very popular. It's renowned throughout the world.
Yeah. I have many German friends. Don't worry. I'm well aware of your ways.
My ways are a little bit more extreme, as you might find out if we meet next time.
Well, we were in studio before. I remember your ways.
Oh yeah, but they've gotten a little bit more way.
Ah.
Yeah,
Impressive. Okay, they're smoked up.
indeed.
Yeah. Mercy
More of a
is
desperation
positioned
smoke than
better.
anything, though. They know they can't just sit in base any longer.
Yeah. They're gonna walk back now. Kaiko, that's the real one. I mean, even if you get on top of him, he has the BKB, he has his entire team behind him as
He has
well.
Aegis as well.
Yep.
It's really
That's
the worst
just-
target you can find. Cuddle needs to die. He has no defensive items. But instead,
Oh,
TCY
they end up
is
finding the
gonna die.
kill on the... Yeah, TCY, they jump him. They lose him. He does a buyback, though.
As buyback, but that literally just ruined the entire
They're standing
forward move.
here on Magma. It looks like they want to jump this as they're coming in. They want to get them before
Jump who,
they
though?
end up jumping in their base.
Is it
I
jump-
don't know. The Hawk! It's going to end up giving this one away, but they get on top of the Beastmaster. Supernova comes out, and you instantly hex down the Shadow Shaman.
BKB
TCY
pops
gets on
through.
top of these targets, but Beastmaster doesn't end up dropping very low at all. Okay, never mind. Huge damage coming off of him. There's the Tear Wave. It's going to force Dust back. Kaiko is standing his ground trying to take down these heroes. TCY, they go through him pretty slowly, but he's finished off dead without buyback. 110 seconds now.
Yeah.
Now he's going to tear into their base. They've got Fortify. They buy themselves a little bit of time. This does give Ember Spirit the opportunity to try to whittle through Kaiko.
So my client just mega lag, so I'm just gonna assume what happened is Terrorblade has too much damage and too much HP that can't deal with him. It kills everything.
Just like the anime.
Yeah, of course. We all know though, he's the bad guy, he's gonna lose at the end somehow.
Sometimes the bad guys win in these sort of shows. It's a cartoon, but for adults. Okay, never mind. Do a lot of damage to him. He pops the tank, gets a couple
Satanic
auto
and
attacks,
sidekick.
do it.
That is
Yeah.
a lot of percentage.
They need to do something before he goes to his last racks. I don't think they'd be able to defend from mega creeps here. But again, he still had his Aegis. The other rack goes down. Mercy, he's going to hold him in place, but they keep pulling him further and further out.
Look at Psychic. HP reach.
Wait, why
Give him
he-
Psychic. Yeah. Hit creeps.
He's not hitting the creeps. He decides to run away instead.
Mindset. Remember what I said? Mindset?
Yeah, mindset.
Mindset, yeah.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Okay, he pops the Satanic. He says, I'll do it myself.
Yeah. I don't need your puny buff.
You know, it's canon. Marcy and Terribly would never work together in the anime.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
And this game they did, though. Anti-spoilers.
Yeah, but that's why he didn't accept the sidekick from Marcy.
That was
He
damage
healed
Turbine.
back
Oh
up.
my god. Face me now, cowards. Let's go.
Yeah. His metamorphosis is already back off of cooldown, by the way. Thanks to the assistance of
Gets
Soccer
hexed
Man.
before
They're
he
gonna find
gets
Morphling.
off.
He's gonna die so fast. He does.
No
More
buyback.
ends up coming off the Shadow Shaman as well. He goes down as well. Doesn't have buyback either. He's
Morph
for
has
another
buyback in 10
32
seconds, though. But it will do absolutely nothing. Spoiler.
Yeah, he does. They're gonna lose Kazi first.
Morph
Yeah,
buyback up.
two heroes.
Okay, buyback's back. What can I do? He waits.
You wait. Okay, jump forward now. It comes in on TZY. The Terror Wave ends up coming up, but doesn't have to connect you with anybody. Up in the air
it.
now. Lands TZY ends up going down. The Zeros are trying to stay on the ground, but Dust, he is not nearly as strong as Kaikyo. Tearing into these heroes. GG is called by TZY. Morphling is going to actually get away. That's anticlimactic. But that is it. Shenzhen end up winning with the 2-0 black.
Man.
Megma, the team that was supposed to be the favorite, ends up getting upset here.
Not just upset, they got like destroyed in both games. It wasn't even close. Like it just seemed they had no fighting chance in both of these games. And I gotta admit, I'm really surprised by how this went. But Shenzhen also beat Fusion just last week or earlier this week, I think. So maybe they're up and coming now and have a chance at promotion, perhaps. But yeah, like I did not expect this at all. 0%.
Well,
Interesting game, guys. Yeah. You're right. I think a lot of us didn't really expect this, but here we are. Shenzhen will take the series 2-0. And like you said, pretty in a dominant fashion, too. They look very strong. Kaikyo played 2 solid games from the safe lane. I don't remember exactly when it was that you guys noticed that they actually swapped Dust onto the Morphling this game, but is this just kind of like another thing where it's like Magma might just be having some sort of like conflict with like their hero picks and who's playing what? Like it seems a little bit strange that they would swap between games like this.
Back, your thoughts on this one is you have more experience with this kind of thing. I am interested in hearing about this one myself.
Yeah, honestly, for me, it really depends. There are some players that are experts at both roles, but it really didn't feel like this game was a case of that. Honestly, it's also just team comfort in general, right? Like when you switch your players and lanes around, it means the support dynamic is different. Everything is just very different. And you could kind of see in the mid game where they were just completely lost once more. Now, I don't know if it's because of the hero changes or the swap of the roles necessarily, but I've not seen a mid laner build drums on Ember in years, probably. I don't know what that was about, and that was actually kind of costly. It might have cost them the game, to be honest. Like, delayed your Maelstrom, delayed your BKB, all your strong timings in the mid game you're supposed to have against the Terrorblade are all gone because you're just losing those fights on the back of not having a BKB.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. Having the item done as quick as possible as a mid laner especially is super important. They weren't fighting into them nearly often enough to validate having the drum. This is the one team fight where it was sick, you know? They popped the drums and instead of Phoenix dropping the egg, but then it's like, okay, whatever, Shenzhen opt not to take it. They actually end up losing this fight in the end. It ends up being pretty chaotic.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I would never build drums if I don't plan on upgrading them to the Boots of Bearing.
That's what makes them so good nowadays, right? Is that there is the ability to condense that item slot, and Boots of Bearing is incredibly strong.
Yeah. If you don't want to upgrade that, then I don't think it's worthwhile to build it at all, to be honest. And that could just be one of those things where maybe you have like your own idea of the mid lane, but because you don't play the mid lane so much, it might just be a very outdated idea. It's it's just never a good sign when your players start swapping, because they haven't done that before. They really just haven't.
Yeah, I'm curious. It might be something that I bring up in the interview after this and see if, maybe Shenzhen had any insight to,
Maybe they didn't even notice. It's like,
or if they noticed, like
that would be like an insult to dust. Like, oh, they did.
That's what I'm curious. I actually want to find out what they say. So I'm gonna put that one in the memory bank for a little bit. But we see over and over Ember just getting caught by the Marcy, the Blink Dispose into the Roar follow up. The itemization to counter this feels like impossible, right? He like you said, he built these drums first. He has to get a Lincolns. He has to get a BKB. Like, there's just, I don't know. It feels so rough. Like, Shenzhen figured the Marcy out this time, right? Like, we've been waiting for a team to really put this hero to work, and boy, did Shenzhen do that.
Yeah.
So I am just blown away by some of these fights. This was the one that ended up coming in just a little bit late. We were confused about when they dropped the Fortify on the tier 2 tower, and then they didn't TP in on any of these heroes. Instead, they tried to wrap around, but they were too slow. They ended up losing their racks first, and then fight didn't even end up really going their way afterwards. It ended up just crumbling here.
Yeah.
And then
Morphling just what could happen like so drastically that Magma just looks so lost this entire series. Not just this game, but game 1 as well. Like, this was not at all the Magma I was expecting to kind of show up in the series.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I expect them move back up to Division 1 off of this one, but Shenzhen turned up a lot better today.
This is like a crucial loss, right? This might actually prevent them from the top 2.
Yes, they were 3-1 prior to this. Now this puts them at 3-2.
3-2. They do still play IG, I believe. So if they can beat IG, maybe they can kind of wiggle their way back up there. Maybe with a tiebreaker, but they made it so hard for themselves now. This was not a match you could afford to lose.
Yep.
One thing I'm really curious about too is this was 2 final pick Morphlings in a row.
Yeah.
Right? This hero was picked first, or was picked ultimately last, 24 pick in game 1, or 10th pick, however you want to categorize it. And the same thing here in game number 2. And it just felt underwhelming. Didn't matter who played it. Like, this hero, it's maybe there's just something we're not understanding, maybe something that we're missing, but this hero has seemed fairly weak compared to a lot of the other heroes in the meta. And I mean, you talked about it in draft. You're like, yeah, Phantom Lancer looks pretty good, but they just keep going back to this Morphling. So any idea like as to why they like seem to value this hero so much? Is it purely comfort? Neff, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan myself, so I wouldn't be able to give you like a proper answer to that one. It might just be comfort. It might be people haven't accepted that the hero's change is not what it used to be, because I think that it's fundamentally different. And like Black said, if you're gonna go for a hero that's one more item, and then ultra late game carry, you might as well go for something like a Clinks.
Yeah.
So I can grasp at ideas, but I'm really just not enough of a fan of Morphling to even guess at why they keep going back for this thing.
So I do have some good news. We can get some answers to some of our questions, as we do have our interview here with Dome from, honestly, from Shenzhen. This is going to be a really enlightening interview. I'm very excited to speak to you. So I'm just going to start off because I actually want to ask about the Morphling. So first off, congratulations from a really big win here, as this is going to put you guys in that contention to continue your run here in Division 2. But do you have how do you and your team approach the Morphling, and do you think this hero might be a little overvalued by Magma?
首先，恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。然后这场比赛的话，也在让你们积分上有一个保障。想问一下，就是你对面选水人这个英雄是怎么看的？你觉得他们是不是把这个英雄的优先级抬得太高了？
这英雄这版本没什么用吧？选出来就感觉基本上赢不了吧？可能打我们阵容基本上赢不了。
I don't think this hero has such a use in this version, this patch. I think after the draft, their Morphling has no chance against our lineup.
Yeah, interesting. So, kind of a follow up to that, we noticed it actually took us a moment, but they did swap the player for the Morphling. In game 2, it was Dust. Now, do you have maybe any insight as to why that happened? Did you guys approach the game differently based on who was playing it? What was that like for you guys?
第二场比赛的话，对方是在水人的使用者上做了调整，换成了 Dust。然后你们当时看到了这个之后，有没有就是做一些调整？比如说你们的这个应对的方式啊，或者你们整体就是结束比赛的方式，会因为他们这个换人去思路上稍微改进一下？
没有，就正常打吧。他们那个阵容打我们基本上赢不了啊，不可能赢的。
We didn't do any adjustment. Like I said before, their lineup has no chance against ours.
Yeah, it's just that straightforward. I appreciate the honesty. Neff, Black, either of you guys want to go ahead and ask a question?
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
I'm gonna go first because I am the rightful king of the throne. No, but my question was in game 1. You all itemized very, very defensively, like multiple Aeon discs, I think 2 Lincoln spheres, BKBs across the board, and not really any damage items. Was it like individual decision making, or was it like a team decision?
就是看到你们打比赛的时候，有的时候喜欢就是出一些防守性的道具，比如说像有一把队伍里会有2个盘子、2个林肯，加上 BKB 这些道具。你们是就是比较喜欢出这些防守类的道具吗？队内是怎么想的？
打了酱油有个盘子保命，感觉不死就随便打那个团战，我们大哥藏到后面切入就行了。
For support players, I think our lineup supports has item like Aeon Disc. We just stay in the trees, hide ourselves, and don't die. And team fights is an easy win for us.
Okay, and seeing that you're a very good Pangolier player yourself, I would like your opinion on the hero. Is it too strong, perhaps?
想问一下，因为看你就是滚滚玩的非常好嘛，你觉得这个版本的滚滚是不是还是比较超模的？
确实超模啊，有就选吧。
Yeah, I agree with you. If I can get my hands on Pangolier, I will ask my team to pick him for me.
Okay, thank you. Neff, now it's your turn, my loyal knight.
Thank you, Mark. I wanted to ask about your Beastmaster play and skill build. It's very difficult playing against the Enchantress. What is your strategy against the hero for a skill build? And when you're maxing your axes against it, do you ever consider going Aghanim Scepter, even after it was nerfed recently?
想问一下你对兽王的理解，就是有小鹿的局的话，兽王加点会比较难，然后你是怎么想的？然后如果是走主斧子的话，你觉得这版本 A 杖虽然被削了，但是还可行吗？
主斧头可以打小鹿，但真的不能出 A 杖，就出那种正面装吧，正常的装备就行。打小鹿，一般的来说要出大祭品，如果很顺的话，还是可以出大支配的。
So against Enchantress, you have to always go the X build, but you can't go for Aghanim. It's not good this patch. Usually you go for the Vadimirs and upgrade it. And if you are having a really good game, you go HOD.
Fair enough. My second question would be, I want to know who it is most annoying for you to have to lane against in Division 2 as an off-lane player. Sometimes lane matchups are hard, so I want to know who you struggle against the most.
想问一下你，就是你觉得在现在这个联赛里面，跟哪个队伍的这个优势路去对线，对你来说就是造成了比较大的困扰？
没有吧，基本上没有什么。
They all pretty the same. I don't think there's there's a hard matchup.
Okay, I have a question. So we have seen a lot in the Chinese region that Marcy has struggled just as a hero, but you guys made it look amazing here in this series. So I'm curious if this is something your team has specifically been practicing a lot, or if you think, you got like your supports are just better at playing the hero maybe than some of these other teams.
我们看到就是其他队伍用马西的时候胜率不高啊，但是你们队的话，感觉辅助马西玩的还是非常好的。你觉得你们队 是哪方面做的可能比其他人更好一些，还是你们的选手更擅长一些？
玩的比那些人好吧，就是绝活，懂吧？绝活。
Yeah, I think our players are really good at Mercy. It's our top strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we said, it's one of the first times we've seen this hero really shine. So yeah, congratulations, well done. Neff, Black, you guys have any further questions?
I am satisfied. Thank you.
Right on. All
As
right.
am I.
Dom, thank you so much for the interview and congratulations on a very important win. We look forward to watching you again later on in the DPC, but enjoy the victory for now, and we will talk to you soon.
感谢你接受我们采访，希望你们后面有更好的发挥。我们下次再见。
好，拜拜。
Thank you.
Well, a very convincing 2-0 here from Shenzhen, and well deserved, man. I mean, they played two pretty perfect series. Like, they didn't really make any like big mistakes. It was pretty clean. Magma just fell flat today. I almost feel like they were just on a completely different pages of the book. So could just be an off day for them.
Yeah.
You know, it happens. Every team has those, and we'll see if they can bounce back later in the DPC. But Shenzhen, that's going to put them in a decent spot in terms of the standings, if I'm not mistaken. We were talking about them earlier. They were right in the middle. So this will give them that opportunity to maybe knock down one of those higher tier teams or the higher ranked teams to give themselves that shot for promotion once again. Black, Neff, we'll start with Black. Do you think it's possible? Do you think Shenzhen can finish out the season still in the top two?
Did they play IG yet? If they did, I would give them. Wait, I'm just checking real quick. They have.
No, they haven't.
They have not played IG yet. If they can beat IG as well, there's a very realistic chance that they can make a top two. They just beat Fusion, as I said earlier this week, 2-1, I believe. Now they crushed Magma 2-0. Maybe they're like riding the momentum wave and they managed to take it down IG. Perhaps it could mean IG is going to be lower division again. That would be pretty wild. But you would have to imagine that IG is once again the heavy favorite going into that series. Shame for Magma. It was this is the worst day to have an off day. It really is.
Yeah, it really was. Absolutely. Neff, what do you think? Like, what happened to Magma today? Or is this just, like Black said, is Shenzhen just riding this momentum wave and they are just outperforming like these other teams?
I'm going to say something controversial. They picked Morphling. Not a good hero right now. I mean, we heard Dome, the man himself, said the hero not good in this patch. I didn't think so previously. Glad I had professional players confirm that to me with their thoughts. I think especially after the nerf that E-Blade just doesn't burst heroes down fast enough, takes too long to come online. He's fairly easy to counter, moves around the map fairly slow. Not that good. Need some changes.
Just closing thoughts on a hero. So sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I feel Morphling is a hero that owns a lot when you're ahead and does absolutely nothing if you're behind. If you have a hero like that in Dota, you might as well never have it, right? So yeah, it's a terrible hero right now. That's what it felt
like for sure.
It's just a super weird hero. I hope it doesn't really get picked anymore unless somebody really figures it out, which nobody has.
We saw like the experimenting of picking it into the Medusa. I think Black, you and I were casting that game where it just takes like 25% of her stats. And it was a pretty solid idea, and like it actually almost worked, but it still ended up losing. And it's like, if that was like,
did you remember what happened
scenarios?
Though? Like Medusa didn't have stats, right? But she just like ran
she just built straight damage.
Refresh of Stone Gaze, Refresh of Stone Gaze. Morphling was like, I can't fight.
I can't do anything. I just had to run away. It was a genius response to the build, and it's just one of those things where it's like it almost feels like Morphling kind of doesn't have a place at the moment. Obviously, we've seen it picked not just here in China but in other regions, and a little underwhelming. But yeah, I mean, we heard it from Dolm's mouth specifically. So he just didn't stand a chance into our draft, and they just approached the game so safe, and it worked out. 2-0, easy win for them. But I don't know. Any final thoughts, boys? Because we got a little bit of a break. We do have ViCi Gaming taking on Dandelion, if I'm not mistaken, coming up next. A very big Division 1 series. Now, we could talk predictions. Dandelion started off very good, have kind of had a couple hiccups here, but so has ViCi. Where do you guys think these guys stand going head to head? Neff, we'll start with you on this one.
Sorry, this upcoming series now?
Yeah, ViCi Gaming and Dandelion, yeah.
I got to go with Dandelion. I went with them last time. Didn't end up going their way, but I have to continue to be a Dandelion believer because all my boys are. All of my homies love Dandelion.
All right.
Okay, then tell me what's going wrong with the team.
If
you're a believer.
What?
Like, what's going on with Dandelion?
The Marcy,
struggling,
in my opinion, actually. Almost 100%, I think, was the Marcy. Like, I think they're playing the Marcy incorrectly. Because like both of the games into Aster, if I'm not mistaken, they were winning the lanes and then they start rotating the Marcy out and then they just lost all their lanes. And it kind of just like snowballed out of control. So I think that had something to do with it, but yeah, like I said, they've been kind of hitting a little bit of a bumpy patch here. ViCi Gaming just coming
off a loss against
1-3. Well. Yeah, they're 1-3. ViCi Gaming is 2-2.
Yeah, not the most impressive scorelines on both sides, but yeah, I've seen a couple of Dandelion's games lately, and after the first series, they got me charmed. You know, I was like super happy to see them. The way they played very aggressively reminded me a little bit of LGD, to be honest, when they like dominate. And now suddenly they, as you said, they something. You know, maybe they got into their own head. I don't know, but they just don't look the same. You think it's a patch?
Maybe a patch.
Maybe, but yeah, it's. I probably got to give it to VG. Like Yang's last picks are a little scary for them, like these Beastmasters and Lycans. If you can ever get those out.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have a friendly bet, Black. I bet you one generic energy beverage that Dandelion will come on top of this next series.
Do we just like say overall, or do we have to like predict the score too?
That's hard.
Okay, so
I think
let's say
Dandelion will
overall
win 2-0. Okay, we'll say overall instead.
Let's say overall. Okay, sure. All right. I want the Gatorade. Thank you.
All right. You mean unbranded sports beverage with electrolytes? Yes.
Yes, of
That's
course.
fair enough. Well, hopefully we get a very exciting series coming up after this, but it is going to be about 35 minutes before we are back in action, everyone.
This
so
is your
stay
fault.
tuned for more here on the CNDPC. Division 2 is finished. We'll be back with Division 1 as ViCi Gaming will be taking on Dandelion. We'll see you all very soon after the break.
拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome to the China DPC. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break and you did lots of productive and interesting things in the time it took for us to come back. And now we do move into the next series of the day. And this one is going to be ViCi Gaming versus Dandelion Esports Club. And this is a very interesting match indeed because these two teams are going to be battling it out. And honestly, this is a battle for redemption for Dandelion and a not so much for ViCi though. These guys are 2-2 and they have played who should be considered the 4 hardest teams of the region so far, and they're boasting a 2-2 record. So for them, their hopes of a major are very much still alive. And joining me to break down this series, we've got B-Cup and we've got Black. So guys, obviously, this series means a lot to both of these teams. ViCi Gaming, they're trying to get into that major top 4 right now. Securing this win would definitely help them do that. Meanwhile, Dandelion, they're battling to get themselves out of that bottom 2 slot, and defeating a team which is just above them in points would be absolutely perfect way to do that. But can they pull it off? How one-sided are you expecting this series to be, Black?
Honestly, initially I was quite... After the first year that Dandelion played, I was a very big fan of theirs. Like, they really looked to me like a quote-unquote worst LGD, like same play style. They're very strong when they're ahead, like very nice aggressive movements. But yeah, after the first initial series, they lost 3 in a row. Maybe lost their mojo a little bit along the way, So it would be hard-pressed to say that VG is not the favorite, especially with Yang's like pocket picks that he has with his Lycans and Beastmasters. It's very scary.
Yeah. I feel like out of all the teams, ViCi have had a good read on the meta. Maybe not the best. I'm not even sure who I'd give that accolade to, but they have felt very, very strong and comfortable in this region at the moment. So some Russian teams speaking, some CS teams speaking.
Yeah, that was. Man, the lower division of China just got wild.
Yeah,
they just combined Eastern Europe and China. That was
a controversial decision from Valve there, to be sure. But wow, that's first we're hearing. No, some like graphical issue there, but I'm sure they're going to sort it out. But yeah, all you basically need to know is that currently Dandelion are facing elimination and relegation down to Division 2. B-Cup, does that surprise you at all? Are you surprised to see this team in the bottom 2?
Dandelion, I don't know. I had high expectations for them to start the season. Maybe a little bit too high. I was expecting a little bit more from them. Just, I obviously, like, we've seen Shylock. We were all there together when we saw Shylock on Magma and the whole era that came with him and ZC, but it just, I don't know. I thought they would be better this time around, but I feel like I get kind of fooled like that with like LBZS and Magma. They do the same thing to me. It's like, oh, another chance in Division 1. Here we go. They're going to kill it. And then they don't.
This is their year.
And like then we get shirts made and they don't succeed. It is what it is, I guess.
That was my shirt, and I hope you know that my girlfriend loves sleeping in it, so it's found a good home at least. But yeah, certainly not wearing it anymore. Poor old LPZS. Not looking so hot this season around. But yeah, I mean, it is surprising considering they had such a dominant run in the lower division last season. They didn't drop a series, and this was against teams like IG, this was against Asta Ares, this was against some serious teams. And they weren't able to pull it out the bag, and now, well, they are, up in the Division 1, and they're not able to pull it out of the bag. And now, this is a chance they have to really prove themselves. So, once again, I want to go back to ViCi Gaming and talk a little bit more about them. You mentioned Yang and his impact in the team and how he's kind of turning this one around. Are they improving at a fast enough rate to make them a real contender at the major for you, Black?
If they can qualify for it, then I would say they definitely have a pretty decent chance at getting top 8, maybe even top 6 is what I would give him at most. Maybe even more if they can improve, like OG have, for example. It's always possible.
Find the
But
magic.
I feel they are, at least in China, not improving at a rate that I'm super impressed with, to be honest. Like, overall, the product is nice. It's just they seem a little bit stuck. Like, what you have is what you have, and you're not going to get much more than that. It usually depends quite a lot on the draft, I would say. Like, we always speak about it. Like, if Erika is on a tempo controller and aggressor, they're always doing much better. Like, give XM the winning condition. That's what I want them to do. Hopefully they will keep doing that, because when they do, always looks way, 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 way better.
Yeah, I mean, Erika seems to like playing aggressively. He seems to like when he's freed up, and that also allows him to split the greed more evenly amongst the 3 cores. And again, absolutely agree with you, and that's exactly how we like to see this team play. That just feels so damn good if you're able to get XM and also Yang getting a bit of farm and getting a bit of gold in the bank. That's a good way to play it for them in most situations. They are capable of playing that kind of hard carry play style, but it never really feels like the puzzle piece properly fits for them when they do that. So yeah, I definitely agree with you on that regard as well. And in the mid lane, of course, it's going to be the battle of the 2-lettered mid laners, XM versus versus ZC. Because when we're talking about Dandelion, we're always talking about Shylock, and he has had such an impressive time. I think Chan Ming is another one as well, who we've seen really good things from. We haven't really spoken too much about the other positions, so you can talk about ZC if you like, or you can talk about Beyond or SJ. Give one of these guys a bit of spotlight and tell me what you've seen from them.
It's been a long road for ZC, or well, not long. Obviously, there's long careers, but like to get to this point, to be on Dandelion, he went through Ocean, which was the Ocean and Blaze were those sister teams. And then they finally formed into Magma. Obviously, he was in the top echelon of those 2 teams to make that move there. And then we've seen him the last few years in Magma kind of play and do his thing. And then I think he may have had some issues. I won't elaborate on those just at this moment. But now he's back with Dandelion. And I think he's played all right. Like, I think he had such a great time with Dandelion mid in that division too. There's such a drastic difference between Div 2 playing in the mids and Div 1 playing against all-star after all-star all the time, and it feels like he just gets washed out a lot. Like, I get worried about him, and he's playing up against the best. Like, I don't know. That's something I always talk about mid in China. It's hard to be a breakout star there. It's very difficult to just come in and be like, hey, who am I going to beat? Ori, paparazzi, nothing to say. Like, okay, good luck there, buddy. Like, try it.
And even when we look at the other 2, middle ground / lower running teams, their mid laners are still really impressive. Like, Echo, we've talked a lot about how good he is when you give him like a puck, or you give him a void spirit. He can control the game so damn well. Yi, kind of the same thing. I'd say slightly wider hero pool for Yi. But he can even play stuff like Razor. He can play a bunch of cool stuff in the mid lane. Very, very experienced as well. So even amongst the teams where they're not doing as well, it's still really, really hard for you to look at these mid laners and say, yeah, ZC stands a chance here, because he doesn't. Is there any way to mitigate that? Like, is there any way to play around the fact that, you're probably not going to win this mid matchup?
I mean, there's honestly the mid lane, how do I put that in a way that doesn't offend Dota fans, is not really a super skill in anymore. I do believe that a lesser skilled player can always at least go even with higher skill players, just because of how the lane is structured. Now you have so many water runes, you have bounty runes all the time, you have supports helping you out a lot, you've got bottle refills. Yeah. So you just give him like a very normal cookie cutter mid matchup. It's like a 50-50, and I think he's going to do just fine. Like you give him like a Void Spirit, he's going to do just fine. Dragon Knight, Puck, all of these heroes, he's going to be completely fine. Then after that, it just comes down to team movements.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think we are in the fortunate position right now as well, where so many of these heroes, which are kind of super easy to play in the middle lane, super forgiving to play in the middle lane are very popular at the moment. You know, you can definitely get away with playing a lot of these heroes and not really affecting your team negatively in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I think the mid matchup's not going to make too much of a difference in the game. It's just about how they play after that point, and that is usually the sticking point, because the Dandelion I remember from Division 2, they were this super aggressive team. You know, in the early mid game, you just basically have 3 heroes running at you all the time. And that was, for me, the most impressive part, because almost every other team in Division 2, you'd hit the early mid game and it would be either a case, they had 2 modes, right? It was either farm or fight. And if they were fighting, it would be 5 heroes smoking up, moving to a certain area of the map, which they know they wanted to control, and then trying to just run all 5 heroes into that area and take control of it. And I feel like that was the biggest mistake which these teams were making down there. And that's something which Dandelion almost never did. They would always move as 3 or 4, never really as 5 in the early mid game at least. And they would play it so efficiently that they'd never really run into any trouble. And that was a way which someone was able to become like the most farmed hero in every single region. And we can't forget that. He was the highest GPM carry player of the season last season out of every single region, upper and lower division. So if you give this guy a game, he will carry you. But now we move into the draft for game number 1 of ViCi Gaming versus Dandelion Esports Club. And we're going to start things off with some pretty normal picks, I would say. The Zeus hero rising in popularity. Yeah, nothing really here too surprising, I would say.
Yeah, normal in China, not so much though, right? And other regions, I would completely agree. But in China, I just spoke about it with Ricky. Like Beastmaster isn't really picked a whole lot. He's finally starting to get picked up more because it's just criminally underpicked in China. And the Zeus hero as well. On the support role, it is just so strong. Can also flex to the mid lane. Amazing hero.
Absolutely agree with that. Yeah, Zeus has just been finding a lot of success throughout all the regions and pubs as well. People have been picking him up in their pubs as a 4, and he's finally found his home.
Yeah. I mean, you also have the Warlock combo, right? Very nice.
Warlock combo?
Yeah, like Fatal Bonds plus Zeus ult is so much damage.
Yeah, that's true. I remember with like golems and something, and I was trying to figure it out.
No. It's just damage. Just damage.
A lot of damage, yeah. More damage, please. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a very, very strong one, and they've got so much vision control out of these 2 early picks from Dandelion as well. You've got the Hawk, you've got the Lightning Bolts. You know, it's just going to be massive AOEs of True Sight coming out from them. That's hard to play into. ViCi Gaming. They've come up with the Puck and the Marcy, so this is always a combo I'm surprised about how many times it gets given away in the China DPC. We're seeing a lot of this, and it's good. I mean, obviously, you know, you can dispose people out of the coil, you know, break that leash in the last second. Very annoying to play against. A lot of tempo to come out from these 2. Yeah. And then the Treant comes out from ViCi, so it looks like it might be a Marcy 4. At the moment.
Yeah, that was a bit interesting because you pick 2 super high pace heroes and then you pick a hero that generally wants to slow the pace of the game down. So just in that regard, they don't have the best amount of synergy. And then you pick a Weaver on top. So maybe they're just looking for enabling these aggressive heroes a little bit more with the Treant armor and then potentially the backup of the Overgrowth rather than really trying to play defensively late game. And this is exactly what we wanted to see, right? Weaver on Erika, one of his best heroes.
A classic.
Let's go. Yeah, and leaving the last pick for Yang. Lycan looks really good. I would be surprised if they don't last ban it.
Yeah, so we're going to get a Tusk coming out from now. I mean, one thing they do have is a lot of vision and a lot of True Sight, which is going to be an issue for this Weaver, surely.
Yeah, like if he gets raw, it's always like that, right? If Weaver fights on his terms, he's always super happy and can probably win the fight, no problem. But as you said, if they get a good initiation on him, it could be very problematic, especially early game. You can itemize in the mid game to kind of alleviate some of those problems. Like once you have BKB, you probably won't die this game. But yeah, before that, you are pretty easily bursted.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. And even the Warlock with that large AoE stun, you know, that can be really nice. It's basically a giant bug net this game. Especially if you count Puck as a bug.
Would you
they ever do on ViCi that 4-position Weaver? I know you've already got Marcy, which kind of fills that 4, but would they be willing to move Marcy up to get Weaver into that weird role where it's like that 4 position that's very mobile, where now you're not really sacrificing as much against Zeus and Beastmaster?
It could work, but I do believe just the way VG likes to play when they have this Weaver, it's usually on Erika. It's also one of his best heroes. But what you're saying can definitely work, and they can like last pick another hero for Erika if they feel that's a better way to go. It's just like how things are looking right now, and what I think about the team, how they operate best, is probably going to be the Erika Weaver.
Yeah, it's like one of his signature heroes. I just figured maybe there'd be some like potential chance that they go to something else.
It's always a possibility with those flex heroes for sure.
Yang Marcy sounds like a fun combination. You know, I'd be super down for that if that's how they wanted to run things, but
not dead Yang strats though. Unfortunately, Marcy kills,
and we're still we still never got to see our Marcy position 1 game as well. Do you remember that? We got all excited for it, and then it got cancelled. That was so sad. God, you baited massively. But the final pickup for ViCi Gaming is going to be their Underlord. So that will be your Yang hero, the big boy with his big old axe and those teleportation portals which can take you around the map and make you an objective-taking master. That is going to round off the draft for ViCi Gaming. Dandelion, how do they respond? I mean, you got to be looking at like Monkey King here, surely. Oh, that's first phase banned. Okay, definitely not that. Ursa, I guess, comes into question then, I suppose.
Yeah, some sort of tank breaker would be nice for sure. Yeah, you don't really have you do have a good amount of damage. It's just once you build into that pipe on the Underlord, your damage is very, very heavily mitigated. So I want to have some burst physical damage. Underlord is so good against so many illusion heroes, though. Like Terrorblade is usually the go-to when you lack physical damage, but it's not the greatest this game. Has a very good matchup into the Weaver, though, if they want to just think about that part.
Yeah, just tank it on the lane, you know, except that your Terrorblade is going to be in the jungle from level 3 onwards, and just deal with it. Yeah. That's got to be tempting for them. It all comes down to summer, and we know...
Like a Drow Ranger? Mm-hmm. Pretty not popular anymore, but looks like a decent Drow game.
Yeah. No, I can see that. The silence could be super, super useful against those 2 elusive cores.
Void would have been the best pick, but it's banned, of course. So
yeah.
Something with a stun and teamfight would be great. Bristleback, okay. So they just want to fight the aggression with their own aggression. I love this, actually. It's one of the... It's a super strong pick. We have seen it in Europe, especially, come up more and more as of late. Even a game in China, I believe, where Monet played it, and he just like 2-tapped support and core heroes. Like it was nothing.
Yeah, when you get ahead in this hero, it feels extremely difficult to come back into it. That AoE goo just means you basically can't go anywhere near him, and he's really, really hard to blow up. So a lot of benefits for this pickup here. But how does the lane run against Underlord?
It's very simple. It's honestly very, very simple. You just spam Quill Spray, he spams Firestorm, you spam Quill Spray, you get your defensive items, nobody moves really.
Yep, alright, sounds fun. Basically just 2 rocks just kind of smashing away at each other. Sounds like a fun lane to me. Interesting draft then from both these teams, and honestly, I'm not swaying super hard one way or the other. I was worried, honestly, that Dandelion were going to throw out one of their crazy picks as their final hero, you know, just go for something which didn't make any sense, but yeah, this Bristle's kind of making me believe. So, you know what, for game number 1, I think I'm happy to cast my vote for Dandelion. I think it's very, very close, and I think this is going to be an exciting matchup. So, yeah, I'll go Dandelion for game 1. What about you, B-Cop? You've been thinking, deep in thought over there in a state of deep meditation.
The Beans. They are saying, we're back, by the way. The Beans, thank you for helping with my prediction. It's going to be
I can see that coffee cup is full.
Whoa, relax. Chill
what a
out.
fraud. I want my money back.
Don't give away my... The coffee's saying that ViCi's going to win. Yang's going to kill it on this Underlord. Puck's going to be difficult to handle. And Erika's going to get away with way more than he should. That's what I'm... Thank you, Coffee. I appreciate you.
Alrighty, a safe bet for B-Cup. Black, where are you sitting with this one?
I feel like they don't really have any tower push on the VG side, and like the high ground defense of the Dire or tower defense in general is just super strong. Like, I can't really see him take many objectives, so I'm gonna go a Dandelion as well.
Alrighty, 2 for Dandelion, 1 for ViCi Gaming. Which way will it go? We will find out as we jump into game number 1 of ViCi Gaming versus Dandelion. Just to remind you, ViCi Gaming, they are battling for that top 4 position. They want to break free and get to the major. Everything on the line for them. Meanwhile, Dandelion, they are fighting for their redemption arc. They have lost a bunch of games in a row, and now they want to get out of that bottom 3, currently tied up 1 and 3 with the rest of the teams down there. They want to put their head above the water. Can they do it? Let's find out as we jump into this game with B-Cop and Black.
Thank you, Nomad. We'll be talking very soon, I assume. Not that the game's going to end any soon, but I'm going to be asking for some big-time stats.
Oh, line them up.
I'll try. I'll try to give you something as, well, it already looks like there is some trouble over bottom. But it's Dandelion who end up eating the first blood because Victoria gets it and takes out TMA. But they end up trading. ZC gets credit for it. As
Erika, Speedy Bug, and...
Fairy Fire?
Yeah,
I'm already committed to leaving. And Erika's not going to commit to the kill. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, prioritizing the block a little bit more. And I'm actually surprised they're putting the Tusk middle rather than the Zeus. So that it changes things quite a bit when it comes to the teamfight potential early on. Hopefully for the better, B-Cup. Hopefully for the better.
Hopefully. That's all we can ask for, right?
Yeah, but potentially not. And it's always the scary part. But if you let fear overtake your life, B-Cup, then you cannot move forward anymore.
Fear never takes my life.
Yeah. Screw fear. Not the player.
Yeah. the emotion, people, come on.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking at these lanes. Victoria on the Treant with the Weaver. We've continued to talk about the prioritization of these healing supports, and I mean, you can look at the pressure they're already able to do with just this level 2 on these heroes down bottom, but what do you think right now is the best combination, or really, I guess, the best healing support in the meta?
I honestly believe Io is being a little bit underrated again, going under the radar. He will pop up again in the major, don't worry. He always does. And the TI, he's still one of the best at the job, and there's so many amazing lane partners. Other than that, I think Winter Wyvern is really underrated as well, especially with the recent buffs. And then Warlock, obviously, like, he's already taken the spot as the first pick, first ban in a lot of these games. So he's also one of the best. I mean, heck, even Dazzle is kind of broken, to be honest. I'm surprised we're not seeing that more in China. We're seeing it a lot in Europe and in Eastern Europe, but not in China at all, pretty much.
I love playing Dazzle.
I know you do. I saw a game. Was like 0-15.
Whoa, that is not true.
And not your Dazzle, I mean the game.
Oh yeah, you were. Yeah, I think we won that game.
Oh, you did?
I want to say we ended up pulling that one out, but I could be
XM?
wrong.
Whoa. 20 health.
Don't mind me.
And he's a couple CS, or not CS behind, but it looks experience-wise. Well, ZC got that second kill, so he's a touch. Was a touch behind, and now he's found it even in terms of the experience. Bottom lane though, Victoria.
Solo kill. Yep.
Ming getting the kill there, and well, using this Zeus to make sure that they can put some pressure on. The level 2 looks strong for ViCi, and I guess bottom it kind of petered out a little bit. You do get a little bit more here from the Zeus as, of course, the level enhances. He's gone to the Arc Lightning Heavenly Jump combo.
Rune.
Yeah, nobody picking up the bounty runes. It's all there for Dandelion.
I am very surprised by the skill of Zeus though. Usually you go Bolt and Heavenly Jump, but he's going Arc Lightning Heavenly Jump, more like a mid Zeus would. Because that Bolt is super effective as you get higher levels, and as a support you don't get like too many levels to really justify that Arc Lightning. So we'll see how his mid game, or rather late early game goes, because that Bolt is very important.
That was the question I was having with the Zeus, because I played a couple 4 games, and I went one where I put more priority into the Lightning Bolt, but it just doesn't feel like you have enough mana to really feel as effective, whereas you could do a little bit more with the Arc Lightning, right?
Yeah, it's early on, it definitely deals more damage, but as you said, like mana becomes a big problem, and you don't really have that mana pool to really spam out those Arc Lightnings, as a support Zeus especially, which is why people generally like to max the Lightning Bolt, and then you just right-click, plus Heavenly Jump. Almost no support can trade with you. But so far he's doing just fine for himself, so we'll see. Beyond is actually struggling a lot though. Like same net with his Zeus. Doesn't have his helm yet either. He's gonna die soon.
I'm the Underlord.
He's so close to death. Like he steps up to the CS, he can just die immediately.
Yeah, 2 levels in the Leech Seed, going from 8 to 14% on the slow. Like that level 1 to level 2 is pretty big on the Leech Seed. Especially with the Weaver who can use that Shikuchi, just move up. You've obviously got the early Geminate attack, and if you get a Swarm to land, you should be a-okay. Summer's actually low top, but he'll be fine for now. They want to go for Erica. Erica taking a lot of damage, but again,
they're
Beyond standing underneath the grasp. Down bottom while top, they get the kill in the Yank. They both die bottom, and Erica just survives.
Yep. That is the big problem.
Can they get Jauma? 2 in both lanes, looking like, as ZC's made the rotation, and it's SJ who gets the kill. I don't know if he really wanted to grab that at the end there. It was after the shards came out, and those shards are level 3, so they're doing quite a bit of damage. And just pushed them, I guess, on the edge for the Warlock to get.
Yeah, I don't mind a farm support Warlock though. You get fast into a shard, you can have so much impact in those team fights.
So what's the impact of a Warlock? Like, if you're playing Warlock, other than just throwing Fatal Bonds and Shadow Word, like, is there really anything else that you can do if you can't really find the positioning to Upheaval?
I mean, that is really the big ability, right? Upheaval is like his second ultimate, basically. But Yang again might be in trouble. Oh, nice rotation on the puck. What? I say that, but Yang just blows up.
She still dies.
Oh my God. He didn't stick. He didn't expect the triple quill to come out.
Can you blame him?
No, there was like an instant, 600 damage in his face. Can't blame him for that one.
That was intense, yeah. I mean, as usual, they secure Summer's lane with the Warlock pick here in the Bristleback, a very strong combo. And to nobody's surprise, of course, Summer is the record holder in the China Div 1, as he's got the most last hits per minute on average. And they have one other record holder in the team, which is actually ZC in the middle lane, with highest damage taken per minute in the Division 1 China, which is a really weird one, especially for a mid laner to hold. But yeah, draw from that what you will. He
does play a lot of these like unusual mid laners, so like a Tusk, who can absorb quite a bit of pain. Bot lane again, Beyond. He's beyond saving, B-Cop.
Yeah, he really is. And they've got the Treant that ended up going down on the side of ViCi. Now Erica hit with the Walrus Punch and does time-lapse.
Wait, time-lapse is lower health than before. Maybe he expected more damage to come out, but yeah, now he's actually killable.
Yeah, that felt weird and a little forced, like he was looking for proper positioning. I don't really know.
Yeah.
What do you need here if you're ViCi to stop Summer from kind of just being unkillable in this game? Like, who's going to be the one who makes sure that Summer's fights feel uncomfortable? Because I feel like with their lineup, yeah, that's like the only thing, right? Like, there's no real Silver Edge builder. There's no real guy getting a break in this matchup.
Yeah, so the good thing is that usually as a Bristol you have to BKB somewhat early as our little boy Zeus goes down.
Yeah, TMing dropping. There's also, by the way, a Chip Vest that's just standing in the neutral camp. ZC has to pick that up. They get SJ2, so 2 heroes into the side of Dandelion as Erica, I believe, TP'd up towards top. So I actually really appreciate that from Erica. We see a lot of the times that, you know, everybody comes over mid, it ends up being a party, and they commit too hard to like pushing, and the one doesn't really find much farm outwards from that, but he just went right back to farming top.
Yeah, he's also the hero that cares about Bristleback the least. But I was gonna say, Treant on paper is one of the best supports against Bristol, because he really thrives upon that minus armor he gets with the goose stacks. or whatever targets he focuses can get like plus 12 or maybe even plus 20 if he gets that level up armor later, so they become very, very survivable suddenly. And of course the overgrowth too, because you have to pop BKB pretty preemptively often on Bristol to really start the right clicking.
We've seen how it works with the Bristlebacks in the one position. They're just constantly spamming Quill Spray and get that Ags, get the Viscous Nasal Goo, just always at like 10 Warpath stacks.
Yeah.
Or I guess max Warpath stacks.
So, we have seen the level 25 talent especially. The damage output becomes kind of ridiculous.
Well, it's what, an extra 250 damage?
Yeah. From 350 to 600.
Yeah.
2
It's really
rapiers,
disgusting.
basically.
We were talking about it last time. ZC in some trouble. Had the Dream Coil. He snapped it just on the edge. Now they've got the Snowball going to Xiaoma. Erica shows up in this fight and is ready to get a kill, but they end up trading with the help of Fatal Bonds and Tiamin coming over with the Arc Lightning. And he's only got 1 level into the Lightning Bolt, so he's gone 3-1-1-1.
Yeah, as I said, usually we see the max jump and the max bolt at this time, but yeah, maybe he has like a different approach that we'll see. Now the Zeus ult is online though. The Rock, not just yet.
So one thing that's interesting about the China region compared to the other regions is that there's actually slightly lower hero diversity here in this region compared to the rest, with an average of about 30, 31-ish heroes per team picked at the moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the regions are sitting around kind of 37, 38-ish per team, so obviously that does change, but...
Can I ask you for one additional stat that you probably don't have at this exact moment? Was that the case last year?
I'll make it up, so...
No, I was asking to see if you can collect it for me. Was that the case last year with China? Were they the least? Because I feel like last year we saw a lot more diversity coming from the hero pools of these players.
So you want me to go back in time to the last tour? Oh, sorry, the last year's tour.
Yeah, ZC going in. Ooh, the ult. Now they've got themselves a time lapse. They're going to bring Yang down here, and they've got an overgrowth that's well placed by Victoria, finding a 3-man Dream Coil to follow it up. So they get the kill on a 2. They'll lose the Zeus. They'll lose the Tusk. They'll take out SJ. A Primal Roar is wasted. Some are going to try and clean up. Yang taking a lot of damage, but there's the Dispose to throw him away from this Underlord. And 4 heroes dying on the side of Dandelion, while ViCi take no casualties.
Wow.
That was really well done.
Yeah. Raw, Rock, and Zeus ult used and nobody died? That is very, very surprising. Unfortunately, the Zeus ult also came out before the Fatal Bonds, so a lot of the damage is wasted there. Now also stealing the stacks. Yeah, this game is going pretty well for VG, isn't it?
Yeah, they gotta assume that there's also an Ancient stack, but I don't know if they really have the capabilities of taking it. Unless they all commit.
You know what I just realized? There's not a whole lot of lockdown on Dandelion. Like, not great lockdown. So this Bristol is very easily kiteable when you have no roar.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's
and
very,
very that.
difficult. Because I guess you compare that to ViCi. You've got Dream Coil, Pit of Malice, Dispose, Overgrowth.
Yup, and their heroes are much less prone to getting kited. It's so hard to kite a Weaver.
Not dead, oh wow. Actually coming back in, and they've got the Dream Coil down on a 2. XM saving the life of Xiaoma, maybe rethinking going in on this because ZC's here. The Illusory Orb across Roche, and they'll both escape. Nobody losing anything.
Yeah. He could have killed the Zeus if he wanted to, but probably would have put himself in a pretty rough spot.
Alright, B-Cup, I'm afraid your answer is kind of uninteresting. China are pretty much in the middle of the pack when it comes to when it comes to hero diversity last year, and STA were actually the team with the lowest hero diversity last year. So
Okay, so they weren't like they're less diverse in their hero picks now. As Xiaoma picks up a double damage, pops the ult. Can he do anything with this? Thunder God's Wrath now trying to run this hero is ridiculous. Is ZC in range? He doesn't have Snowball just yet, but he does have Phase Boots. Oh,
Nice stomp.
Beyond. He's got the Helm of the Dominator. He's got the Stomp coming in from the Centaur.
Now, is that balanced that a creep just has 380 movement speed? I'll leave that up to debate. We don't have to answer that here. Tusk, first item BKB. I guess it's not uncommon, but like you already know my worries with this hero in the mid lane. Glorified support, but becoming one is very, very, very easy to do on that hero. Which is not something you want, by the way. It's not a good achievement.
We've seen a couple of these like mid heroes that really do kind of fall into that high farmed off lane kind of thing.
Yeah, which is never really what you want to see though.
And I don't think they did enough with ZC early enough. Where like the advantage is that damage with the Walrus Punch at 6, right? Like moving around the map and making sure that you get those kills early. They didn't do anything with that.
Yeah.
Or at least not as much as they would have probably wanted to.
Now, the real power spike is about to be there though. The Bristleback with his Axe Scepter. Once that's up, the fights are gonna get a lot more difficult for ViCi. They really have to make sure to somehow avoid the Bristol in fights, kite them well enough so they can kill the backline.
Again, I'm still wondering what they're going to bring to the table in terms of kiting him well enough once he does have that Ags, because the damage ramps up. That Warpath stack is always going to be maxed, most likely, with that Ags. If he is free to move around the fight, which a lot of this lockdown is your ults, right? And they'll find themselves TMing as they do this, as they go and pressure the bottom tier 1. You know, it's Overgrowth, it's Dream Coil. Pin Malice, obviously not an ult, but like, it's going to be tough to hold this Bristle in place once those are down. And they're going to try and go. They want to go for Summer. They've got the Dream Coil, they have the Silence with the Waning Rift. And if they can get this kill before he really starts to amp up, that's a massive pickoff. And yeah, Xiaoma gets credit for the kill. It's 15-8. Big move from ViCi.
Wow. Yeah, Summer though, he's like so confident that they can't bring him down. He was all the way there by himself. There was no help around at all. Very uncharacteristic from Summer, actually. He likes to play the safe farm role, usually.
Yeah, and he picked up his Aghanim's timing about 30 seconds faster than usual, so pretty much on average.
They're coming down with the ult. Fiend's Gate down towards Beyond. They've got the Pit of Malice, they'll have the Rod of Atos, they have the consecutive lockdown to get this kill onto Beyond, and now look for a +1 TP out. But SJ, basic, just
everyone back up.
Yeah, back towards top, back towards EC.
Yeah, Underlord is such an interesting hero too. Definitely pretty underrated too, I'd say. Like you can just do so many things with his ult.
In the right hands, he is gruesome.
Yeah, just so much global presence. I'm just looking around for Dandelion's powers timings. As I said, like this axe on Bristol is very strong, but they can't really connect with him, or haven't yet. Let's see what it can make happen. This bot tower needs to fall. They have a Hawk to scout out the tree end as well.
They're looking for ZC. They've got the Dispose. They'll throw down the Chaotic Offering. Xiaoma taking a lot of damage. He might just be left to die. They won't lose anybody else, at least at this moment. And they actually give up the Arcane Rune over bot to ZC.
Tusk, deceptively tanky. Has a pretty nice strength gain, almost 4 per level. So he's sitting on a good 2,000 health. No easy kill at all.
Do want to just break out of my role for a second here and just say, like, this Bristleback, we're starting to see how it doesn't really suit Dandelion as a team that well, because they do like to, you know, find their late game timings when they have like 3 to 4 key items on that carry hero and then go and start taking over the map. They do like to play things slower. They have the highest average game time of any team in Div 1, highest average win time as well. So it shouldn't surprise you to know that. But with the Aghanims on the Bristle, you kind of want to start making things happen with it, but they just don't seem to be doing that.
That's why
As you say,
I worry about the rest of their lineup. Yeah, but this is probably their best move, right? Like, get the Aegis, trying to find a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
If they're not pressuring the map as much, they're not getting these tier 1 towers yet, the best way to do it is to go with this Aegis. They've got pushing potential, right? Like, they have the Beastmaster.
Yeah, they're looking to dive. But they can't find anything just yet.
Oh, those shards, Summer.
They have to be really careful to how they approach this. Like, an overgrowth, we've seen it before, can really disrupt teamfights massively.
And they're looking like they want to go.
Still.
Is that going to be good enough? Malice, Firestorm, Rod of Atos, keeping Summer close.
He can't move. It's getting kited so hard. Yeah, back in the pit, back in the nature's grasp, but the healing word keeping him.
Oh, they disposed him and he's away from his team. Summer taking a lot of damage. The overgrowth comes out and it's the Aegis gone already. They get the kill on XM with Primal Roar with the Walrus Punch, and XM unable to survive. They get the kill on Victoria. They'll look over for Jalma. They'll take out a third.
Yang's trying to ult out, can he? No stun.
Oh, just got the lightning bolt. That's going to be 4. A great fight from Dandelion, and it's with this Aegis. If they didn't have it, like we said, they probably wouldn't have won that fight, losing Summer immediately, and that's what gives them the opportunity to now win the fight and go for these towers.
I really got to question that decision making though. Like, why would you go on a Bristol with Aegis out of all heroes when there's literally the entire team behind them? And we spoke about how dangerous the backline is with the Zeus there. They have a Tusk who's just disrupting heroes left and right. There was a very questionable decision for sure. Like, that's what they gave him the Aegis for, right?
Yeah.
Well, now, suddenly, it's not so one-sided anymore, and Weaver as a hero, especially with the way he itemized, and is continuing to itemize, it can fall off pretty easily. Dragonlance, Falcon Blade, BKB, there's no Maelstrom to scale, there's no real damage output here. I don't know if he's really gonna commit for that Radiance, but if he does, they have no real carry this game.
This is kind of worrying.
I don't know why he chose to go for these items. Like, your job this game is to kill the Bristleback, and for that you need like right-click damage. Or Ancient Thunderhide. We see now the Overlord picked up on Beast, of course. What? Looks like he's just dead. Yep, goodbye. Yeah.
Alright, they'll just grab the kill. They do lose Victoria again.
Wow, the Walrus Punch with that DD. He has BKB, and Sama is nowhere to be seen. He has no TP, they need to disengage.
BKB, ZC, waiting a long time. He doesn't have a TP. So they'll use the Dream Coil after, and now they've got the Swarm on him, and that's a kill out on a ZC. It's not really what you want.
Gone too.
Oh, and 253 gold for Yang.
Yeah, like, you can't make these kind of moves when your Bristleback has TP on cooldown. Like, you need to respect his timing because he is your strongest hero right now. You have to play around him. Wherever he goes, you should be setting up your next move towards her as well. Radiance on the Weaver though. I have not seen that in years.
Weird move for sure.
Like, it looks cute, but again, like, where's the single target damage gonna come from?
I don't know what he really accomplishes there.
Because I feel like you already have enough spread damage as it is with the Puck, with the Underlord. You don't really need to double down on that. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's gonna be surprisingly effective. As we see a 4-man smoke down towards Yang. No BKB. If he gets caught, he should be a pretty simple kill.
Ooh,
Scoring a Selma.
yeah,
Versus
I was
tank
gonna
the
say. That's honestly, at least for ViCi, that's better than losing Yang. But I say that, and Yang needs to TP out immediately.
Nimbus? If there was a mid Zeus, man, he would have had a Nimbus.
Yeah, he's gearing up to get that axe. I wonder if Erica commits to this Radiance. I'd feel like that just isn't...
I really hope not, but knowing him, he has very firm opinions on item builds, so... But yeah, Zeus is getting very farmed, actually. If you look at his net worth.
Yeah, 7,000 compared to the Marcy at 53. You've almost got that Ags, and they've been leaving a lot of space open for Team Ming to get that farm with the Arc Lightning, right?
Yeah, they do have a very, very obvious lack of disables, so being able to cancel TPs with that Nimbus is gonna come in very handy when the Bristol is chasing down heroes.
And he buys out on the Sacred Relic.
Yeah.
Now just buy the Divine Rapier. Forget it.
That would solve the single target damage issues. He's going to Deso next on the Tusk. He's going right-click Tusk. Okay. I like that a lot.
That's something similar to what we saw Jinkyu do when he put it on the 4 and he got that massive amount of farm, and then he also got to the level 25 12% chance at Walrus Punch.
Hey, he's going to Moonshard.
Blink, Walrus Punch,
oh my God,
Erica hit with the final roar. Overgrowth won't help. That is not feeling good for ViCi. And since they got the Aegis, Dandelion have felt pretty strong.
Yeah, I don't want to be the courier of bad news, but if you're looking for like these Radiance kind of games, you really want to be snowballing. All of these deaths, they hurt a lot. The itemized in this way. And Samash is whacking the mid tower by himself again. At this time around, way more survivable with the BKB, of course.
So, going for the tower. Obviously, Trian's trying to save it, but hard to do.
Not gonna happen. Not against Bristol and Beast.
Meta. Yeah. They're not meta, but the zoo push.
Are you gonna glyph this tower? Now you have to be very careful after glyphing this. The next teamfight you lose is gonna be a Rex or two.
Yeah, potentially. And that's Erica not having really an item to fight yet. Like, you can't fight for a while until at least the Radiance, and then you probably...
Still can't
would
fight.
you agree you want one more?
Yeah. Also, like, if you buy Radiance, don't you want to have it like ASAP to use as your farming tool? You're looking for the wall, like they found him.
Dream Coil comes out, and here comes the gate. They're coming in with the Fiend's Gate. They'll go to the Thunder God's Wrath. Jama trying to survive. They get
Look at Summer's damage output.
And Summer is just throwing everything at them, and he's taking no damage yet, but they end up losing Beyond. So 2 years dead on the side of Dandelion.
Yang, one more hit.
Yang will get run down by Summer, so equal trades so far. Zeus is coming back in, trying to get a kill here on XM, and Victoria, just surviving. XM will escape, but I don't know if it's looking as likely for Erica. He goes to pop this PKD.
He has no time lapse.
Walrus Punch, no time lapse, trying to run.
Oh my God. You really can't afford this kind of deaths.
Back-to-back doesn't even have the Radiance yet. It is on its way, but that is out of control.
Stood around to farm the small camp. There was no incentive to do that at all. They were so greedy. Jesus. And they obviously capitalized on it very well, but it wasn't handed to them. Nimbus now up on Zeus as well.
This is not looking good for ViCi.
No.
I think Dandelion are primed to just roll over ViCi in the next fight victory.
Yeah, I mean the next
Roche is up in 30, yeah.
Get out of my head.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, XM! Wow.
Wait, did the Tusk almost solo kill him there?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a pretty decent stun, right? The Walrus Punch when you take it down, 1.5 seconds.
They have the extra stun of the dive bomb too.
Yeah.
They have the shard on the Beastmaster. If you're not careful, that could be it.
That's the power of the lineup now, though, right? That all the
This
items
could
are
be
online.
big.
They have so much physical as well as... Yeah, there's no way they can sneak that.
Yeah, the
as well
Hawk's
as
in
magic
there.
damage. Exactly.
I don't even know if you'd feel confident going for this Roche if you're
Radiant are
Wait.
ViCi, unless you kill 1 or 2 heroes. Maybe not
He has
more than
Manta
2.
queued up next? Like, no. That is just not okay. We'll see what happens in this team fight. But yeah, it's gonna be a very rough one for the Radiant.
It's gonna be a quick Roche, just like the last time. Walrus Punch comes out. They're gonna go to the Thunder God's Drive with the BKB being popped by Yang. They go to the backlines with the Dream Coil on a 2, but the Nimbus is down. The Primal
But
Roar is down to XM. But Beyond gets ripped apart. They'll take out TM Ming. They'll lose SJ. Xiaoma
Miss
falls
Summer's
to
damage.
1 on VP. Summer, though, running through and trying to rip up these heroes. Yang with no BKB. He's happy to just push him away and go for this Roche. The buybacks on Dandelion might prove to be pretty massive. Question now
Maybe
is
Clemson's
Fiendscape
still
back
Roche?
in. Walrus Punch comes out. Erica again! Oh, just gets the time lapse off, but they go to the Chaotic Offering. They look over at XM. They've got themselves the Waning Rift. So that silences up Beyond, who fought back in this fight already, dead for 80 seconds.
Erica,
Walrus Punch
Erica!
again on Erica. Xiaoma saving him, but not in time. Erica and Xiaoma fall. XM gets the Aegis. That's a big takeaway. Snowball, though, coming all the way through into Yang. Yang hit with the Walrus Punch. XM with the Waning Rift. It's a silence on a 2, but that won't save the Underlord. Got an Aegis on XM, but that's all they've got to show for it.
Is there any shot upgrade that could be game winning? I don't see it. Maybe give it to the Marcy. Like, would be probably your best bet. But yeah, like you can just see the Tusk as well as the Bristol. They're just full HP the entire time. Like, how do you double down on more spell damage when your entire team is literally spell damage? Like, that decision making of Erica is so questionable. They just can't touch these heroes now.
Maybe you give the shard. I would have said give it to Erica because the Geminate attack hits units within 1200 range of the original target, right?
Yeah, but he didn't
Swarm Beetle's
itemize
attack.
the right click anyway.
And that's what I was getting at. I would have said Erica, but he didn't itemize for that.
Yeah.
Huh.
He's going for Manta next as well, which really, if you itemize in this way, you gotta go Radiance into Manta, like first 2 items. Those are your 2 scaling items. And he builds them more as like a finisher. It's like topping a cheesecake with more cheese. You don't want that. You want like a cherry or some fruit.
You love cheesecake.
I love cheesecake.
I will say, if that's the shard and that's who you're giving it to, which...
They did.
Did he take it? Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. Then, do you just switch off Manta and go Deso or something? Like you
He's
can't...
already committed.
Yeah, he committed to the Yasha. I don't know. I think the itemization has cost ViCi massively.
Man, I just literally spoke about it in Division 2, how much better the itemization is in Div 1. It had to happen. Right in my first game in Division 1. It had to happen.
ZC, Smoke broken, Thunder God's Wrath gets the blink off in time.
Man,
The shards are short.
Dude, he blinked before that Wrath even. Like, that was not reaction, that was knowing that they're coming.
Yeah, see the smoke break and then immediately get out of there.
Yeah. And of course, if you guys didn't know, you saw it here now, Zeus ult doesn't damage Invis heroes. It just gives you the vision of them. Which is really weird, because the lightning bolt still hits you. But that's life, I guess. Bristleback now with that Abyssal Blade, man. If he sticks on top of the Weaver, he's gonna like 3-shot him.
Well, it's not even that. You start with the Abyssal Blade, you throw a dive bomb on him. Like you now have the lockdown to deal with the Weaver.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, he's also level 25, so that plus 600 damage. Yeah, you're gonna be seeing it all the time now.
Waning Rift, but the Walrus Punch is there. Can he jaunt in time? Barely. Nimbus. Ooh, the dive bomb, and it hits Erica. That's what we were talking about. Primal Roar comes in, and Erica is done and dusted. Well, actually, just done. They didn't even need dust.
Yeah. Okay, because I need this game to end soon. So I don't have to.
Your head.
I don't have to shred Erica part of the game and sooner. Because the more we see of this, the worse it will look, really. Like right now, there's still some. You can still save it, you know. Just GG out soon, guys.
XM playing a
He still has
little
ages at
bit
least.
far forward. Oh,
They just punched the creepy up. It's all good.
did he kill the bird? Oh
Awesome.
my god! 2-shot!
Yeah, invisible blade.
Legitimately 2-shot!
Uh-huh.
Trying to give him the 3-piece and a soda, but it's just a 2-piece.
Oh, he has a
It's on
DD
sale.
too. Dude, he's hitting for 1,000 damage! What the fuck? What the foo?
What the fuck? Delicious. Delicious dish.
Yeah. Now look at him. 2-shot the ancients. Yeah. Ancients, by the way. Very powerful creatures. Now, I gotta say though, he is lacking in the attack speed department. If they can manage to kill Beastmaster... But I want Beastmaster to pick up the attack speed ancient, the Thunderhide. If you frenzy that Bristleback, he's going to town.
Weaver is up, and they're gonna 5-man smoke. Both teams under the shroud of smoke. It's close in net worth, but we've seen these fights seem to
Not
slightly
that close.
favor Dandelion. They've been kind of close. I think ViCi's done a decent job of getting like the backliners. They've got Beyond, they've got the supports, but it comes down to not being able to kill ZC or Summer as consecutive.
Yang in the front.
They're gonna go, they're trying to make something happen, but they've got the Abyssal Blade. The Overgrowth comes out, they have the control, the Dream Coil's there with an Abyss down, they get the kill on the SJ, they'll take out TMing, but they end up losing
But the Roaring
Victoria.
Erica again.
The Roar's Punch on the Erica is there. They take him out, he's gone for 90. Yang's gonna die. XM's the only one who's really able to get out any damage. And they get a 3 for 3 with buybacks actually available on Yang.
Roar's Punch available, careful
but not
XM.
for Erica. XM going the other way, Illusory Orb jaunts to the side. And will make his escape for now, but you gotta see ZC, he's level 25, he's got the 12% chance at Walrus Punch, and that's what helped continue the lockdown. I'm pretty sure there was 2 Walrus Punches in there that made sure Erica just died. Oh,
We caught him. Oh, no.
With the blink, it kind of looked like the old Abyssal.
Kaya Sanj, a little bit too strong against the Abyssal stun. Alright, you have to start talking about Erica now. I won't mention it anymore.
He's dead for 37 seconds. We'll take a break.
Yeah. So Swift Blink up next for the Bristleback. I really do think though that the Beastmaster should prioritize getting this Thunderhide.
Not Jalma playing
Is he
himself.
just dead?
Not yet. He's actually.
Yeah.
Not
Zeus says,
dead.
I got this, thanks.
He was doing a decent amount of damage with the Unleash.
Yeah, his life is also from a Psychic is super strong. But yeah, like all Bristleback is lacking is attack speed. If you preemptively frenzy him before he blinks, for 8 seconds he has 75 additional attack speed. I would love to see that kind of combo play. He now has a Witchbane, by the way, so he can dispel the 3 and armor of targets. It's gonna make them much more squishy. Now a smoke up? Wait, it's
No,
just
Zeus has the,
he has
the
a ninja gear.
Yeah.
Zeus is not really a hero I would associate with ninjas, though. But... Oh, Timeless Radigon Puck. Now that could be a game winner. It always has been.
He could be a ninja. He's like Raiden.
Erica!
Thunder God's Wrath. That'll get them the
he's dead
vision,
again.
and now they've got the kill. And he never has buyback. He is just is always
He's dead all the
short
time.
the gold. Yeah, his death timer is quite long.
He made 1,000 net worth in the last, like, 10 minutes, I swear. He had this amount of farm 10 minutes ago.
Spell Prism. Bristle, happy about that if he wants to take it.
I think
he
they should
even
go in the
needs to.
hands of Zeus, probably. Maybe Beastmaster if he wants it.
Yeah, there's no reason to give it to the Bristle, I guess.
Tusk on the hunt again. Silver Edge up in 3. But they have a very good ward in the mid lane. 3 and put that down in the last team fight. Ooh, Timeless Relic, man. Now that's going to Zeus. He has a refresher as well.
They're in on Roche. This is a refresher shard, and nobody's over there, so free for Dandelion. They've
triple Zeus ult, pause champ.
Refresher dropped. Aegis picked up. Cheese picked up on Beyond. Zeus picks up the refresher shard, gives it over to SJ.
No triple Zeus ult. Boring.
I can see what they're trying to do as Victoria pushes top and XM pushes bottom.
I can see Summer being very strong here in the mid lane and doing a lot of damage to the tower. Ow.
And not care about the side lane pushes. Yang's actually caught in here. Overwhelming blink for XM. He's been the saving grace for ViCi this game. 7-1-14.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fantastic puck game. Like, it is super hard to bring him down this game. He also has a Kaya Sanj, so all the stuns, the duration, we spoke about it before.
And he's the only one with any semblance of damaging kills,
Yeah,
it feels like.
I gotta go back to it again. Like, this Manta style will do absolutely nothing. He might as well just buy a Glove of Haste, it will have the same impact. Beyond is looking for things beyond the horizon, B-Cop, aka the enemy river. They're looking at Underlord. Oh. Woods of Bearing
Really
up.
want to go for. Could be Erica again. The Nimbus.
Oh,
the
no, not
BKB,
again.
The Walrus Punch and the kill. And again, he does not have buyback. Primal Roar comes out. They're going to go through with this. They get the Cone of Victoria, so they haven't lost anything on the side of Dandelion. They have yet another Chaotic Offering ready to go with the Walrus Punches in 6 seconds. GG.
Yeah. Yeah.
Erica bought out on the ulti orb, but didn't have buyback, and I mean, even with the performance from XM, Dandelion take game number 1. No way to stop the Bristle. Like, really anything else after that.
Yeah.
Well,
The draft was really coming to fruition at the very end there.
yes, it certainly was Black and Peacock. That was a very interesting game. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like when you're playing against Bristleback, your number one thought should be, how do I make these fights as fast as possible? Because you don't want to give him time to stack up that goo, to stack up those quills, to get his warpaths. I mean, he always has max warpath these days anyway, since he's just a mana fountain, apparently. And then you buy a Radiance on your Weaver? That feels like the polar opposite of what you should be doing.
No.
Like,
You buy Radiance on the Weaver as 4th item. Why? If you want to buy Radiance, please buy it first item and scale with it so you can actually become like a hard carry. But he didn't do that. Like, Radiance is never going to be a 4th item on any hero. You will never see that.
yeah, that was some that was some crazy shit coming out from Erica this game. God knows what he was doing, but needless to say, it didn't quite work out. Unfortunately, ended up getting picked off quite a lot as well. But do you have to say this Tusk seemed like a super nice answer to the Weaver? Like, he was the one catching him out every single time, going for that Walrus Punch, you know, the extra duration on the Walrus Punch as well, helping out a huge amount in getting them the lockdown they needed to kill off this Weaver. And yeah, he never really got it looking at the game. He's just absolutely bullied out of existence, really.
You see that at the end B-Cup, at the Ancients? Like, he punched him with the actual ult and he got an instant other punch. He like
he went up
one-shot him,
twice.
basically. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's level 25 for you.
Yeah,
12%,
that's
100%.
actually, there's a cautionary tale on this for any Tusk players out there. If you are level 25, then you should always have your Tusk Punch on auto cast, because that way, when you jump in, if you land the chance, it'll always take priority over your auto cast, which means that you'll instantly then punch them again using the actual button, because the game does understand that obviously if you're landing the proc, then you're not using the active, so it doesn't go on cooldown. Therefore, your right click's just, you know, double punch straight into the air, and you can always get that. So yeah, at least if you're jumping a target which you want to instantly blow up, then throw it on autocast, and you're very, very likely, well, not very, very likely, a 12% chance of getting a double
100.
punch, as opposed to if you're casting it, where you will always use the, well, you understand. So that's what he was doing there, and that worked out pretty damn well for them, for sure. So very nicely done from ZC. And I did doubt the Tusk mid for a while, you know. There was a point where we've seen a lot of these Tusks as well in the past who have been mid, and they've just felt like another kind of slightly rich position 4. What made ZC different this game, Black?
I really like that. You see with a lot of mid laners when they don't have a good game, they keep trying to just run around, find kills here and there. He had none of that. Like, he literally just didn't look for a kill for like 15 minutes. He just found his BKB, then he found his next item, and then he was like, yeah, maybe I'll go for a kill or two now. And he found his next item, and then he was like, all right, I'm super strong now. Half HP punches the whoever, Weaver or Puck, whoever he went on in every fight. And I really like that mindset of his, because if he just kept running around trying to look for kills, he would be dirt poor.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but I also feel like ZC was enabled by the fact this game got him to level 25. Like, he was doing some things earlier on, but it was really like the late half where he did get that 25 and everything, and a little bit before that he was making things work, right? Like, you could see here in this fight, he kind of gets blown away. There were a couple fights like this where he was just kind of just a walrus punch. But after a while, I think he kind of found his footing.
This fight, I do not understand the rationale behind going on a bristleback with an Aegis when there's literally the entire backline just waiting for you.
They kill him, and they're like, all right, guys, we got the bristleback. However, none of us have any health left, and we're all fatal bonds together, and the rest of the team's still alive, but we did take that Aegis away from the bristleback, guys, so good job, high fives, let's hit the showers. Yeah, not exactly the play you want to make, but at the same time, when he gets his Ags, you can't leave him alive. That is the issue. That is the catch-22 of bristleback. Like, you don't want to focus him down, but at the same time, if you leave him alive, you're going to be running around with like 8 stacks of goo on you. He's going to just be punching you with his double rapier damage, which he gets for free for some reason. It's very, very difficult.
You know what helps? Having good damage items on your Weaver. I'm not going to let this go ever.
Don't.
It was very weird to see Weaver with no damage items, but they did a good job. Like, here, look at ViCi. They get these kills on the backlines. They get beyond. They get the 2 supports. Like, that's what you needed. But then it's like, well, what's Weaver doing in this fight? Nothing. And Summer's taking no damage. Erica's running around in that fight. You remember how we used to just rag on Summer when he was called Shylock about how he used to run around the fights and do literally 0 damage? He was cosplaying Shylock from a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, he was cosplaying Shylock. Shylock is Summer now. It's not the same person. We already spoke about the anime transformation. But yeah, I can definitely see your point. It's this entire game, like, Weaver made 4K net worth in like 20 minutes. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, to like kind of offer some kind of rationale for the build here. So they felt like
Nomad.
They could very possibly win a drawn out fight against the side of Dandelion. Now I don't quite know how or why they thought that, but they do have Underlord, they do have Treant, they do have Puck. All these guys have good damage, and they're not long cooldowns as well. So that there is some kind of logic there, but I think they just didn't respect the Tusk and his ability to kind of blow up this Weaver, which is exactly what happened in pretty much every fight, like post 30 minutes, as we see. The Weaver just doesn't get a chance to jump in, and another one here, and the Nimbus as well.
The lockdown, good. The lockdown really evolved for Dandelion, because in the beginning parts of this game, they really struggled to have the control. But once they had Shard on Beastmaster, they had Ags on Zeus. Lockdown wasn't a problem anymore. You could find, especially the way that Beyond was placing his Hawks, you can find yourself locked down by starting with a dive bomb, throwing a Nimbus on top of it. You've got the Walrus Punch to follow that up. Like, if you're a Weaver, if you're anyone, you're dead. Like, we talk about how Underlord should be tanky. Well, I'm sorry. Bristle hits for 1,000. You're not tanky.
Can we just highlight again how handsome he is? Thank you.
Summer professional model.
Yeah, he's actually so good looking. I don't remember him being that good looking when he was Shylock. I'm pretty sure everything just evolved together.
Well, he's 23 now, so maybe he was going through some B-cop timing puberty. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. They would explain it.
Took me to like
bit of a late bloomer, but always blooming the brightest in the end. Bless him. We're a big Summer fan club here. We are a young boy from last year. Well, I say fan club. You bullied him last year, guys. He did, but now he's taken that on board. He's come back, and he's shown us what
we gave him constructive criticism, which he obviously took to heart, and now he worked on it, and now he is really good. You're welcome, Summer. If you need coaching sessions, hit me up, bro. I got you.
I don't laugh at your coaching. I just the thought of it.
Thank you. Yeah, that was very funny, right?
No, you just like
Yeah, because I understood the message.
It would be
okay.
content. It would be content. Is all I mean.
It would be great content.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, the coaches don't always need to be as good as the players. Okay, just saying. Yeah, just saying. My coach in VG was 5K MMA below me. Just saying. But he was still way better than me in terms of knowledge.
QQQ.
QQQ. That's right.
I didn't even know that QQ actually played.
The 8-ball dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he played. He played a lot.
Yeah, right.
He just didn't win a lot.
You and me both, brother. You and me both.
Yeah.
Are we expecting any
a legend.
adjustments in the draft for this game number 2 then? Are we expecting maybe the Beastmaster to be banned out? Well, we're going to find out right now. Blimey. We're getting straight into it.
Okay, let's go.
Like a slip and slide here.
I just get the rocks off the slip and slide. You don't want to go down that track and all of a sudden rip your chest up.
Yeah.
Gas,
You know
gas.
I want to rock on the gas. Sorry,
When I was a kid, I was like, oh man, like there's a rock under this slip and slide. What an unfortunate circumstance that everyone's getting injured. Now I'm an adult. I'm like, who was laying these slip and slides with like not checking those rocks under them first? Like, what? Come on, adults, sort it out. But as a kid, you don't think about these things much. I'm just saying, guys,
Yeah.
check your slip
I mean,
and
kids
slides
don't
before you
think.
lay
That's the
them
thing, right? They just do whatever. And like
Oh,
they
you can have
do
fun
first,
with
and then they think,
down.
maybe I should put my hand on the stove. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, this stone really
I
hurt
would
on my
bet.
back. I'll go down on my front this time. That'll feel better.
Yeah.
Do some.
And you gotta figure everything out as a kid, you know? Like your body is not as durable, but you heal much faster too. So that's fine.
True.
Yeah, I definitely don't heal nearly as quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Like every time I like pull a muscle out or something, it takes like way longer, man. I wish I was 15 again. I mean,
I will
physically,
say I
not
pulled my
mentally.
hamstring, and it only took me a week to feel better, and it's actually felt
Wow.
better than it's felt ever.
Did you
I'm
eat
not-
a lot
I'm
of
Was that
fat
not
during
just
that time?
growing pains then?
Yeah, I'm still going through puberty. It's growing pains.
Yeah. you weren't kidding. It really was a late onset, huh?
I'm really just, the puberty's really hitting me.
All right, Dandelion, they're going to open things up with the Mercy and the Visage. What a combo this is as well. This is a really sick combo. You can throw the sidekick onto the birds, and suddenly you've got like this machine gun firing at you with like a bazillion damage, and it's just, it's crazy. So much damage.
Correct me if I'm
coming.
wrong, you can also jump on the birds, right?
Yeah, you could do a wicked kickflip off them as well.
Yeah.
So-
Which is kind of weird, like purely physically, because they're so small, but you do like the massive kickflip.
And they're
Yeah.
flying as well, right? Like if you ever tried to fly and kick a bird, it's That doesn't
Yeah,
come
I
off
definitely
well.
tried that. It didn't go that well though.
no.
By the way,
bird-
that's the
bird.
arcana we need is Marcy as Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Just, doing kick flips and like combos and landing the points
Ollie.
and everything. Yeah.
kind of reminds me of
Kickflip.
like how in Pokemon you could use fly on a Pidgey when the Pidgeys were supposed to be like 200 grams heavy or something and like absolutely tiny. It's like, okay, but you
Yeah.
can fly on it, no worries. You're like, oh, how? Can someone explain to me the physics behind this? Like, trust me,
Oh, is
bro,
this
it's fine.
ZC Snap?
It's just a kid's game. It's fine.
It's fine.
CC
Fine.
Snap, I could see that. It could be a mid visage as well.
A midage.
A mid-edge, yeah.
I feel like
Honestly,
I want to carry
visage
with
looks
it.
pretty unanswered right now.
Yeah.
I
How
want to
do
have
you
a
answer
visage
visage?
answer now, please. Dot damage. Like a lot of instances of damage. Flame Guard is one of the best. Like Kunkka Torrent, whatever. Anything that counters
Underlord as
reflection
well, right?
counters visage, basically.
Yeah. My favorite is actually Sniper. I actually find it super
Shrapnel?
annoying to play. Yeah,
I
the
think Sniper in general is just mega busted. I don't know why people are not picking it. Pick it.
What's the chance when you use take aim for headshot?
100%.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's why you go wah, 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 and you can't move.
Yeah,
You have Massive Madness on the hero, you try to right click him. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, yeah, I guess I won't right click you. Wah, wah.
literally feels like I'm having some kind of stroke when you're getting attacked by the sniper in that circumstance. It's like,
Because the mini knockback looks so stupid too. It's like,
yeah. I'm just gonna. Okay, never mind.
I'm inching forward, guys. Pangolier, okay. We spoke to Dolman just now about that hero. He thinks it's absolutely busted. We all think it's absolutely busted.
Well, we've been talking about Pango being busted since Chalice said it last year. Not an original thought, Dome.
Yeah, Dolman.
Yeah,
Get some new
Dolman.
material, bro.
Think of something else, brah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be too harsh on that.
Would have been way better if
we're
you said it was
toxic today.
balanced, man.
This is a toxic cast today. Just embrace it.
No, I love you, Dome. Please.
It's too late. He already heard it.
You need to go back to being called Guevara, though. Or Dolem. That was the hardest part. When he went from Dolem to Dome, that was difficult.
But Dolme sounds way cooler.
It does. Although
Sounds
Guevara
like an Italian
sounds
brand
pretty
of yogurt.
Yeah. By the way, talking about Dota, can Marcy sidekick the Earth Panda?
Don't know.
Actually, it doesn't matter anymore because they changed the building damage. I'm stupid. Sorry. Continue.
All right. Continue with the thing I wasn't saying. Well, they banned out Anti-Mage and they banned out Bloodseeker. So both teams feeling like they're going to pick a carry hero next by the looks of it. What do each team need? Well, obviously ban out the Bloodseeker when you've got the Pangolier. That's just Dota 101.
You know what looks sick for Dandelion? Some good old Tarot Blade. I know someone loves that hero.
Get Summer on a Lycan again.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he'll ever play that hero again in his life. He's like, I'm done.
Also, when
Luckily for him, it's offlane Lycan only now.
True. Also, when you pick Lycan and you use Shapeshift and turn into a wolf, and if Pangle is rolling, then you do actually just auto-focus onto the ball because dogs like balls and can't resist chasing them. So it's a huge counter.
I don't think Dota has a lot of logic in it. So it would check out IRL, but not in Dota, I'm afraid.
No, it's true. Trust me.
Source, trust me, bro?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Now, if that's the case, then I have no choice.
Cool. Final pick for Dandelion. They can either run this Visage to carry, put their Brewmaster in the offlane. They can do Brew Fire. And they've got like 3 support heroes here. So one of them will be a core. Let's just spin the wheel and find out which one it is.
Just pick Jug.
I honestly want to see the Visage safe lane and grab themselves. I don't know. Maybe
I want to see Terror Blade, Summer Special. Thank you.
Terror Blade.
Or Medusa also looks sick in this team.
Yeah. Actually, they're probably going to Medusa here. But it does feel like ViCi have an idea on that hero because they have let it through. And of course, Pangolier with the Diffusal Blade, kind of annoying for the Medusa to deal with.
Warlock with the Diffusal Blade. I mean, Upheaval. Sorry. Upheaval is mega annoying for Dusa.
Yeah, and then Razor with a Diffusal Blade and Tiny with a Diffusal Blade. And all of a sudden...
Tiny Diffu plus Axe probably is actually legit against Dusa.
Oh, can you imagine?
Yeah. You just don't farm it all, but then once you have it... Now they go for the Weaver. He says, Erika, I'll show you how to do this, bro.
The classic Radiance Manta Weaver coming out for Dandelion here.
No, Falcon Blade and something else first. What was the other one? Falcon Blade and he had another small item.
What, Maelstrom?
No, he didn't even have Maelstrom. I'm looking right now.
Maniac.
He had Dragonlance. What?
Oh, right. Yeah, well. See, that's why I thought he was going for the Diffusal, because Dragonlance Diffusal is a really nice build versus like Bristle and Medusa and heroes like this. You know, the sit still and cast abilities.
Yeah.
Heroes, but he just goes completely, he's like, good item, and it just goes off the rails. All right, guys, hold my beer. Watch this.
Yeah, this would be classic 2-0 where you destroy their carry on that hero and then you play it and beat them with it.
Yeah, that's a power move right there. That would be Dandelion, you know, going back into their Giga Chad form.
I'm here for it.
Me too.
Faceless Void.
Faceless Void is banned.
Oh.
Morph.
They would have picked it though if it wasn't.
So many carry heroes banned now.
Morphing again?
ViCi will go back to the China classic, the old staple, the old addiction they just can't shake. It is the Morphling carry. Black, you can hear you huffing. I can hear the pain in your moans.
Yes. Not only because of that, though, also because they're laning a Razor into Weaver, which is literally the counter matchup. Yeah, I don't really like it super much. I have yet to be impressed with the Morphling. And sorry, Erica, but I can't, with good conscience, vote for you right now. You will have to prove yourself once more to the king, which is me, of course. So do your best.
Yeah, I mean, we've had one or two Morphlings have relative success. Shiro, notably against LGD, was able to pull it out of the bag and beat them with it with a very impressive performance. But beyond that, the hero has felt like it just doesn't have the timings it used to. There's no shotgun option to go for. The Ags is now pretty poop as well, so it's much more shoehorned in on a very regular play style, and it does feel like other carries can sometimes feel better. But if you need this just big hard carry hero which can be maneuverable and annoying in the fights with a degree of survivability, then yeah, it's a good hero. But is it good enough to win in this game? I don't know. I feel like the momentum from Dandelion, this is going back to last season, and what they loved doing and what they won so much with was when they had 4 super strong heroes which just run around the map, and then 1 extra hero which could just kind of, Summer just play his own game, have an entire map of freedom, farm a ridiculous amount. And that's exactly what I'm looking at here, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'm going Dandelion for the 2-0. B-Cup, you reckon they're going to chat up and beat them with their own stick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Those were the
much.
beans.
Black,
They
closing
told
thoughts on
me.
the draft and your prediction, please.
I do think VG's draft is actually super strong if you take the Morphing out of the equation even. The team fight is very, very strong. But yeah, just based on last game, I think VG just looks very deflated.
Yeah, I'd agree on that. And I think there's a lot of pressure on this Tiny as well, a lot of pressure on Jammer to really kick off this game on the Tiny and control up the Weaver, because he is pretty much all they have, and getting that initial jump, that initial catch on him, getting the kill. And that's a lot of pressure to put on your Pos 4, especially if he doesn't get the farm he needs from the early game. So they need to start snowballing early on, and he needs to have a good game. Is that going to happen? We're going to find out with Black and B-Cup as we move into game number 2 of Dandelion versus ViCi Gaming here at the China DPC. Take it away, boys.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Merci beaucoup. Dankeschön. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I
Anything
got.
else? Gracias.
Arigato.
Gracias.
I already said arigato.
Oh, you did, sorry.
Yeah, it's
I
okay.
should have known better from a weeb.
Yeah, of course. That's literally the first thing I said. Before English even, or anything. Now, I do think, though, that one weakness could potentially be the Brewmaster. I'm not a big fan of Brewmaster 5.
What?
We'll see how
so
he can perform
Red
that.
Panda Classic.
Yeah, exactly. Red Panda Classic. But, nobody else is Classic for a reason.
I guess so.
It can look really good sometimes, but when it doesn't, it looks really bad. That's just all I'm afraid of here.
I'm really worried that this Morphling, that Erica gets a little bit too comfortable in the Agi shift, and then rebound, dispose, soul assumption, dead.
Potentially, yeah. Can happen, for sure. It's a lot of damage output. But even just the Grave Chill plus Sidekick is a lot of right-click damage. We've seen this lane before. Morphling, Warlock. One of the best Morph heroes to pair him up with if you want to be defensive, because you just have so low health, the Shadow Word, really high value there.
Yeah, I guess the 18 heal. What, 180 level 1? 18 heal per second, 10 seconds. But we'll see how it goes with the lane. I have a feeling if you're sitting at such low health, you may not feel as protected, that's for sure. And ZC already doing a good job mid. He's happy with this so far.
Yeah, I want to see what he can bring to the table as his mid Snapfire. It's always very hit or miss. And yeah, I've seen Ori do it a couple of times lately too. So we'll see how he can perform on it. He cookied himself to the creep already.
He missed everything too.
Now, we didn't see that.
That's
luckily.
worrying. Yeah, that was not on the screen.
Do you mind if I hop in early with a stat here?
He's
Yes. Please hop. Yeah.
Been through.
I guess no.
Last game, it was a record XPM for the China region, with Summer hitting 915 XP per minute on that bristleback there. So, as usual, Summer setting records, as he loves to do.
You wouldn't, you really wouldn't guess it would be Summer who held the records recently, right?
No,
If you had to guess.
not after what I've seen from him initially.
He
Well, that
is,
was
I
what
mean,
made it so frustrating when he was playing originally for Magma when we saw him in Division 1, was he was so good at lane and so good at getting his farm, but then he didn't utilize it well.
Yeah. No, he's gotten like so much better. To be entirely honest, when I first didn't know that Summer was Shylock, I was like, wow, who's that guy? It's just like night and day. It really is.
Summer to winter. Dispose.
Yes.
The damage out onto Victoria, but the Fatal Bonds is not letting them feel all too comfortable here.
Yeah, Morphling is farming pretty freely, and I mean,
Summer!
Oh.
Well, Weavers again. Jauma getting first blood.
That's not what I expected to
Surprising
happen.
that kind of was free to happen.
But that's a full link as well.
You're what? Your 5 position isn't your typical healing 5, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if it was an aggressive 5, they could just fight this lane back. As I said, like, Brewmaster 5 just feels so underwhelming.
And they're gonna get a kill here on SJ if they're not too careful. I think they have it too with the plasma field. Yeah, Yang's now got 2 kills, or well, part of 2 kills down here, 1 and 1 for each of them. That does not feel good for Dandelion.
Already 1k ahead. All the lanes doing fantastically. The Snapfire will have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I've been tricked by Nomad to go for Dandelion.
I actually thought that the lanes would go quite a bit better, to be honest. But yeah, it's let's see. There's a lot of room to mess up still with like Morphlings and Razors and stuff. They can definitely get run over by Visage.
It's definitely not been great. Top lane, Beyond, taking a lot of damage. A little surprising, we just have not felt the presence of this Visage at all. Usually early is when you feel it, right? Like those first couple levels when you're able to output more damage than maybe they're used to feeling early on.
Double Wraith Band and Magic Wand on the Morph. Like his damage right now is ridiculous. It's like 100 per hit. So getting any sort of last hits is going to be very difficult.
Beyond just trying to do his thing. Now he has to do it under tower, so certainly not feeling that great. Summer again, bottom lane, in some trouble, dies again. But the Mortimer's kisses come in. Yang ends up dead. Jauma on the run. One of those kisses ended up kind of going wide, but it doesn't end up mattering as they'll get the 2-for-1 trade. However, Erica, well, at the same time, losing that courier. That's the Gloves of Haste on it.
Is it our fault again? Like, just as we spoke so highly of Shylock or Summer, his game is mega rough.
We're cursing it, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely not a lane where Weaver should be struggling in so much. Like, he's permanently getting full static links off on the Weaver, which is very strange. Usually doesn't happen.
Mid
XM,
lane.
no mana. They're looking
Lost
for a
over the rest
throwback.
of his team. Now they're looking for the dispose. XM taking a lot of damage. They've got the quickie to follow it up. Jauma's in here, but there's the rebound. Staying in front of Jauma.
No, they can't dive this. Wait, they're just
They're
going
gonna
ham?
try. They have 9 charges now.
Wait, what?
11 on the wand, but maybe not calculating the damage coming out from Jauma with the avalanche and the toss. Fire
Okay,
snap
enough,
cookie,
guys.
it lands, and Jauma should end up dead. I don't know if you really needed to necessarily give up that Marcy for it, but that's what they end up doing, and ends up being a trade rather than just a kill.
And they're really out for blood. What the hell was that?
Yeah, that was a bit of a mix-up there.
Top lane is just becoming really sad. Like, he's just denying creeps from half health, and ViCi has like no counterplay.
Yang again. And he does have Mortimer's Kisses now available, but the Avalanche will stop it immediately. Xiaoma, he did a good job of knowing where the danger was lying, and it was with ZC through the immediate Avalanche to make sure that that ult didn't do enough to get the kill there on the Yang.
Dire are scanning.
Looks like they may even dive the tower. They're gonna dive the tower. It's not a may. They've got 4 heroes ready to go.
They got Panga roll too, yep. But if Panda can TP bottom and refill the bottle, they have a Master TP at the ready as well.
Looked like they wanted to, and I guess they second-guessed it. It's because I said they were definitely going to do it. Ooh, XM? Still no. Oh, Xiaoma? Oh. Feels like they're all taking a glance, right? Can we get away with this? Summer
slowed up.
Yeah, that Cinderbrew ignites with the Shikuchi, so now in some trouble. Fire Snap Cookie doesn't land. Avalanche is out on a 2. Now they've got the Rolling Thunder. Dandelion have put themselves in this position where they are in a lot of trouble. XM will land the Rolling Thunder. They've got the damage to take out ZC. And SJ trying to deny himself to neutrals is successful in doing so. But that was forced by Dandelion when I feel like it didn't necessarily need to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they knew that Pangolin was still around, but they didn't see him anywhere else. Certainly didn't respect his, like, being off the mapness.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Creating new words is very nice and fun in English. You're welcome.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Try it again.
Well, being off the mapness, it sounds great. Looking for CG again.
Avalanche toss, Fire Snap Cookie.
Has the
Summer's
cookie.
here mid. Is this really where he
But
wants
one time
to be?
Kisses.
Cookies come, or Kisses come in, and XM, he might die. You do have a lot of damage coming from Team Ming on this Marcy. Scatterblast slows up Jauma. Victoria with the Shadow Word onto the Tiny. Like, Summer comes over, and he does get some experience on that, but what's he really getting in terms of farm off that move? I'm a little worried that he is just falling well too far behind Erica.
Yeah.
He's going to buy the tome. He is, he's almost 2 levels behind Erica.
I think that's sort of the way I summarize Morphling as well. Like, if you're already winning, Morphling feels great. If you're behind, Morphling doesn't really offer a whole lot. So in a scenario like this, Morphling is definitely a great hero. Let's see what items he's gonna go for. Probably just Manta style into hopefully like BKB or so. We'll have to see.
There's certainly a way back in for Summer when he gets that Maelstrom and if he can find a bit of open space, but this is tough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rebound. Waiting for the waveform now. He could have disposed, but didn't.
Yeah, you should never dispose of clean drinking water.
Dire's top tower is falling.
And they wreck a tower while bottom is getting pushed. No way. He waveforms and goes through the ground and it's all messy.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, then maybe not the safest thing to do. But yeah, tower trade. But probably ViCi is going to be looking to take down the mid tower next. Now, one good thing they have going for them is that the Rave Pact is going to be very impactful. Against the Tiny, against the Morphling. Damage output will be mitigated by a lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Guess there's the hope in that and making sure that holds.
Psyching the bird, very balanced.
We haven't really seen the primal split, right? From SJ.
Yeah, that is like his only strong timing now. Let's see if we can use it or not, but XM is also set up. He's ready.
Arcane Rune for him, and that's gonna be really good if they start a fight off that. Having Swashbuckle on a 5.6 second cooldown, and using that Rolling Thunder with a 56 second cooldown is something you certainly wouldn't mind going for.
Yeah, Selma is still just holding the mid lane very, very close to his blink tag already.
Summer came down here, and they back off on the side of ViCi. Bird's getting a little low, and there's the double on him. Gives up 200 gold to Xiaoma, who is now real close to the blink dagger.
A lot of uncharacteristic mistakes coming out this time around. XM is looking for Summer. Oh, just looking to farm Diffusal. Finished now. So he's very strong. They smoked bottom, trying to find a hero, but they're all not there. Yang the triangle, just a recipe away from his BKB. Game is not looking so good.
Yeah, they've kind of naturally fallen behind by 2,000, right? Like they haven't. It hasn't been by like the most fighting or anything. As I say that though, mid lane, and we'll see potentially just a kill there on the Xiaoma. I say that, but the Chaotic Offering comes in with a Fatal Bond to the Rolling Thunder. See ya 1, see ya 2. TMing, SJ, sit down.
Yeah, and it was just before the blink as well, so the death there would have been very annoying. But now he pretty much has his blink tag already. And that's why Tiny is so popular. Like, he is a very tanky +4.
He is, but it did feel a little lazy from Dandelion, right? Like, they just weren't fully committing to the kill on Tiny with those heroes there.
Yeah. Again, it could be because Tiny 4 is deceptively tanky, perhaps. Especially with that broom handle he also has. Additional 4 armor. But yeah. Definitely no urgency there. And they're looking for Pango next. Oh, he's running right into the...
Oh, Summer.
No.
This is now feeling like Weaver 2.0.
Yeah,
2.0
records last game.
Once again, Primal Split. And Xiaoma, he's controlling them up enough and actually taking the attention of the Mortimer's Kisses. They still don't get the kill, but finally at the edge of it all, they do get the damage necessary to take out Xiaoma. But this is just a 4-position Tiny. That's not really worth everything you threw. Primal Split, Mortimer's Kisses, and then committing also the Unleash, but you're going to go in for even more. You want to get the kill on a Beyond, and with the Adaptive Strike, they do. And it's very simple for ViCi.
Yeah, the way back into this game is going to be quite tricky for Dandelion.
I don't
it's not
really
an easy
know
way
what
back
their
in.
pathway is. They're so far behind on all their cores.
Yeah, the Visage is unfortunately quite poor.
And that came because once Summer got kicked out of his lane, he came top and took away Beyond's farm.
Yeah, and also just the rough laning phase, really. Like, Marcy Visage got
Summer again.
Top. Wow.
Avalanche toss and a shield crash is all that's needed.
Breaking record in one game. Next game is sit and duck.
Erica just, you know, he's okay with this. Summer, however, he can't find a break. Mid lane, Beyond again, but that's while they get Victoria over bottom. They wanted to go in with the Avalanche, potentially the toss onto Yang. And it's one kill to get. I guess ZC is getting something out of the map. He's second on the net worth, but that, you know, isn't exactly game winning for them.
Yeah. Yang also with his BKB now. A lot of doors are closing for Dandelion, unfortunately. You know, usually new doors open up when others close, but Dota's not a game like that.
How do you mean in this game?
Well, there's no doors that are opening, unfortunately. The game is just gonna get harder and harder because the late game is definitely gonna go to the Morphling, Razor, and Pangolin. Like, they scale so much better. And they're already winning the early game, transitioning to a very strong mid game. finding ways back into this game, if Dandelion can do it, it's going to be very impressive.
Jaume looking for his way in. Kisses coming out again. The focus and the attention is onto the Tiny. I will say he has done a lot in these fights, but they have to get more than that. We've got the Cyclone up, Razor not able to get anything with the aggression that they showed before, but you can see they want to kind of pinch in this position and take this tier 1 mid.
Yeah, pretty easy with Morphling and Warlock. Not really going to be losing any health either.
Yeah, the Manta on the Morphling was picked up very close to the record for the DPC this season. The average is 18 minutes and 50 seconds. So, yeah, he had it about 60 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and that's also with like double Rave, Morbid Mask, and Treads.
I catch TMing, they were looking for Summer. They don't get Summer, but they're still getting kills with this combination. The Avalanche Toss and a singular Shield Crash has been pretty deadly all over the map.
And the next one, they're just walking into them one by one.
Yeah, it's just constant pickups, one after the other after the other. Jaume has done so much since picking up this Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand Dandelion. I mean, maybe they think that they should be clear of whatever vision ViCi has. They're not expecting Jaume to really be all over the map, I guess.
He is also insanely rich on a Tiny. Almost the same farm as the Visage.
Yeah.
Look at his health too, 2000 HP. And something like, what, 20 armor, and he's so incredibly hard to kill.
And yet, this has been like the kill they're focusing on Dandelion every single fight. Maybe it's the feeling that that's the only kill they can get.
They're definitely in a position where you just gotta take what you can get. Like they can't really be choosy about what targets they focus. Oh, they're looking at Weaver again.
This time Avalanche misses. The only reason he survived.
Yeah, Pango now also picked up a Blink Dagger, so he can follow up on the Tiny's initiation.
I mean, well, what do you do if you're Dandelion? Guess go for this kill on Yang, but Yang, let's see if he can survive. He's got the BKB. Do they have the control to make sure that they get the kill? No. BKB is out. The TP is there. The damage is not enough. BKB TP. They do see Victoria. They do see these heroes, but the Avalanche are tossing the Chaotic Offering and gets the Primal split off just barely. They do finish off Yang. The Mortimer's Kisses are flying in. They'll take out Beyond, though. There goes the Visage. They'll take out a second in Victoria. Dandelion's starting to get some damage out there, but Erica's still free to do whatever he wants. They've got the Scatterblast. They'll buy back in on Tiaming. Low here is SJ on the Brew. Throws down the Cinder Brew, and it does ignite on Jaume. They've got the stun coming through, and Scatterblast is out. They'll take out 3 heroes. They've got XM over to the side, but they need to run away. Tiaming just bought back, and he's going to die a second time in this exchange. Goes okay for Dandelion, but the real winners end up being ViCi overall.
By the way, Yang TP to where with 10 health? Back to the fight? Okay, he died to one Sakushi, I think. He had like 10 health when he TP'd out and he instantly died, so maybe expected the wall to hit him back up, but yeah. At least something going their way, but they did have to commit some buybacks. It's a dieback on the Marcy, so she's not really going to be getting any items. And Morphling is just continuing to scale. Right? It's still not looking very good.
It does bring Weaver back into the fray, though, right? Like, now you're finally ahead of XM.
It does. It's just your scale is so much worse than the Morphling. As a Satanic picked up on Morphling already, so yeah, just finding kills on him is incredibly more difficult. Oh, yeah,
Boy.
Chinese BKB, checking if it works. It does indeed work.
And the batteries ran out. So, gonna have to crank that BKB, get it back to operational in 73 seconds. Beyond really been a non-factor in these fights.
And in case you were wondering, that was the fastest Satanic of the DPC on a Morphling so far.
Yeah, not surprising. Second item, Satanic like that is pretty rare.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it anytime lately.
They might fight this. They've got... well, never mind. ZC, I saw him TP top. I was thinking maybe he'd want to get himself in a position for the more of his kisses. He is just on the edge of where this will land in the pit. They've got the familiars coming in. There's the kisses coming down. And Erica taking a lot of damage. Can they get into the pit on this one? They'll get the Aegis into the hands of Erica. They've got themselves the static link for a long duration. They look to get the kill. They've got the dispose. They'll take out Erica for the first kill. They took the Aegis out of his hands. They'll buy back on the Tiny. They've got the Swashbuckle coming in, but there's the stun on multiple heroes. XM in some trouble. He'll roll up and go into the Rolling Thunder. They get the kill to TMing. They'll take out ZC. They'll lose themselves SJ. Not just yet. He's on the run. He's got the urn. They still have the Chaotic Offering, but Summer over to the
Raise
side.
that fast.
Taken out by Erica. It is just proving to be way too much for them on the side of Dandelion as ViCi now 9,000 net worth ahead, and they still want SJ Yang chasing.
Dire's bottom tower.
That movement slow is very significant, though.
Yep. They had a chance. If they didn't give up the Aegis, I think maybe Dandelion take that fight, but unfortunate for them,
Top tower is under
they
attack.
didn't.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Huh. So, yeah. Was it your last chance for a way back in there? Potentially. Yeah. Morphling double damage bottled up. It's... I don't really see any game changers coming out, like item-wise. You know? Pretty sure the Tiny's looking at the Marcy right now, but... Oh, they're under ward. They see everything.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Erica just taking this mid-tier too.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're just going to control the jungle too. At least from the looks of it. And you've got all three top the net worth now for ViCi. Like, you were kind of coming back on Dandelion. They're not too far off on the Snapfire and the Weaver, but you can definitely start to feel this split. 13,000, it is pretty massive.
Yeah. It is. Morphling almost has his BKB done. So then they don't really have a chance of killing him anymore. Shiva's got down on the Razor too. They're just also rich.
SJ, he's got Primal Split, but you really don't want to use it. Nor will he get the chance. What is Summer doing at this point? Mid lane, taking a look. ZC slowed up thanks to the Diffusal Blade on XM. TPing right on into the Rolling Thunder. ZC and TMing die to Erica. And, well, there it is. There's a third. That is fighting without Summer, fighting without any plan of action, it felt like, and just kind of throwing bodies at the wall and hoping to see something stick.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not GGing out yet. Not sure what hope they think they have left in this game. Maybe just processing the loss, talking about what went wrong. But yeah, this game is very one-sided the other way. +5 Brewmaster again. Yeah, I really don't like it.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Not exactly a situation for it to thrive in.
Yeah, I want teams to look more at CDC when they pick Brewmaster. CDC really figured that hero out.
So maybe they have one more shot at this. They're down 20,000 net worth, and it's going to take more than a dream to make this kind of come together. They're going to go for Jalma. Mortimer's kisses are down. They get the kill on Jalma. He's there for 76 seconds. He does not have buyback. That doesn't move the needle on the net worth. Erica with the BKB, they get the kill on the Beyond. And he buys back. So they'll take out 2. They've taken out Victoria. He's got buyback as well. The static link on the Summer. He's standing his ground with the BKB. They take out TM Ming doesn't have buyback on this one with the 4-step back. CC survives. Beyond getting run down a little bit. Now no longer a BKB on Yang. They've got the Familiar to stun him up, but XM in with the Swashbuckle. SJ drops. And they lose a third. Not really many answers here.
Yeah.
At all.
Also had to commit some buybacks. Well, Morphing is just hitting high ground. We'll see if they want to be a little bit more on the cautious side. Because we definitely don't want to be giving away any freebies.
Yeah. Haven't really done that yet.
Yeah. Very good game from ViCi.
And for the most part, they're just losing supports in these fights, right? Like 7-0 and 6 there from Erica, 6-2 and 14 from XM, and 4-2 and 8 from Yang. So 4 deaths are cores, the other 10 are your supports. And really, it's kind of just the Tiny. Teaming dies to Erica. Tiny's died 7 times, so he's half the deaths.
Do you want a Sag stat, guys?
Sure.
So far, the biggest net worth comeback in the DPC this season was Na'Vi versus BetBoom, where BetBoom were able to come back from a 18,900 gold net worth deficit. So, unfortunately, we are far past that point in this game. So it would be a truly record-breaking comeback if they were to pull it off here. Feels
Hey, Record is that guy.
pretty difficult.
I mean, Summer is that guy.
Summer does like a good record, so maybe this is all according to Summer's plan to get himself in for more records. But
Avalanche toss on a ZC, and they've got the Chaotic Offering coming down. ZC now with no buyback, and that's going to look like the beginning of the end here. Summer can't even do anything with the BKB as he does chase XM, similar to his Lycan days. XM now out of the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Fatal Bonds coming through. It doesn't land on the Summer, but it's not looking like, oh, Summer may survive, as he was looking for the blink as well as the Avalanche to get the time lapse off. They'll look to take out the goal. Not awful, all things considered, to start, but then things start to really decline as Beyond and TMing go down. Jalma's in on this one, throws the Avalanche over onto Summer. Summer, the last one alive, as SJ drops, and it'll be a full team wipe and a game victory here for ViCi, evening up the series at 1.
well, it wasn't quite enough, unfortunately, as ViCi take game number 2 in a very, very convincing fashion. Dandelion, unfortunately, getting absolutely whooped out of this one. You can see Yang, he's having a laugh, he's enjoying this one, and yeah, they're saying, hey, you know what? I think we've both learned now. Let's not pick Weaver.
Yeah, that hero did not have fun in either game. Both dealing with some sort of blink initiator in the Tiny and the Tusk, and they both struggled. That was, I've never really seen Weaver games back to back like that just be an absolute shellacking.
Yeah,
like that was pretty rough.
I think you summed it up pretty well.
yeah. Well, I mean, you know, we did say in the draft before the game started, if this Tiny has a good game, then this Weaver's life is going to get very difficult. But, you know, we weren't really expecting the lane to go that well, but they won every single lane on the side of ViCi Gaming. And, you know, we've all been in those kinds of games where you know that the odds are stacked against you. it's just the way Dota works. If you win every single lane, then of course, just how it's going to go, it's going to be very hard to get back into the game. And, that's how it should be, unfortunately. Sometimes it is what it is. And when you get into this position, then it's going to be hard to fight your way out of it, especially when they've got this Morphling hero who's just so far ahead. I mean, he was hitting I think 12k net worth at 20 minutes, and most carry players, they aim for about 10k net worth at 20 minutes. So being 10% above that is very, very nice indeed. So he was having an absolute whale of a time.
Yeah, Erica ended up with 761 GPM. And speaking of the lanes, by the way, a stat that showed up when we were introducing the teams was that they don't win their lanes that often. I think it was ViCi lane win percentage was 33%. And I want to say Dandelion was 20%. Both these teams kind of struggled to win their lanes. And it's been a little bit of, evident here in this series where it's kind of gone back and forth. And that was all 3 lanes going the way of ViCi. That is really bad, especially that Weaver lane. Just, I don't know how you just absolutely dropped the ball on that one, but
it should never happen, really. He got full linked. I don't even know how many times, 4 or 5 times. It's so hard to get a full link off on the Weaver, but it happened multiple times. They must have just miscalculated, mistimed. Maybe his Tsukushi wasn't cooldown when they went on him. And definitely a couple of pretty significant individual errors coming out, and they made full use of it on VG Gaming. Beyond lane, I felt really bad for him, honestly. The Morph was just sitting there with 40-50 damage more than him, denying every creep on the tower. He's what can I do, right, guys?
And all he needed was 2 Wraith bans to make that possible.
Yeah. It was a really, really rough laning phase. And Snapfire tried their hardest to make things go back in their way, but your kisses just have way too long cooldown, right? 2 minutes. You're not a puck.
Very nice indeed. And this Tiny has been picked up as an answer to the Weaver. We've seen 14 matches of Tiny against Weaver, in which Tiny has got the 57% win rate. So, just a little bit of an advantage there. Nothing really statistically significant, but the fact that it is picked up as a direct answer to the Weaver several times shows that teams do value it. If it works every single time or not is neither here nor there. It's this Roche fight. This looked good. This looked so close to being nice for Dandelion, and then the Morphling respawns, and then Dandelion just kind of get their cornflakes milked.
Yeah, they needed to get in the pit earlier. They really couldn't allow Erica to get the Aegis into his hands, and I think they set up for it. They were just a little slow on the preparation. ZC was ready. He knew where he wanted to be. Summer dying there is just I don't know. I just ban Weaver.
What can you do? What can you do?
I mean, get it out of your system here and just never pick it again.
Yeah, absolutely. But that fight was interesting to me as well because they didn't back away. And at the time, I was like, why aren't they running? Why are they trying to get away? This seems really crazy to sit around and wait for the Morphling to respawn and just basically wait to die. But then you look at the heroes and you realize, oh wait, they've got Morphling, they've got Razor, they've got Pangolier. The catch on ViCi is just really hard to play into. The only hero which can actually get away is a Weaver. So in terms of escaping and surviving, it's not really going to happen. And, there was a brave moment for Dandelion when they said, well, boys, it's been a good run. Unfortunately, we're in this situation. We're not backing away because there's no point. So we're not going to get away. So let's just stand our ground, trembling with the sword in hands. Like when you see the army of thousands rushing your castle walls and all you can do is try and stand your ground for as long as possible. But in the end, you will inevitably fall. But luckily, this is just game number 2, and Dandelion, of course, took game number 1, which means we're now all drawn up 1-1, and we get to go to a third game, which I'm excited about because game number 1 was good. I'd say that was a good quality game we had. Game number 2,
very one-sided.
Yeah, a bit of a stomping. VG Gaming, they got their big boots on, and kind of crushed that little Dandelion, that little weed growing in the garden. So now we get to go to game number 3, and we'll find out which way that one's going to go. I mean, based upon these 2 games, who are you favoring going into this third game?
Whoever doesn't pick Weaver. That's for
good
sure.
answer.
What
if Nita picks Weaver?
Then probably ViCi. Just a little bit. I think if they find themselves with a little bit of a draft advantage, or they didn't even have really the lane advantage from on paper, right? they still pulled it out. They still did really well. I think Dandelion kind of have to go more traditional mid. I'd be really appreciative if they did that for ZC. I get it. You like playing something a little bit different there, but you're getting slam jammer. And, like the Tusk did okay, but it didn't do amazing immediately. Like it kind of came back, and that was well played by ZC. I'm not going to take that away from him. But if you play something maybe a little bit more standard, that mid lane doesn't feel as meh, and maybe does a little bit more, and I have a little bit more comments, because XM, despite the loss in the first game, he's had 2 amazing games. He really has. And, like, I don't know, I just have more faith in ViCi to get it done in game number 3, truthfully. It's, another game 3 here in China. We're not, like the Eastern European 2-0 in every series that you and Cap were talking about. Just, they have, like, 60-minute days? It feels great.
Yeah, they said like it was it's a talent's dream where you get 2 ways to get
speed running.
Yeah, speed running, exactly. They apparently they're in negotiations, start paying by the hour instead of by the day, so that they can stop ripping them off. But no, that's a joke. That's not happening. But,
that's when it starts being 2-1 still all the time, and they're like, can we revert that again? No.
Yeah.
Didn't we have that maybe last year for Southeast Asia? It started like all 2-0s, and then we were like, oh my God, we're getting out of work so early. And then it was 2-1s the rest of the season. And we were just like, oh my God, this is a long day. We were going from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. some days, where it was like dragging on real long. But I love it. I'm down for a game 3. I want this to be a good game 3. I want it to be close. Tired of these one-sided affairs.
Yeah. Let's get an arm wrestle to come out of this final one. I definitely would say we're not going to see a Weaver. Adjustments to the draft. Do you think these teams should be making? Is there anything glaringly obvious which needed to be addressed in this game, Black?
I think it was mostly an issue I had with Dandelion. Like, as B-Cup mentioned, just pick those traditional mids. We even had the discussion before the game started. Like, if you pick traditional mids, you can't really lose the lane, and things will probably be okay for you. Like, if you really want to experiment around, like, you need to be on a skill level of like 9 on those really strong tier 1 mids. Like, yeah, it's always fun. It's just not the place. Not right now. Unless it's like a super good like last pick that makes a ton of sense. We're like, wow, that is crazy. But yeah, like Snapfire just ain't it. Pick normal heroes for him. Pick normal heroes for Summer, more importantly. Like, he will always be a winning condition, right? Like, don't put him on heroes like Weaver. Put him on actual hard carries that can hit hard. Because he likes to hit hard. And farm hard.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
I agree with that. And, I agree with the non-experimenting during this series. It would be a good place to experiment if we got DPL back. Hey, I've come full circle again. I'm back on the DPL trend. But we should be, like, having that be a thing. Like, please. I want to see some experimenting there, and then bring it into we gotta get this hero diversity up. Saying that China is in last with the hero pool options, numbers gotta go up.
I don't know if they're in the last, but they're definitely in the lower average. I didn't check all the regions. I just ran it through the simulations. But
life is a simulation.
They're definitely in the lower portion in terms of picked heroes, at the moment. But that might change after today. Who knows? We're definitely getting some variation coming out today. That's for sure. Do you think there was a degree of cockiness here from Dandelion picking up that Weaver? Do you think they were trying to flex maybe a little bit onto ViCi here in this game too, B-Cup?
No, I don't think so. I think realistically, I think Weaver is kind of the hero that Summer is kind of like used to playing. Something that chases the enemy and doesn't really do a lot of damage. But sorry, Summer, I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. It only happened once when you were chasing the Rolling Thunder in that top high ground defense, but it's fine. No, I don't like to. I didn't think it was like we could do it better kind of thing. Although, maybe if we got like a DPC true sight, I'd love to see if they were just like, let's pick Weaver. We could do better than them. Like, I want that. I want that behind the scenes. So, like, when we come into the next series between ViCi and Dandelion next year, that's like the preamble. Like, they thought they could do it better than us.
If Dandelion take the victory in this game 3, then we can ask them. Then we can, of course. B-Cup, have we got a draft started yet, or are we still?
We do.
We do. Well then. what do we say?
Central
You and I
noises.
and Black and chat and all our viewers at home. We'll stick together and we'll go into this draft here. Should we do that? Everyone?
Oh yeah,
Yeah?
that's
All
right.
Let's slide in.
Except for you in chat, that one person. You know who you are. You're not
Yeah,
coming into
leave.
the draft with us. Get out of here.
Get out now. The guy who was bullying Ricky the other day, and he asked for them to be banned.
Oh, there would be a lot of people then, though.
him?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Someone
would
was
be a lot
bullying
of
him, and
people, guys.
he hasn't got mods, so he couldn't do anything about it.
we can't ban all of chat.
We
True,
could,
everyone bullies Ricky, so
especially
Well,
Neff.
I can't ban myself. I fuel the flames.
who looks more confident here to you guys?
I don't know. John was looking very tired.
I can't really see much of the person on the left. The camera setup is very amazing, as always.
I like
Summer,
Summer's,
the carries.
I like
This is
the
the important
glasses.
one. A little bit jittery maybe on Summer. He's this is textbook nervous, the touching of the face.
Yeah, but you've also got Erica, textbook nervous, where the chair is just rumbling.
I mean, that's just textbook gamer.
Textbook
Gamer.
ear sports.
Yeah.
Like, I can't keep my legs still, my knees.
Just chug 20 energy drinks. And I need to poo, but I need to play this game. Classic. I mean, what?
Do it
Anyway.
both at the same time.
Could do.
New RGB toilet coming when?
Perfect. Get it done. RGB diapers. Puck and Tiny. What a combo. Wow. It's lockdown. It's damage. It's control. It's cool. Very last meta, but it's still good.
Oh no!
Surprised they let them have this. Especially after what XM did with Puck in game 1 and what Xiaoma did in game 2.
Yeah, but
It's
also
like they're taking the best of both games.
Yeah, they really
I
are.
guess
aren't
you
they?
could say
Both
the
teams.
same with Dandelion, right?
Yeah.
Razor and Tusk. Like Tusk did the same thing.
I mean, Tusk was pretty bad until they were allowed to come back after that Bristol Aegis fight, right?
True.
So I'm still not impressed by the hero mid. I gotta admit.
You speak of the true.
Yes.
What a reference. Cloud Atlas.
You can handle the truth.
Is that Cloud Atlas?
Yeah, speak of the true.
I've never seen that movie.
Oh, I probably just say
I've
it
never
a lot
seen that
because
movie.
I find it funny.
I do say
It
that
was-
a lot, though. Speaking of the true.
It was a weird attempt to do like a kind of pseudo futuristic where people had, apocalypsed themselves and gone back in time, kind of thing. I think it was Tom Hanks who played it, and he had like this weird accent through the entire thing, which was like kind of
Hilarious.
It was just odd.
He's really good in Terminal. If you guys haven't seen that movie,
So
Terminal 1 or 2?
all the films of Tom Hanks to bring up, that's an odd one, but
I think it's hilarious. That's why I love that movie. I think it's pretty funny.
Stuck in an airport. What a
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Concept.
Although Big is one of my favorite Tom Hanks movies.
all right.
What about Bruce Almighty?
No,
No,
no.
that was
Jim Carrey. Kind of different echelon of actor there, but maybe more your pace.
that was a funny movie, though.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it was a funny movie.
Yeah.
Like,
See?
When I saw it.
Dude, I might be.
have you guys
The
seen
wrong
Superbad? Like, where am I going?
It was a good movie. Oh, yeah.
Oh, they banned the bristleback. They don't want to deal with that again.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That hero did work, and wow, no one's banning the Weaver. Shocking.
What? If somebody picks it though, I'm gonna walk off. I can't handle it. I like Ench. I'm a big fan of early impetus Ench.
Yeah, that spell does damage. Did you see? I think it was it Nouns? I think they're called now. They ran Ench as a position 1 against Quincy Crew.
Well, Quincy Crew is
Probably, I didn't see the game, but they lost horribly, right?
They didn't lose horribly, but they did lose, and it wasn't
Horribly.
It wasn't great. Yeah, they picked it into a Medusa, and I was like,
yeah.
this is a cool idea, kind of like outrange the Medusa, load of damage just from downtown, kind of same idea as like Sniper does, but
So why didn't you just pick a sniper?
Yeah, well, yeah, that was the ultimate conclusion to be drawn from that game, unfortunately.
Did they do it 2 games in a row?
Don't know. Only which one?
Ask them.
What can I
Because
tell you? Maybe.
they're American homies.
They did.
I don't have all the answers, Beak Up. Sometimes you have to go out and find out things for yourself. Okay.
You're
You have to go out to the world.
Spoon
Because
feed you everything you want to know.
They did do it both games. I got
There you go.
All right, now I'm there.
I'm proud of you, Beak-up.
Thanks.
You're standing on your own
At
two
least,
feet.
at least
Thanks,
somebody
Tom
is.
Hanks. XD in chat. Thank you.
That was a stretch of a callback, but we'll take it. And same way, Dandelion are going to take the Enigma. This is a hero we don't see much in this world. We see it a little bit, but yeah, it's something I definitely want to see more of. So good job, Dandelion.
Yeah,
I think they're running out of blue heroes. Is the biggest problem.
It just kind of has
No,
that
there's
like
loads of
red
blue
blue going
heroes.
on. Ooh, okay.
Ooh, Monkey's one of the better heroes against Enigma because the Boundless Edge can kill the Eidolons pretty easily.
Wait. You know what is a blue hero that Dandelion could pick?
Oh no!
go
prophecy.
for the Weaver.
Wait, is Weaver blue or is she more greenish?
No, he's blue.
What?
Oh no! This is
I mean,
this is the dress all over again. It's a blue and gold dress all over again.
the set I have on my Weaver looks very greenish.
Okay, your Weaver might be
Yanni
green,
or-
okay, but in general, Weaver is blue. Turquoise at a push.
Well, pick it and let me see it.
No.
Because honestly, I always just look at my Weaver. Because my Weaver is very pretty.
See what the bands are liking.
Does Anti-Mage go through as blue?
Yeah.
He's purple.
Well, I'd say he's on close enough.
But he's in
on
the blue
hue.
blue-
Like, if
yeah.
Anti-Mage is purple, then Enigma's purple, right? So
Yeah.
let's not get too pedantic about it. And Tusk isn't really blue either, if we're being honest.
But he has a blue fist.
Tusk has
yeah.
got blue clothes. You know, he's got the blue jacket and everything. And his fist is blue. Ice is blue.
Ice is nice.
Ice.
As,
is nice.
as Arnold once said.
Is it me or I don't know if you're not in the lobby, Nomad, but Enigma kind of is it broken? It looks like the swirl. I always thought it was like not supposed to be on the out. Like it looks like it's glitching with the body and everything. I don't know. You guys can't see it anyway. What am I
Enigma
talking
doesn't
about?
have a body.
I mean, he does have that body. He's got that
got-
six
he's pretty
pack abs
jacked,
going on.
yeah.
Yeah, he's like that guy in the gym when we were working together last year.
Is that like
The-
a realistic expectation to set, though? You know, like there's a lot of young black holes out there watching this, and how are they going to feel seeing this Enigma like super jacked, and they look at themselves in the mirror and say, "My event horizon isn't even that chiseled. What the hell? It's unfair."
Yeah.
And then one of them is
My-
going, Murph.
What is that thing called? Like the little swirl thing. It's not legs, obviously, but like your bottom,
Oh right, you mean
lower
his-
body.
Your bottom gust.
Yeah,
Your lower body is very
your
well
vacuum.
formed.
We'll go with that. Your vacuum. That feels right. He kind of lifts up
Vacuum is very
stones and stuff. He
cleaned.
walks around. Yes,
Here's the Weaver pick, by the way, coming right here.
it's not
Nah, there's
coming
no
up.
way.
No. I'm going gyro.
I'm going Faces Void.
What?
Ah, all right.
Safe lane
Got that
razor?
one right.
Wow, nailed it, everyone. Good job. What on earth is happening? What is? But who? What is it? Razor carry? Is it Venom?
You know
Is
what?
it- is it-
Or
is it
the
Venom-
band that Lycan.
Is it
You're
Venomancer
still in the
mid?
game. Beastmaster still in the game.
Yeah. I'm confused. I'm waiting for some clarity here, Black. I'm lost in the dark. Can you be my beacon to guide the way?
I mean, they're going like all in lanes this time around, right? They want to snowball
Right.
lanes and just win off that because Monkey King against Venomancer is really sad for Monkey King.
Yeah.
So they got that going for them. It's probably going to be Enigma Veno. So you push back the lane, and every time Monkey wants to actually contest last hits, you get Galed, have Eidolons whacking you, and it's not a fun lane for sure.
That sounds
But
awful.
you can't really afford to lose many fights at all. Like maybe 2, maximum 3, and you're probably just going to be in trouble. I guess they have Enigma for late game. You know what I would like more? 4 Veno and 3 Enigma. So I do go for the Beastmaster we spoke about. But yeah, like if you put 3 Enigma and 3 farm on Enigma, like you can transition into this like super big winning condition, right? So I would like that a lot.
Yeah, so it's
But it's the Veno off lane.
Yeah, it's the Veno off lane, it is the Razor carry, and it's the Tusk mid. Alrighty. Well. Dandelion choosing to go for an uncharacteristically aggressive lineup for them, not really having that hardcore carry hero that usually like to put Summer on. Is it enough to get them the win in this third game against ViCi? And is it wise to mix things up this late on into a third game in a series? Bika, which way are you leaning? What are your thoughts?
I'm gonna skip the coffee because I'm 0 for 2 listening to it. I'm gonna go on my own brains, and I think I'm gonna go ViCi. I thinking about what XM did in the first game to ZC in this mid lane up against the Tusk. I think he did well enough where like I have confidence that he's gonna open up the game for Erica and Yang 2 pushing potential. Like I just worry for Dandelion. Maybe their lanes go well, but if they don't, they might get wiped completely out of this game.
Yep, Black, are you going to follow your co-caster's logic, or are you going to go it on your own?
I'll have to follow B-Cop's intuitive instincts this time around, because he's very right. Wait, is this the right hand? No, this one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no, your hands are crushed together into a...
we had a new Enigma. No, what happened to us? No, but seriously, like their lineup is just so wishy-washy. Things need to go right like all the time for them to win.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the biggest concern is the fact that they're moving into a more aggressive play style in a third game in a series. There's a lot of pressure on them. You know, looking back over the statistics for this team, they have the longest average win time of any team in the China DPC. So that just shows you what kind of team they usually are. Summer, he's the holder of records. He likes to farm. He likes to play slow. He likes to get loads of money, accrue a massive net worth. Razor is not the hero to do this on. So I'm just worried that they've decided to switch things up so much in a third game. And I think that is ultimately going to be their downfall. But let's find out what's going to happen here in game number 3. Let's get into it for the final matchup, the deciding matchup between these two teams.
Nice.
With B-Cop and Black.
Taking his job. Look at
I was leading up to it, you know. I was giving the silence.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of like a mood ruiner like this.
Right.
I apologize. I'll give you a generic energy drink.
Thanks.
Yeah, Nomad lit the candles and then you blew them out. Just like, I'm the mood ruiner.
You guys remember when we went to that restaurant and Lizard just kept offing the candle?
Blowing out the candle and then relighting it?
I mean, we didn't blow it out. We did the stupid finger thing. Oh, look at me, I'm so cool. I got wax all over my fingers. Whoa.
It's like my muscles, they put out the candle.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to get into that part because we all know what happened at the climbing gym, and the song we made at dinner was beautiful.
Static Link, top lane. Yang. Alright, he's fine. Just casually losing 32 of his damage and hitting for 16, or whatever that math is. 26. I was on it. So, how do you think this mid lane's gonna go for ZC? XM obliterated him in game 1.
It's honestly on paper like a super even lane. 50-50 both farm, and then level 6 plus you start to rotate. And whoever does the better rotations usually comes out ahead. And it's just much easier to rotate as a puck than it is for a Tusk. How is the lockdown looking this time around for XM? black hole only, pretty much. I guess they have an ogre stun. But yeah. Not looking mega pretty.
And they could also go to the, I guess, the Blink Walrus Punch again if they want to go for XM, but that never seemed to really have the full complete lockdown to get that kill when he was doing it in game 1 to take out XM, because you got to remember XM only died once.
Yeah. And Monkey King is also scarily free farming down here. 9 out of 12 creeps.
A bit surprising, honestly. I did not think that Monkey King was really going to have an easy time in this lane. But again, it's predicting what the lanes are going to do, and then the difference there between what they should do and what they actually do.
Yeah, to be fair, level 1 Venomancer is pretty weak. You don't have that Gale ability yet. So now that there's level 2, maybe he's going to be a little bit more scared on the monkey. Nice creep wave battle in the river, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Creep wave is now by Roche. This is the map changes everybody was hoping for.
That would be lit.
Ench is fine. I'm a little sad Victoria didn't go to the level 1 impetus. Maybe expecting a little bit more harassment towards Erica early on and getting the Nature's attendance.
And Veno is super low and there's no region left on him either. So he has to wait for the courier. Of course, the good thing about Enigma is the wave is always going to be pushing back.
Yang taking a lot of damage again, but he doesn't end up falling. He's not having a great time here. 9 CS, but I guess compared to what's going down bottom for Dandelion, it's something similar.
What's down Ma? Not gonna be fine this time around. But yeah, I think with that draft, they just wanted to accomplish that the early lanes are a little bit easier to win and just being kept in check a bit better. So you don't give this tiny, like this free game he had in game number 2. We just started running all over the map. Oh, it could be. Or they're securing the other water room for the task.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Right.
So no double water room plays. But yeah, Yang just now reaching level 3. I guess Beyond's doing a little bit better. But now Enchantress also gets their own creeps.
Pretty quiet, at least so far. Nothing too ridiculous going on. I mean, where do you really expect to see first blood?
Probably on the bottom, if anywhere, and most likely with a rotation from the mids. Like dying top lane, there's really no excuse to it. You know exactly what you're going up against. It can only happen when you're completely out of position. Oh, he isn't even going for lane control, but we see the Puck TP bottom already.
Yeah, XM.
Coil, maybe even on 2.
He got it on both of them. That means he gets first blood on Tianming and a double kill on Beyond. That's a big movement there for XM.
Yeah, Yang. Well, SJ first, and then Yang.
And then Yang, yeah. But Jauma getting that kill and Yang being in on it. Like, this is a big timing so far for ViCi.
Yeah, nice rotation. That's exactly what I love to see from Pucks. Once you have the coil up, just use it straight away in the side lane. You got the mana burn creep too.
ZC.
And the, a region rune as well. Always super nice to get a region at minute 6.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't be surprised if XM looks to move off the mid lane again and go for something once more.
Yeah, coil is up in 10. No TP though. You'll have to bring up one of the courier. But yeah, your bot lane is really not going the way you wanted to. Like, you couldn't pressure the Monkey King at all. He's going heavy into the wards now. But that could also pose problems, right? You have these Eidolons, you have the wards. Maybe they can overwhelm them that way.
There's the Gale out, but what do you really have to worry about where top lane Yang ends up dead again? Like, that's definitely something you don't want to be seeing if you're ViCi, considering the fact that you've been feeling pretty confident in all 3 lanes, but Yang with the back-to-back deaths is behind the Veno, but not by much. And I guess you could say both these guys not having really a fun time in their lane.
Yeah, now, I don't know if you agree with this, but for me, Yang is one of the worst players in the game to play from behind. Like, he plays super, super well when he's ahead, but when he's behind, he tends to kind of overstep to try to get back into the game and keep dying. So they're gonna make sure to protect him somehow.
Top lane, Avalanche toss with the rotation over from XM. Doesn't use the Dream Coil, but does get involved in another kill. Xiaoma with another one. And he wants that early blink dagger, so you need to really be concerned about the timing of that.
No, someone to beat bot, and Puck is already rotating here.
This could be
if they
very
skill
dangerous.
Wukong's up, yeah, especially with the Wukong's command that he can still level up as well. Or it could be a juicy 3-man coil into the Wukong's.
Midnight Pulse is down. Wukong's command comes out with a Boundless Strike. The Illusory Orb is there. They're going to snap the coil on Summer. TMing falls. That's 2 heroes gone. Beyond is next with a foot in the grave already. And it's a double kill and dominating here for XM. And a 2K lead while ZC and SJ chase Xiaoma. They'll eventually get the kill, but that does not feel like value as XM refills the bottle with a haste rune, and that means he can move off the mid lane again sometime soon.
Remember how I said I give him like 2 or 3 fights? That's one.
And that was with an immediate rotation from Summer. Like, that feels like extra poor.
Yeah, he can't really do anything other than run back to lane. I always wonder when you see these kind of games, what happened to VG in game 1? You know? Was it really just that one initiation on the Bristol that turned the entire game and they couldn't recover after? Or was it a warm-up game?
I guess. I mean, also thinking about...
When you're looking at the Monkey King bottom,
I was going to say, also thinking about the way that that Weaver build was also pretty disastrous. Snowball pulls him in, but it's on to the Enchantress. They've got the Avalanche coming out from Xiaoma. They get the kill there on a Beyond. They look over at ZC. Now from behind, Summer's in. Walrus punches out onto Xiaoma. XM, though, doing some damage. He gets hit with the stun. And he's going to jaunt down back towards the Monkey King. You need to be careful how far you want to go for this, because Monkey King gets the Boundless Strike up, then you're in a lot of trouble trying to get back.
yeah, ultimately, pretty even trade, but the big problem is just that Beastmaster is getting a ton of space now, whereas Venomancer just feels really, really sacked. A sacrificed Venomancer oftentimes will just really have no impact in the game, unfortunately.
Walrus Punch eventually lands, but again, you've got the heal.
And the untouchable.
Plasma Field just on the edge. Avalanche toss, though. Now with the Waning Rift, they've got the silence and the Boundless Strike. Erica gets one, XM gets the other. It's a mega kill streak here for the Puck. 5-0-4 in this game at just 10 minutes in.
You know what I really dislike about Dandelion's drafting style? Like, even in game 1 they had the same problem. Sure, they ended up winning, but they have no answers for Puck, despite it being picked so early.
Yep. And I want to say,
they have a black
while
hole,
this is all going on, Yang top, look at how much he's recovered.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut off your point about the Puck. I just, you know, you talk about how much the Puck is doing, and it only has opened up Yang even more, right?
Yeah, now Xiaoma has to be a bit careful. He's the sacrificial lamb so far.
Or he's the bait. Dream Coil.
Wukong's double stun again.
Boundless on both. Walrus Punch is there, but what's it really doing? ZC's on the run. Beyond's already dead to XM. They've got the Primal Roar from Yang, who was stationed top, and they were going to get 4 kills, wipe them off the face of the map. Absolutely obliterating them in this game, and this is a absolute and utter shellacking.
Distraction. This is even worse than game 2, and game 2 was very one-sided already. Like, you pick all in to win lanes, pretty much, and you won one lane, but then XM just rotates everywhere and makes your life a living hell. He's so farmed on the puck. I like what Erika's doing too. He's going into the offensive item build rather than going for the Battle Fury. And now they're giving Xiao my lane. But he missed 3 out of 3 lasses so far.
Oh dear.
I'm not looking though, don't worry. Okay. Alright, he got 2 out of 6. That's not bad. Could be worse.
He's getting real close to the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, 7k lead now in just, what, a little bit over 12 minutes.
Kind of quickly closing in on the 1k per minute. And it's this early into the game.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, exactly. The earlier it is, the worse it always feels. It's, What word do we use for the situation? Unfortunate?
Dread City.
Dread City. Disadvantage City.
And look at the stacks that they've got ready for him. This feels great for Yang. He has recovered and then some. Now he's top 3 in the net worth. Like, considering the lane he had, this must feel really good for Yang.
And those Axe stacks makes it pretty simple to farm these camps as well.
Kind of wonder what they can do here on the side of Dandelion with the way it's been going. Like, Jauma's going to have this Blink Dagger soon. He's going to be ready to go with that. That gives them another step up in the lockdown that is already pretty massive for them. Boundless Strike, Dream Coil, Primal Roar, Avalanche Toss, and the Centaur War Stomp. And they go in a rush. This is not a bad idea at all. I don't really think Dandelion could fight this.
Nah, they got Ench creeps to tank. Got a Beastmaster one as well. Selma again.
But like, this isn't doing anything.
He won't even die.
He just ate the ult from beyond. I mean, really, he ate it from both him and ZC. And this is all while the Aegis goes into the hands of Erika.
Yeah, and he's still alive. Of course, there's a Tranquil to heal him up. So as I said, it did nothing.
Beastmaster.
How's Razor looking?
Helmet of the Overlord. Razor's going
pretty
BKB
close
first
to BKB.
item.
Yeah, once that's up, maybe they have a chance, but the Raw is gonna be a big issue. Like, I was really surprised that they banned out the Lycan, but not the Beastmaster, because you always think about it too, right?
Yeah. They kind of, they don't go hand in hand, but they're in the same category.
Yeah. Which maybe they haven't really seen Yang play, or Summer again. Didn't even get coiled.
Yeah, it's just Yama. That was the blink. That was the blink showing up. He's got it in 2 seconds. SJ. And he's free. Or, well, home free for the moment. And XM gets a courier. Top lane, again. You got Team Ming trying to survive, but he's under Hawk Vision. Like, they know he's there. And look at the right clicks coming in. He's just dead. Midnight Pulse goes down. The Eidolon's timeout.
Look at bot 2.
It really didn't do anything for them. While bot lane, they go for CZ. They got themselves the Wukong's command. They get the kill there. That's going to be 3 really dead around the map as Summer comes back into the fight with the static link. But
2-man coil too.
On the 2. I mean, a fight that goes poorly here. I wouldn't be surprised if Dandelion tap out early because they are just getting hit with the Crippler crossface all over. Black Hole comes in. It lands on XM. They get the kill to SJ. They'll take out XM. No, not even that. He's got, like, on the run and survives.
Yeah, that was the buyback of Enigma. Selma's looking for more.
Yeah, that was with a black hole. I mean, Jauma's looking to get in there. That is...
Oh, he's gonna go for the Enigma. He will.
Oh, yeah. Jauma gets
TP
it.
out.
TPs. Bye-bye.
12K in 16 minutes.
Well, 17 minutes and 10 seconds is the fastest game of the China DPC so far. Dandelion, they look like they're going to hold out past that point at the very least, so they won't have that accolade to hold at least.
We've seen last game, right? They're very hesitant to actually tap out of games, so yeah, it shouldn't be happening anytime soon.
You say that, but I feels like they have one fight left in them.
You know what I thought? Since they don't give you a surrender function in pubs, you shouldn't be allowed to GG out in pro games either. You have to suffer until the throne dies.
SJ getting run down. Primal Spring right on the Ogre. Throws a stun, but he's been netted on up and
He's
snared
fine.
and killed.
It's much safer in the fountain anyway.
True. You want to know Yang's axes? He's got the Primal Peacemaker of the Crimson Witness, which currently selling for about $130. So pretty pricey axe in itself there.
Peanuts for him. Trillionaire.
I'm not sure that checks out, but I don't know.
Hey, we don't talk about these things here. But what we do talk about is the mid tower that's falling in like 5 seconds. Beastmaster represent. I hate this meta. I hate Beastmaster and Lycan and any tower pushers. Alright, Beacop, you have the great job of telling me how to get back into this game. Good luck.
I feel like
I get
that's
coiled.
not my job. Toss up into the air with the avalanche, doesn't get tossed out of the coil. I'm not sure it's really going to matter. Snowball just extending the inevitable, but shards do a good job of putting some space there. However, well, that's not really a thick enough forest to juke them all out in.
Salma to peek into his death potentially.
Salma, toss, BKB, use,
No,
Primal
I was
Roar is
kidding.
there. They get the kill on SJ, and, well, Summer on the run, and he is going to be extinguished as they lose the Razor, they'll
Holy
lose
shit.
There
TMA.
it is.
All GG.
It's it.
18 minutes, 43 seconds. Wow.
Yeah.
Not
What happened to ViCi between game 1 and 2, and what happened to Dandelion between game 1 and 2?
That's a question. That's a question we're going to be asking. And that is definitely a question that Dandelion are going to be asking themselves as they absolutely crumble here. I mean, to me, at least, you know, it definitely feels like what we're saying in the draft. You know, this is such a change of pace for this team. Why did Dandelion feel like they need to prove to everybody that they can play a different style of Dota when the other style of Dota does nothing really wrong with it? Like, I don't feel like it was niche and restricted enough to actually be an issue. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know if it was necessarily wanting to play a different style of Dota or just being lost in the draft. I don't know. This felt like they were forcing ZC to continue playing on those unconventional mids. I guess maybe that is technically a different play style, but that's what they've been doing, right? Like, yeah,
I mean, it was
felt like
mids
their
and it
ideas
was, you know, the more tempo carries on Summer. I mean, that's to be the biggest point. You know, they've always played around Summer. You know, they've always put him on the Medusa, on the Terrorblade, things like this, and just kind of put him in the hard carry position. And when they put him on something more tempo, it just looks like an entirely different team.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't just want to like talk about his heroes necessarily, but just about like logic in general. They first face the pack, and then they last pick a Venomancer offlane. It's like so counterintuitive, and it just it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You know,
No.
like I don't understand what they went for. Like looking at the game, it felt like they didn't really understand what they went for. They kind of just did something, and then it didn't work. Which, of course, like it probably won't work because like it's a pretty big outdraft, and yeah, you can't get away with it here.
Yeah.
What are they now? Like 1-4?
Yeah, it's a dangerous spot to be in. 2-5 has been like the most
It's a
to get
tiebreaker for the
relegated.
bottom, right?
Yeah, 2-5 has been the most, but a lot of the times it's been like 0-7, 1-6. Obviously, with everybody going 1-1, 0-7's not possible. But this is now Dandelion in dire straits. Whereas ViCi, like
3-2.
they're 3-2. This feels pretty good for them. Again, considering the fact that they had already gone against the top four, or well, what everybody thinks is the top four. I think it's not guaranteed, but maybe they're major bound. I think
hot
there's certainly
take though,
close enough.
guys. Hot take.
Oh, give
I'm
it to me.
actually quite happy that Dandelion is like not happy. That doesn't sound right, but I'm satisfied that Dandelion is 1-4 now. Like they stomped 7-0, right? Then they go to the big boys, and they just gives you confirmation that Division 1 is like so much like on a different level, right? So much better in terms of individual skill. The teams are just way better, and probably Dandelion also came to a cruel realization that like, wow, completely different playing field, right? Although after the first series, I thought they're up to the task because they crushed in their first game.
Yeah, no, well, they've shown moments where they can go toe to toe, but you know, it always comes down to like, if you slip up once in the draft, then you're going to lose a Div 1 game. If you slip up once in the early game, you know, you're going to lose a Div 1 game. It's so punishing, and I think that's where it comes in, right? Like in Division 2, you're allowed to make some mistakes because the enemy are going to make mistakes as well, but you have to be clean. You have to be beyond clean. You have to be squeaky DP clean. And that's just, you know, such an impossibly high standard for a team of this experience, you know? They need more time on the pitch. They need more time to gel. And unfortunately, you know, this is a very tough circumstance to do it in. I wouldn't be too disappointed. I'm sure they are disappointed in their performance so far. And I think if they get relegated, you know, they'll be really sad. I hope that somehow they don't get relegated, but at the same time, like, then who? You know, it's Asta Ares, it's E-Home, right? So I feel so. I don't want to lose any of these teams. I want to keep watching them improve, and I want to keep watching them play in Div 1. You know, I don't want any of these guys to be knocked down, but yeah, at the same time, you know, I also want to see Fusion and IG up here. So what can you do?
Yeah, to be honest, I kind of wish there was relegation playoffs.
It should be.
Bottom 2 of Division 1 plays top 2 of Division 2. Or maybe not even.
I think,
if you don't want to do it like that, maybe first place of Division 2 automatically gets promoted, and then bottom 2 of Division 1 and second place of Division 2 play each other in some sort of like 3-team round robin. I wouldn't mind that. I don't think it's very tough. What I'm noticing about these teams that go back and forth is they just don't have enough time in Division 1. And when you're coming, by the time you get back to Division 1, by the time you get to come back, you go to, let's say, first season, you're Division 1, you get relegated. So season 2, you now get promoted because you're probably one of the better teams in Division 2. And then by the time you're back in season 3, you know, there's a new patch and you got to kind of feel it out. And just one round robin is not enough time to feel out a patch and feel out all these teams. And they're way stronger than you are. So I just think if there was a way that a team, yes, that comes in last, still has a chance to stay in Division 1 because of some sort of relegation playoffs, I think you'd see a lot of these cusp teams play better. I think going into like a second straight season where they got to stay because they won relegation playoffs, you maybe see them not in that spot again, where they've kind of had that time to perform and do a little bit more and figure things out better. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. At the same time, you know, you have scrims behind the scenes and everything, and I think when you get up to Division 1, that's going to open a lot of doors for you in that regard, and you'll be able to get much more experience in screwing with the big boys and, you know, all that stuff. And also, I think like a constant refresh of teams is good. You know, it's good for the scene. It's good for the watching experience as well, to have some new faces coming in every now and again. So
yeah,
I like the idea of playoffs as well. I think it's more competitive, but at the same time, I think for like the ecosystem, it's good to have that constant constant churn between the bottom 2 and the top 2.
Yeah, but you'd still have that, right? Like you'd still have that change. You'd still have that mix up. It would just require teams to win a playoff. And yes, you do get access to scrims with the tier 1 teams. I mean, they probably do it anyway between Division 1 and Division 2, but it's like a football friendly. You're not doing everything out there to make sure you win scrims or friendlies. Like I still think being in the professional, like in the games that matter, is where you're going to get the most experience, win, lose, or draw. Like the scrims are cool, but I don't know. I think when there's a lot more on the line, you're learning more.
Officials and scrims, you know, Black, you're probably the best to comment on that. You know, what is the big difference between those different environments? Is there a big difference?
It's honestly hard to say also because I haven't really been competing like the last 3 years. Like back then there was definitely a pretty big difference, but I would assume nowadays it's probably not as bad because the gap's closed by like quite a bit throughout the years. So yeah, I would assume it's like a lot closer now than it used to be. But obviously there's as we can see, there's still a pretty big gap.
Indeed, there is. Alrighty, well, it is now time for the interview, and right now we're going to get to speak to Yang, who's, of course, the victor of this series. Yang, firstly, congratulations. Is this the result you expected coming into the series?
恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利啊！获胜的话是之前就预想到过的吗？
有吧。
Yes, indeed.
So, what were the biggest differences between your team and their team today, which gave you the edge, would you say?
你觉得今天 ViCi 哪方面做的比对手好，让你们拿下这个系列赛？
优势的双雄打得太厉害了，太惨了。
I think our safe lane, those two players, my teammates playing so good, I got carried.
You got carried. Is that a nice feeling? Do you feel like this was a nice, easy series for you then?
那你觉得这个系列赛在你的定义里面算是一个比较轻松的系列赛吗？
比较轻松吧，感觉在预想之中。
Yes, it's kind of an easy series for us.
All right. So, how are you fitting in with the ViCi team then? It's been a couple of seasons now. Are you becoming friends with the team, or is it purely business?
你跟现在 ViCi 的这个磨合怎么样？因为也有一段时间了，就是你们已经成为好的朋友了吗？还是你来就是只是为了打职业的？
没有吧，来了大家都是好朋友呀，想的是肯定是赢一下更多的比赛嘛。
We are all good friends, and our goal is to win more.
Win more. Good goal. So obviously you joined the team, and they'd been together a while. How high was their motivation when you came along? Did you have to lift them up, or were they already really, really hungry to learn and improve with you?
在你加入队伍的时候，队伍里的这个上进的氛围怎么样？就是大家都想从你这边一起学习、一起进步，还是说队伍里已经有了这样一股就是想要去打更好的这种决心和这个心态？
就来了以后，就是大家可能更想赢吧，就是相比之前的话。
I think we are more eager to win after I joined the team compared than before.
Alrighty, Beak Up and Black, you guys got some questions for Mr. Yang here?
Yeah. After that third game, it looked like we caught a quick glimpse of you kind of being real excited and shouting to the rest of the team. What was being said after that victory in Game 3? What was the mindset after that?
第3场打完的时候，镜头里看到你是比较兴奋的。当时你跟队伍里的沟通，包括你当时心里是怎么想的，可以跟大家分享一下吗？
没有，因为我一直在刷钱，我玩得很开心啊。
I was so happy. I was so happy because I was getting all the gold on the map. It was a nice farming game.
Not enough time to farm. That game ended real quickly. What's the meal go to after a victory like this? Do you guys go get hot pot, or is there like some specific victory meal the team likes to do?
一般这种赢了之后的话，之后的聚餐大家会选择吃什么呢？是火锅还是其他的？
就随便吃点吧，在门口，酥花粉什么的。
Anything that is close to our boot camp. Maybe some rice noodle. Anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if you could have one dish after a victory, what would it be?
如果能让你选的话，你最想吃什么？赢了之后？
就门口酥花粉吧，因为我们平时也一直吃的。
Yeah, just a rice noodle in front of a boot camp. That is our go-to meal.
Yeah,
right,
so you're one of the most successful, if not the most successful Lycan and Beastmaster player. Why do you think this hero hasn't really, or like these heroes haven't really taken off in China? Like it's only really VG picking it.
你是国内那个，你是世界上就是3号位上来狼人跟那个兽王都玩的比较好的嘛？那你觉得为什么这两个英雄在国内其实用的还是比较少呢？可能就是 VG 会选的多一些。
因为这两个英雄可能相比别的3号位线上比较弱吧，因为现在都讲究一个3号位就是一个远程带一个近战嘛，线上会厉害一点。现在4号位大部分都是近战嘛，可能觉得大家都线上比较弱，所以说选的很少。
Yeah, I think the reason that it's not so popular in China is because they all have weak lanes, and currently patch I think the strength of the landing duel is really being emphasized. Usually we see a range hero in combination with a melee hero, and that makes a good land. And often right now the popular position 4 is a melee hero. That's why I think those two heroes are underpicked in China.
Okay, makes sense. And then how's Fenrir doing? I haven't spoken to him a lot.
分队最近过得怎么样？我很久没跟他聊过天了。
过得挺好的呀，日子很滋润。
He's having a good time.
Okay, tell him to say hi from me, and he should message me one day.
就是提醒一下分队有空多跟 Black 发短信。
可以，没问题。
Of course, no problem.
All right. Final question from me then. You've been playing Dota a really long time. You're a veteran at this point. How do you stay motivated to keep on playing to such a high standard after all these years?
就是作为一个老将，打了这么多年职业，杨是怎么样让自己保持一个比较高的竞技状态，然后一直保持这种上进的心态？
就一直打路人呗，因为毕竟这么多年了嘛，你有段时间不打，你还是会想着打 DOTA， 就一直玩吧，学习。
Yeah, I think playing pubs is doing a lot to me, and also Dota. I have been playing Dota for so many years, and once I dropped Dota for a couple months, I come back. I was still missing the feeling of playing Dota. So that's the way I keep my motivation up, and I am always eager to learn more.
All right, awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Yang. Thanks for coming to talk to us, and best of luck on the rest of your DPC season. 谢谢。
感谢你接受我们采访，希望你们以后好运。Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Once again, very, very honest, very open, very calm, and also must be said, really, really confident from Yang this time around. Like, we've spoken to ViCi members in the past, and it's been a bit like, yeah, we're trying to do as best we can, but Yang is just like, yeah, we're winning. We're going to keep winning, and felt good.
Yeah, I love that he was honest about thinking that he got carried. I thought that was very hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know if, I didn't want to go there, but I really wanted to know his thoughts of game 1. When he said I got carried, I was like, oh, I got something for you. But, we want to end it on a good note, of course. We don't want to make the team disband or anything, So.
Yeah, that's a talk about it tomorrow kind of game number 1 maybe. Just have a sit down conversation with the carry players. Say, save it for sure when the emotions are a little lower. But we can move on past that. We can look to the future now.
I can try and look to the future. We'll see. They were probably looking at the replays immediately. That's what everybody seems to be doing. It's either you're queuing for a game right after the pro game, or you're looking at the replay. I swore he was like downloading a replay. It looked like he was kind of invested on whatever was in the screen, but he was multitasking pretty well. I wanted to ask, ever since the Somnus interview, I've just felt this need to be like, hey, are you queuing for a game right now and or watching your replay? Like, it just feels like they're right on into the next thing.
Are you queuing and watching and analyzing at the same time while talking to us? Bro.
Yeah.
You're insane.
Basically.
Also typing to his team's Discord saying we need to improve on this, and this, like next time don't do this. Yeah, that'd be impressive, but that's
No
the
Weaver.
somnus level of preparedness we've seen. All right. Well, with that series out of the way, that means we are all done and dusted today with ViCi Gaming taking the win here in this final series. Don't give me that look, B Cup, all right? Even a master stumbles, which means we'll move on to our next series, which will be coming up on Sunday. So it's a bit of a break. You guys can have Saturday off, go and hit the beach, go and touch some grass, enjoy some mountains, whatever. And then join us again as we've got 3 awesome series coming up in Division 2. We've got YBB versus Fusion. Then we move on to Asta versus RNG. And then we move on to PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Holy crap, what a day. What an absolute stonker of a day. Sunday, everybody, get in here. I mean, my goodness, that is a stacked day and a half. Well, I guess Asta versus RNG, what are we expecting from that one?
3 games, Asta victory. That's what I'm thinking.
That sounds reasonable.
3 games, okay. Yeah. I mean, I thought Asta might just sweep it, but RNG is improving. They are getting better.
Yes, they are.
When Ghost is comfortable.
Improving.
When he's comfortable, sometimes, kind of. It's
yeah. That's becoming more and more common, though. I feel like he's hitting the mark more and more often each time we see it. So yeah, we'll see which version of Ghost. But of course, Asta is probably the strongest team, in my opinion, in the China region at the moment. So that's going to be an interesting one. And then talking about the strongest team, PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming to follow that one as well. I mean, that game is just. That's a huge one. That is an absolutely huge one, especially what it means to both of these teams. I think Extreme's going to take it, you guys.
Ooh, I don't have my copium nearby. That's what I was kind of looking over for. But I don't know. I think LGD in 3 games. I think it's going to be a long Sunday. It's going to be quite the amount of games. I don't know if you've ever seen the monster truck commercials from the US where they're just like, Sunday, you paid for the whole seat, but you'll only be using the edge. Like, that's going to be everybody if they're sitting at their computer. They're just going to be using the edge and watching 6 games of amazing Dota. I think, though, LGD 2-1. If I say it anything else, I feel like people would be like, oh, you're lying, B-Cop. That's not what you think. Although I do think Extreme, they've beaten LGD in the past. I wouldn't be shocked if they win.
All right. Well, you guys will have to join us on Sunday to find out exactly how those games go. And of course, seriously defining games at this point, because we've got a lot of teams in China who are gunning for that major spot. And all 4 of those teams playing on Sunday are in the runnings for it. So these games could mean absolutely everything in deciding those spots. So make sure you join us on Sunday. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching. And of course, I'm not sure I said it, but thank you to Yang and our translator for the awesome interview as well. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time on Sunday for those awesome matches. Goodbye.
你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。